Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and court still has not started yet. I don't know why, unless I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on, let me just check. Let me just make double, triple sure here. This is supposed to be closing arguments, day 10. I don't know what the holdup is here. It's a goddamn question. Weird, guys, weird. I had a sick kiddo yesterday, so I apologize. I was not here. Looks like I didn't really miss much. I had to go back and look. I didn't miss much, but I will say, for those of you who are not on X, you missed some. The turtle cried a little bit more about not going to jail and sort of directed his comments at Meredith, where he got on his morning live stream and said, "Wham, please don't send me to jail. If you even cared about me ever, please don't send me to jail." See, now the problem that I have with that is he went to the cops to try to file, witness intimidation charges against her. Same playbook he's done in the past, other women, other exes, other just enemies of his. He's tried to get his petty revenge by bringing fake evidence into court and yada, yada, yada. He did it again this time, and he's been back twice, and yet he still is crying that his own actions might get him in trouble. Sir, what did you expect? Filing false reports is a crime. Just saying. And you've gotten away with it so many times. At some point, something's got to give there, dude. So it would be nobody's fault but yours. He's, of course, setting it up so that if he does get cuffed and stuffed, that it's everyone else's fault except his, and someone else put him in jail and away from his kids. That's what he's setting it up to do, although his own actions would be the consequence. It has nobody else's fault. Nobody else sent him or will send him to jail but himself and his own actions. And he just is allergic to accountability in that part of all of it. I got a lot more to say about that. I made an entire tweet yesterday about how wild it was that he did this whole thing. It was really just to feign victim again, I wrote a tweet. Let's see. Hold up. They're waiting on this stuff. They start talking. Whatever. But this is what I said on my tweet. I said this morning, which was yesterday, Turtleboy meltdown was wild. Man was on camera whining and crying about not wanting to go to jail for Christmas, literally begging, "If you ever cared about me even a little, please don't send me to jail for Christmas." This is what he said. Newsflash, if you end up in jail, it's because of your own crimes, not a Christmas Grinch conspiracy. The gaslighting is Olympic level. He's already prepping his audience to blame everyone except the person responsible. Ask yourselves, why now the sympathy tour? Maybe because behind the scenes, he's still doing what he always does. Threats, blackmail, filing false reports, violating bail, doubling down on illegal behavior, all while pretending he's the victim and everyone else is.
All rise, jurors entering.
This is the perpetual fake victim routine. King Ratchet himself, warming up the cult to attack any victim who speaks up once accountability hits. And he wants their money and sympathy ready to go. When the consequences land, remember this moment. Remember the tears, remember the manipulation, because he knows exactly what's coming. And he wants someone, anyone else, to blame. Wake up, people. Accountability isn't persecution. It's called cause and effect. Truth bomb of the day. That was my...
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do for the Honorable Justice Diane Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, Brian, give your attendance and you shall be heard. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Jurors, and welcome back to Northern House. Jurors will start today, as we have every day together, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not be on any social media or any news media?
Yes.
And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
Are you able to comply with my order that you not
Morning.
speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
Hello, welcome, welcome.
Those 4 answers for the record all answered
If you're
affirmatively
new
by all
here,
16
welcome.
jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. So as I promised yesterday, jurors.
Much better. She went off to school this morning.
Interspersed now as we start today.
Thank you, Sam.
And those chapters are that I will give you the instructions that are specific to the charge. of
I appreciate
murder
you checking in, by the way. I do.
Then the parties will.
Not
do their
everyone does
closing
that.
Arguments. And then depending on how you're doing.
Morning, Jesse.
In the time that's passed since then, we may have a short break, a bathroom break. Then I'll come back and give you the more generalized instructions on the law. Deliberately break it into 2 chunks. It's more consumable for you that way.
Me too, girl. I don't do puke
Jurors,
well.
I want to thank you for your service on this jury. To a person, when I've looked over, you caught me many times looking over at you. You've been paying attention. And that's exactly what I anticipated, but it's refreshing and rewarding for me to see it. So I know that you have paid attention to the evidence in this case, and I appreciate your attention. Your jury service in this case is a very important part of our democratic self-government. You are responsible to uphold the law and our principles of justice.
I am. Nice
That's
to
what
see
we
you.
promised to
Thank
do at the
you.
start of this trial, when you took an oath as a juror. You've all devoted a substantial period of time on this case, time away from your personal lives, your work, studies, your families, to sit as jurors in this case, and to decide the very important matter, an issue now between the Commonwealth and the defendant, Brian Walshe.
Hey, Kim.
You've done so in accordance with the finest traditions and the highest aspirations of our system of justice. Again, I thank you for your service and your sacrifice. You must now consider all of the evidence, decide who and what to believe, and decide whether the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walshe is guilty of the crime of murder. The final part of this trial, as I said, will take place in those 3 steps. First, I'll give you on the law that is specific to the charge in this case. Then the attorneys will make their closing arguments, in which they will highlight the evidence that they think is important and will argue in favor of the conclusions that they ask you to make. Defense attorney, Attorney Tipton, will argue first, and the prosecutor, Assistant District Attorney Yaz, will argue last. After the closing arguments, again, I'll give you those generalized instructions that will help guide your evaluation of the evidence and your decision-making and your deliberations as jurors. And then you will work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Please pay careful attention to all of my instructions. All of my instructions are important and you must follow them, whether you agree with them or you do not. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, you can see that I'm generally reading them to you. You will also get written copies of the jury charge, the jury instructions, in the jury room when you deliberate the case. I do my best to make sure that the instructions that I'm giving you while I'm speaking match these written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and the written instructions, please follow what I say aloud. So let me start with the prosecution's burden of proof, and I'll start with the presumption of innocence. There is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Mr. Walshe is presumed to be innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walshe to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at the trial that Mr. Walshe committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a minute. Mr. Walshe does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. Mr. Walshe does not have to testify, call or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against Mr. Walshe beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all of the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Mr. Walshe's guilt on the charge of murder, then your verdict must be not guilty. You may find Mr. Walshe guilty of the charge of murder only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walshe is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, or everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proof beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I've told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all of the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That's what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. There's one indictment or charge in this case. You must decide whether Mr. Walshe is guilty of that charge. For the charge of murder, there are certain things, we call them elements, that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt to show Mr. Walshe is guilty. I will explain these legal rules to you now. There are two different degrees of murder. Murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on a theory of deliberate premeditation. To find the defendant guilty on this theory of murder, you must be unanimous. That is, all of the deliberating jurors must agree that the Commonwealth has met its burden of proving every element of this theory beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are unable to agree unanimously that the Commonwealth has met its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt this theory of first degree murder, you shall consider whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of murder in the second degree. I'll begin by instructing you now on the elements and the additional requirements for the proof of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. And then I will next instruct you on murder in the second degree. Murder with deliberate premeditation. To prove the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following three elements. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walshe. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walshe, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully caused Anna Walshe's death. And third, the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. I will now discuss each of those requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walshe. A defendant's act is the cause of death, where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walshe, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walshe's death. The third element is that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Deliberate premeditation does not require any particular length of time of reflection. A decision to kill may be—
Yeah, we've talked about that. I don't understand how anybody could take another person's life, but it's
or even a few seconds.
actually insane.
The key is the sequence of the thought process. First, the consideration whether to kill. Second, the decision to kill. And third, the killing arising from that decision. There is no deliberate premeditation.
I didn't have breakfast
where
yet.
the action is taken so quickly that a defendant
you're
takes
full.
no time to reflect on the action and then decides to do it. Murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walshe. Second, that the defendant A, intended to kill Anna Walshe, or B, intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Anna Walshe, or C, intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walshe. The defendant's act is the cause of death. The act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. As you can see, the second element has three sub-elements, which I'll call prongs. And the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the three prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong, the defendant intended to kill, is the same as the second element of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. The second and third prongs are different from any element of murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to Anna Walshe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that he intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant himself actually knew about the relevant circumstances circumstances of the time he acted, then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me give you some supplemental instructions relevant to the charge of murder. Definition of death. Death occurs when the heart has stopped long enough to result in complete and permanent loss of brain function. This complete and permanent loss of brain function occurs when, in the opinion of a licensed physician based on ordinary and acceptable standards of medical practice, there's been a total and irreversible cessation of spontaneous brain functions, and further attempts at resuscitation or continued supportive maintenance would not be successful in restoring such function. Next, the jury's obligation on guilt or innocence. You've been instructed on two theories of homicide in this case: murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If the evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of a criminal offense, you have a duty to find the defendant guilty of the most serious offense that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt. If the evidence does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of any offense charged, you must find him not guilty. Do either counsel need to see me?
No, Your Honor.
Be happy to see you.
I just want to say thank you to the idiotic turtle writers that comment on my ex posts, because then I can just block you and I don't have to deal with you after that. So thank you for making ridiculous comments and stupid ass statements that are easily debunked, because it makes it easier for me to be like, oh, wow, someone I don't need to deal with. Amazing. Amazing. I'm sorry, I was doing a little research. But welcome to all of you who are new. At least 7 of the accounts that I blocked are literal Aiden Sock accounts. I mean, how sick do you have to be to have dozens and dozens and dozens of fake accounts like a weirdo? They make dumb comments like, you should go, Tracy by the sea, you should go to jail. Yeah, see, Tracy, I don't commit crimes, unlike the turtle, so I don't have to worry about doing jail time because I don't commit crimes. The shit they say is so fucking wild. If you look in her reply, she's like, everyone else is deranged except Dr. Turtleboy. Like, 1 follower, made in June of 2025. Like, tell me you're an Aiden Sock account or an Aiden Minion Sock account without telling me.
So, jurors, I'm about to conclude my first set of the instructions to you, and we're going to hear the closing arguments of counsel next. This is an important part of the trial because it's the final opportunity that the lawyers have to address you. It's an opportunity for the lawyers to summarize the evidence, to call your attention to certain parts of the evidence that they regard as important.
Jaywalking.
And based on the evidence, to try to
There's nobody here named Kelsey.
reach a certain result.
I'm confused at this
However,
comment.
what you're about to hear is not evidence. Lawyers aren't witnesses. All of the evidence in this case has been presented to you through the testimony of the witnesses.
What does Kelsey Fitzsimmons have anything to do with anything right now? That's the question I have.
As to the exhibits, you'll have an opportunity to examine those in detail and consider them during your deliberations.
No reality, none.
Our rules are designed to ensure that the parties receive a fair trial.
He makes
They
fake
therefore
email
prohibit
accounts
the attorneys from making
all over the internet, all different places.
of arguments in an effort to persuade you to reach a certain result or to favor or discredit either party. For example,
I agree,
lawyers are
Sam.
not permitted to
They didn't have DNA
refer
back
to
then.
facts that are not in evidence in this case.
I mean, he tried to fraudulently
Based on your memory
gain
and
charges. That's
understanding of the
insane.
evidence,
Not the first
a
time he's done
lawyer
it,
does this.
the millionth time he's done it.
should disregard that comment.
I know, I
The
read
attorneys are not permitted to
something
express
earlier
their
and you missed
personal
it, but I'll go back to it.
in the credibility or lack of credibility of
Best
any
Christmas gift ever,
who testified.
GNX.
That determination is entirely for you to make. If a lawyer makes such a comment, you should disregard that comment. This case must be decided based solely on the basis of the admissible evidence and the law that I'm teaching to you. Attorneys are not permitted to persuade you for or against either party by appealing to human passions or prejudices. If a lawyer makes such a comment, you should disregard that comment. If you become conscious of any passion or prejudice as you consider the evidence and engage
don't
in
even
your
jaywalk.
deliberations, you must put these feelings aside and not permit them to influence your thinking. With that,
Well, he's the one who went to the
we'll turn
police
to the closing
multiple
arguments.
times,
As is the custom.
trying
Hear
to
first from the
gain
defense.
charges for
Attorney.
false witness intimidation. And then he cries when the consequences come back for him. If you try to file false charges on someone and make false police reports and lie to the cops, there can be consequences for that. That's called harassing someone with the court system. And also, filing a false report is a crime. He's done it numerous times, over and over and over. We went over this a few weeks ago with the Brian Walshe stuff, which Lana from Truth and Transparency just did. And people are like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I'm like, I've been talking about this for 2 years. I did that entire spiel just weeks ago.
We're making lie to police before they. Search for the unspeakable on the internet. Exposed body of the woman that you adore. Government suggests it was an affair. There's no proof of that. There's no proof that Brian Walshe knew anything about an affair between the woman he loved and William Benson. Money? Second reason that the government suggests, family money? Money that the family had worked together for years and continued to talk about in text messages and the sales of property, trying to protect the assets for the benefit of the whole family and the future of their 3 children. A motive? There's no evidence of that. Refusal to consider prison for a terrible mistake he made. The case that began in 2018. There's no proof of that he was afraid to go to prison. Who wants to go to prison? But prison was always on the table. And it was just something that he had to face up to, and something that he did. So, what would cause a loving husband and a loving father to do the things that you heard about in this case? Could it be something that was sudden, something that was unexpected, something that was unbelievable, something that only a medical examiner would understand, have knowledge of, but not a man like Brian Walshe? Something that is terrifying, something that defies logic when it happens. How do we know that Mr. Walshe was a loving father and a loving husband? We know from much of the testimony of Jim Mutlow. We know from simple testimony from Julie Basler from Kindergarten. When asked questions about her experience with Mr. Walshe and the children, that he would show up and he'd be interested and he'd be friendly, and he was always interested in the progress of his children. And how do we know he was a good father? Because Anna Walshe trusted him with their 3 children, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for all those times she was up in Washington, D.C. The unthinkable happens. It happens in a variety of ways. And the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that a homicide occurred, that a killing occurred. Nothing proves that beyond a reasonable doubt on the facts and circumstances and the evidence given to you. There's evidence that he lied to the police. There's evidence that he searched the internet. There's evidence that he disposed of a body. But there is no proof in all of the evidence that you have heard and been presented that he ever once thought about harming the woman he loved. That he ever thought about harming the woman he loved. That he ever planned to harm. That he ever intended to harm. So, when we talk about the evidence of the affair, when we talk about evidence of financial concerns, when we talk about evidence of being ready to go to prison, those are the motives that the Commonwealth needs to prove to you to support any notion that a loving husband and a loving father would kill his wife. And the evidence suggests there was no motive at all. And without a motive, without a reason that is based on facts and circumstances, logic and understanding, without that, you have a sudden and unexpected event that results in confusion, and panic, and fear. All of those things that are so troubling and horrific that you've heard evidence about, they may be argued that they show consciousness of guilt. But people do things, terrible things sometimes, not out of guilt, but out of fear, out of disbelief, out of confusion. Certainly, a loving father and a loving husband would feel guilty about what he did do. Not just about lying to the police, but what he did do in the context of what he did to the woman he loved. In a moment, in hours, and in days of confusion and disbelief and horror. But that feeling of guilt had nothing to do with her killing, because he never killed Anna Walshe. You will hear arguments that you've seen the evidence that might evoke emotion. Who wouldn't feel emotional in what you've heard, what you've seen? But your obligation, and I don't mean to sound like I'm lecturing you at all. Her Honor will instruct you on the law, and that is not my province, but you cannot base your verdict on sympathy for Anna Walshe. You can't base your verdict on anger to what Mr. Walshe did. You can't base your verdict on passion, based on the evidence that you've heard that is upsetting and terrifying and at times disgusting. But that's not what you can do as jurors in this case. At the beginning of this case, when you were sworn as jurors, you might not recall it, but the clerk of this court read you some words. To this indictment, the defendant pleads not guilty. He places himself before this country which you are, the obligation that you have accepted in this case is unlike perhaps any obligation that you've ever accepted in your life. Perhaps. That's for you to judge. But your obligation requires that without passion and without anger and without sympathy, that you assess the facts as troubling as they are, and at times as horrific as they are, and make your verdict rest on the evidence and nothing less and nothing more. Unbelievable, facts that don't make sense at times, something that is incongruent. An example of that is the end of Mr. Jim Mutlow's testimony, where for almost an hour, he talked beautifully about the love between these two people, that he talked glowingly about Mr. Walshe. And then toward the end of his examination, he wanted to say something about now he was thinking there might have been some kind of problem, and reflect upon the evidence that he gave of a phone call he had with Mr. Walshe on the 4th, when the conversation was confusing to Mr. Mutlow. Confusing where he kept asking what could have happened that would result in Anna Walshe leaving. The lie that Mr. Walshe was telling people out of fear that no one was going to believe him about what happened, so he lied. But consider the way that Mr. Mutlow had a terrible time trying to understand that. And why? Because he knew both of them. Because what he was thinking, why would Anna Walshe leave? They love each other. I know them both. It makes no sense. And that is what happens when something happens that is totally confusing. You just can't believe it. And you seek answers. You yearn for answers that make sense of something. And when something sudden and unexpected happens, something tragic, your ability to come to terms with it, when it's such a dynamic, such a tragedy, you change. You change. The evidence of the searches. The dark, troubling evidence of the searches. They began at 4:52 a.m. on January 1st of 2023. And the first one is, how do you dispose of a body? It causes chills. It causes disgust. Look at all of those searches. Think of how they evolved. Consider how they go from one subject to another in rapid fashion. Searches conducted by a man that is in disbelief, in confusion. 5 hours spending with his wife. on New Year's Eve, enjoying life, talking about the future. And then the sudden and unexpected tragedy happens, and it doesn't make sense. If Mr. Walshe began to make those searches with murder in his heart as a result of murder, then why isn't the first search how to dispose of a body after murder? Because that's the search that occurred 6 hours later. And when you see that word murder, no one would not react to that word. And certainly as jurors in this matter, you're expected to react in a way to that. What does that mean? Does that mean that he in fact murdered his wife? But think about it in context. In this case, on these facts, context matters. And so the first time the word murder is used in these horrific searches is 6 hours after they began. And I tried to ask Trooper Garino, one of the forensic specialists, as he called himself, associated with the Mass State Police. I tried to ask him, well, it's only logical, isn't it, that if you don't get results, you change the wording. We all know that from our own common experience. And you look at those searches that came and went during this time, and the results had to do with funeral parlors and cemeteries and things like that. But Mr. Walshe, given the tragedy that occurred to his wife, and given the time that had passed and his fear and disbelief, he couldn't call a funeral parlor. You need to try to understand, what can I do?
Call 911? Come on, bro. So you really expect people to believe this bullshit? Come on.
Dismemberment. And there's searches like that. You've heard about them. You'll read about them. And then you see searches that cover days. And there's searches about cleaning. And there's searches about how to clean up. You'll read them. And even though they don't talk about murder, they are equally upsetting, because you're thinking, as jurors in this case, he's thinking about cleaning up the basement. He's thinking about how you clean a concrete floor. Context. 1,034 pages of digital data, 3,667 records taken from his MacBook. Not one record, not one page
Exactly, short stack.
refers to any plan. Not one record, not one page refers to any intent to kill. Nothing.
Sometimes, not all the time.
So keep it in.
That's not us. That's them. Thank God. I haven't buffered since they came out and fixed it. Hello? Law and Crime? Hi, how you doing? Yep. Can we get some okie dokes then? Let's back out for a second and see if it's doing that everywhere. Back out and go back in. See if that'll help. Or if it's still, nope, it's still doing it. All right, we're gonna hop over to a different channel here. Hold on. Oh, we got it back. Got it back.
I suggest to you respectfully,
That wasn't us. That was them.
you are the jurors. What is the evidence of premeditation?
Sorry, I was writing a tweet, guys. I wasn't ignoring you guys. I promise. I was
There's evidence of a
tweeting.
knife.
I was tweeting.
There's evidence of a knife that is seen in a kitchen cabinet. Did I please have exhibit 201? And next exhibit 202. And finally, Exhibit 203. The knife. It was above a refrigerator.
While he's talking, there are
It was
ways
in
to
plain
support the
view.
channel. Like button is a good one.
Had no visual red blood stain.
TGIF, it's
And
Friday.
The government wants you to think about this knife.
Get
Think
those
about it.
truth
Don't
bomb
ignore it.
donations in.
Do not refuse to consider it. Of course you will, but think about it. In a cabinet above a refrigerator. And they first test it with some screening test. It doesn't prove that it has even blood on it. And they take it, and they should. And then, what happens is everybody loses interest with the knife. Everybody, the Mass State Police, the crime lab. There's no further testing of this knife. And ask yourself, if that knife is to be considered a weapon used, then why is it in that cabinet? You have heard evidence of bags and bags being thrown in dumpsters over a period of days. The government wants you to think that Mr. Walshe killed his wife and perhaps used this knife. Then why was it sitting in a cabinet days later in open view for the police? What logic is that? And there is no proof that it had one piece of biological evidence on it tied to any killing or any harm. And they simply lost interest in it. You can take it down now. Digital data, talked about that briefly, but there is nothing in that data, all of that data. And we're talking about text messages. We're talking about backbook searches. We're talking about the life that's embodied in computers that this day and age we know apparently keep track of everything we do and to some extent everything we think about. Because that's how the government is using that data. They ask you to look at certain things and indicate and try to argue that, oh, this is what he was thinking. So look at it and judge for yourself. What's in this data that demonstrates premeditation or intent to kill or intent to harm? You have heard and seen much physical evidence. You've seen pictures of gray slippers with blood on them. You've seen pictures of all kinds of physical evidence. And if the argument is made by the government, something about a dark gray slipper with blood on it indicates that a murder happened because, listen to the argument, of course you will. But a theory, an opinion, does not make it true. And to suggest something like, the evidence shows that Mr. Walshe went and bought a Tyvek suit, and maybe there's just not enough blood on the Tyvek suit to satisfy the Commonwealth, and so they suggest that some killing happened, and that's why there's so much blood on that slipper and those slippers and all that other evidence. But ask yourself, what do I know about that evidence now from what we heard? Every piece of evidence was put into a bag, but then was put into a compactor eventually and was pressed together and then found. And you will see all of this evidence of when they pulled it out of dumpsters and unloaded the bags, and they first put it on damp ground without any paper below it, without any tarp below it. And you heard from no less than 3 witnesses. Mr. Gould from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, Mr. Sheehan from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, and Ms. Celine from the DNA unit. They all consistently said cross-contamination or transfer. They use different terms, but they all agree. So the evidence The physical aspect of the evidence, the thing you see in the photographs, the thing you see now, if you open up one of the bags and take things out, is not representative, or may not be representative of how it looked before. And you must consider that. So when the government makes an argument based on the state of the physical evidence as it appears now, ask yourself, maybe that makes sense, but maybe there's another way of thinking about it. And why is that important to your deliberations? Because you are allowed to rely on what's called circumstantial evidence. You're allowed to rely on inferences. And Her Honor will instruct you on that. I will not. But whatever reason and basis you have for making your choice and determining your decision must be reasonable. And if you, as jurors, talking amongst yourselves, find that some of your fellow jurors say, well, I think maybe it means this, and I believe this, and your other jurors, fellow jurors, say, I think this, and I believe this, you'll all consider it. But if you don't agree, then you have to ask yourself, is that inference reasonable? Is that circumstantial evidence built upon inference? Is that reasonable? And can I use that? And should I use that to try to reach a verdict under a standard of reasonable doubt or moral certainty? What is the evidence that something violent happened in this house? I went through every room as best I could with Mr. Sheehan. There was nothing found in the upstairs bedroom. There was nothing found in the sinks and basins, showers of multiple bathrooms. Nothing found, meaning biological evidence that might indicate something violent occurred. There was nothing found in the kitchen other than a knife that they lost interest in. There was nothing found in the living room that had padding around the fireplace to protect the children from falling. There was nothing in that bedroom where Anna Walshe, Brian Walshe, as adults, enjoyed their life together and had spent their life together, perhaps every night, before she moved to D.C. to take that job. How do we know that? We know that because the photographs show there was nothing there. Even what was characterized as red-brown stains on curtains in the bedroom turned out not to be blood at all. We know that because trained examiners from the Mass State Police examined probably every square inch of that house. We know that because we saw photographs in her testimony about floor that was dug up based on their experience and training. That biological evidence, like blood, can fall between the cracks of flooring and reside on the subfloor. And so they tore the floor up, and you saw those photographs, and you'll have them. And nothing was found. Nothing at all. I asked Mr. Sheehan about blood spatter, and he forthrightly and honestly said, I'm not a blood spatter expert, but he explained it sufficiently to you. Someone wielding a knife or a weapon and causes blood to let out of a body, and you look for blood that has spattered with directionality. Nothing. Nothing in the bedroom, nothing in the living room, nothing in the bathrooms. No evidence that blood drained down the drains. Could I have exhibit 217, please?
Morning, Marianne.
That test that I asked Mr. Sheehan about, the Serotek Hem test, that checks for hemoglobin, for blood, that test, he agreed, can detect blood at the sensitivity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. 20 nanograms. A nanogram, as he agreed, 1/1000th of a gram. Think of how minuscule that is. And they used that all over the house. And so the government elicited questions and answers from many of their state police, the 10 or 20. They didn't call everybody. That's up to them. But apparently there was no need to, because 10 people or more, as Mr. Sheehan had described to you, he was estimating. He was trying to be as honest as he could and credible, and he was. 10 people pouring over that house all day on January 8th. 10 more people or more pouring over that house on January 9th with their tools and their experience, and they don't find anything except multiple bloodstains where? In the basement. In the basement. On the concrete floor. Ask yourself, when you heard testimony that Mr. Walshe attempted to clean, and so therefore they couldn't find evidence in the other parts of the house because he cleaned it. Well, ask yourself, wait a minute. Is that logical to suggest that he cleaned the bedroom up so well nobody could find a thing? He cleaned the living room up where the rug may have been, and they couldn't find anything. Well, then you see those searches where he searches specifically for how to clean concrete. So you might infer, and it might be a reasonable inference, that he attempted to clean that concrete floor. And yet, what was found on the concrete floor? Multiple red-brown stains that turned out to be blood, and in some instances, we can all agree, based on the testimony of Ms. Salim, the profile of those blood drops matched the profile of Anna Walshe. So to suggest that Mr. Walshe did everything he could to clean the basement concrete floor with hydrogen peroxide and mops and cleaning fluids, only to have blood found on the floor, defies a reasonable inference that he was able to clean any part of that house sufficiently to avoid detection. And why is that important? Because nothing violent happened in that house, and that's why there is no biological or blood evidence anywhere in that house. The act of trying to hide the body of his wife and the blood evidence that is seen on that carpet. That's what happened. There's no blood in the living room. The inference might be that the carpet was taken downstairs. Because you can look at those pictures. You can look at the physical pieces of carpet. And sure. If there is no evidence of any killing that happened, and there's no evidence that anything was done before Mrs. Walshe died, And there's no evidence of premeditation or anything. There is evidence of lying and disposing of the body. You can take that one. So now we look at the evidence, and I'm just going to characterize it. Some of the evidence that the Commonwealth has presented to you, and there is no question that their obligation is to present to you evidence. But I just ask you to think about, in some cases, how that evidence was presented to you. And I'm going to use a phrase that may or may not be entirely accurate, but it's cherry picking. It's looking at thousands of points of data and asking you to think about it, but not telling you why you should think about it. And what am I talking about specifically? And I'll give you some examples. We already talked about the hole in the ceiling, but let's talk about it a minute. They kept talking to you about that hole in the bedroom ceiling as if it was of some significance. And yet you recall the testimony of Mr. Sheehan. I didn't see anything significant about it. It looked like somebody might have fallen through the ceiling. And there's nothing significant about the pieces that Mr. Walshe had stored in the cabinet in that same bedroom. I asked Mr. Sheehan about that. I didn't see anything significant about that. Yet you kept being given that evidence. And then as the evidence developed, for some reason, there's Mr. Murphy. And it came out in evidence that Mr. Murphy had in fact contacted Mr. Walshe because there was a promotion going on. It wasn't that Mr. Walshe said, hey, come and fix this hole, this suspicious hole. No, he was contacted. And he didn't respond right away, but then he did. And for some reason, they keep insisting that that hole is of some significance, but they don't tell you why. They just give it to you. They do the same thing with the searches. Remember when Trooper Keefe was sitting right here and he's asked to look through those thousands of, 250 pages of the search history from the iPhone Mini 13, the phone that belonged to Mr. Walshe, and he's asked to look at it and says, do you see searches there to go to the MGM? Yes, I do. Nothing else. No explanation why that is significant, why it's important to try to determine if a man committed premeditated murder. You're just throwing that pieces of evidence. Why? Why were you given? Why was Trooper Keefe asked to tell you about a song, a partial song title? And when you go over that evidence, look through there if you choose to, and I will encourage you to do that. And you see song after song and movie title after movie title. Why is it that the government throws that at you and says, think about this? For what reason? And then they present to you through Trooper Garino something about a porn movie. I'll just take this opportunity right now to apologize to each and every one of you for some of the questions I asked. But it just didn't make sense that you would take that type of evidence and suggest that it has anything to do with determining whether someone committed deliberate, premeditated murder because there's a word in the title of a movie. And that's what I'm talking about, the quality of some of the evidence here thrown at you as if it means something, that it's significant, and yet here you are being asked to determine if someone, Mr. Walshe, committed premeditated murder with a specific intent to kill the woman he loved. When we talk about premeditated murder, we talk about planning, you have to ask yourself, did I hear evidence of the conduct of a man who premeditated, a man that had thought about a killing, a man that had planned. I mean, think about what you heard. And we're not going to repeat all those things I've already said, but I want you to focus on one other piece of evidence. I asked Detective Schmidt, when you went down to the basement on January 4th, you saw some bags down in the basement. Yes, I did. What did you think was in those bags? I thought they were pieces of rug. My goodness. What does that tell you about the thinking process and the sloppiness and the lack of any planning or careful thought that you would expect out of someone who had planned a murder? And then he lets a police officer walk down in the basement, and the police officer, based on his training and experience, uses, I think he said, his boot, and he felt it, and he said, felt like pieces of rug to me. Rug that is in evidence that has blood. Think about all of that when you're thinking about it. Did this man, Mr. Walshe, did he plan anything? No. Did he intend to kill anybody? No. Did he kill Anna Walshe? No. The evidence does not support a finding of premeditated murder with specific intent to kill based on the evidence, not based on sympathy, based on the evidence. What's some other evidence that is troubling? Mr. Walshe is talking to the police, and he says, I messenger. When asked about, and we was trying to explain it, things will come up on my phone that I thought were for me, but then it turns out they were for Anna. And so the government seizes upon that evidence and suggests that there's evidence that Mr. Walshe had seen text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow. And those text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow, some text messages are placed into evidence, and I'm sure you'll look at them. And why would the government want you to believe that Mr. Walshe saw those text messages? Because some of the entries in those text messages are very upsetting. They may very well enrage a husband to read about what was going on in those text messages. So you'll look at them. But ask yourself, as you look at them, and perhaps as you think, I could see that might upset, that might put somebody in a rage. Problem is, there is absolutely no evidence that Mr. Walshe ever saw any text message, because he was trying to say, I messenger. And now you know from the testimony of Trooper Keefe, there's no such thing as I messenger. We're talking about Facebook Messenger. But the important thing is, there is no evidence in all of the digital data that you have before you, in all the digital data that they examined, that Mr. Walshe ever saw anything going on between his wife and William Fastow. And when you look at those text messages, and you might have some question about it, and if the government stands up and says, well, he saw those because he told them that he was seeing iMessenger, which doesn't exist, then ask yourself, why is it then that on New Year's Eve, Anna Walshe is taking all these photographs? It's festive. It's a lovely situation. And she says, in the presence of Brian Walshe, as she and Jim Mutlow were taking photographs, hey, why don't we send a photograph to Will Fastow? And was there any evidence that he reacted, Mr. Walshe? No. And when asked by Attorney Porges, well, so what happened next? And Mr. Mutlow really took efforts to remember, and then he said, oh yeah, that happened right before the young boy woke up and came downstairs, and that was around 10:30. So if you just think about that, then the festive and jovial celebration continued for another 2 hours. There is no evidence that he reacted. Mr. Walsh reacted to them sending a photo. Why? Because he knew his wife had a crush on Will Fastow, and it didn't even make him jealous. And how do we know that? Because she told her friend, Alyssa Kirby. And Alyssa Kirby was asked, and she said, you know, Anna told me that he didn't get jealous. He's not the jealous type. In fact, I wish he was more jealous. Please consider that in the context of this notion that the motive for a killing that did not occur, but the Commonwealth's theory of a motive is anger over an affair. There's no evidence of that. Dr. Atkinson told you. Dr. Atkinson described to you the phenomenon of sudden unexpected death. It happens. Just because it's rare, and just because the government will undoubtedly argue that that is nonsense, listen to their argument. But Dr. Atkinson made it clear it happens. It happens in young and old, male and female. It happens unexpectedly. In fact, it happens with people who have never manifested any problem before. It happens in athletes. And how do we know that it's not absurd, even though it might be rare? How do we know it is an important aspect of what happens to people? Because the laws of this state mandate that the office, the chief medical examiner, get information from doctors, police officers, nurses, when there is a sudden death, when someone is otherwise healthy. They're mandated to investigate that. So there is a statute that Dr. Atkinson told you a little bit about on cross-examination. So ask yourself, is it as unlikely? Is it bizarre? Because Anna Walshe worked out. Yes, she had been sick before. She had been with Alyssa Kirby in the days leading up to this, and Alyssa Kirby wound up having the flu. But that's not what really is at issue here. Sudden and unexpected death may occur because someone is ill. All we know is that it happens. And the fact that someone doesn't believe it could happen doesn't mean that it doesn't. Importantly, though, think about the shock of it happening. Think about the effect it would have on anyone. A lay person that has no idea it could happen. You're down celebrating with your wife and your friend, and then the tragedy happens. And you panic because you can't believe it. You don't understand it. And you don't think anybody's going to believe it. Context. I walked Trooper Keith through all of that information, something that he had not done yet. And so what did you hear? We went methodically. Sometimes, I'm sure for some of you, it was a little painful. It took a little while. But we went through hour by hour, day by day, that basically was the life and the experience that Anna Walshe and her husband, Brian Walshe, were going through in just the days leading up to January 1st of 2023. And what do you see? And you'll have that evidence. You won't have it compiled in the way that I presented it to you, because Trooper Keith never saw fit to assemble it in a way where you could really see what was going on. But what do you see, and what did you learn from the evidence? Two people communicating by phone and by text, talking about sales of property, talking about investments, talking about the future, talking about reinvesting, talking about buying new property in DC, talking about all of that, and it's all in the text. Joking when Anna Walshe was ill and stayed home and told her husband that in the text. And then they joke about it. I'll get you a plunger. And she responds, it's right there on the text. Joking back and forth in the days leading up to New Year's Eve. I'll tell you what, I'll buy the plunger you buy me a Porsche. And then you see him shopping for a Porsche for the woman that he loved. How does it go from, I'm going to find you the Porsche you want, that speaks once again to the financial issues that were non-existent? How does it go from that to someone who is purportedly premeditating and intending to kill his wife? And those texts lead right up until she arrives by plane in Cohasset to celebrate. So, context. Once again, divorce? About 11 minutes of talking about divorce and searching about divorce in 7 days of phone calls. And how did that divorce search come up? It came up in the context of protecting the family assets because they just sold the house in Revere that Jim Mutlow told you about. And they're trying to protect it. And the thought is to roll it over in a 1053C. And Mr. Mutlow explained that to you. Planning for the future. That is the relationship between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe in the days leading up to January 1st. So now we have come to just the evidence that, once again, just explains their relationship. Not supposition. Not trying to make up what they said to each other. You have that in their text. You have that. Then we get to New Year's Eve. We get to a festive event, jovial, laughter, love, described in various terms, various ways, not for 30 minutes, not for 1 hour, but for 5 or 6 hours. Laughter, talking about the future. Jim Mutlow described it for you. Brian Walshe cooking, standing across from the island, feeding both of them, talking, laughing. You see in the testimony that, yes, there was an affair. He didn't know it. He loved his wife. He treated his wife like the wife he loved, the mother of his children, until the sudden, unexpected event happened. Imagine you are so in love. You support your wife to get a job in D.C. You're going to take care of the kids because, one, you love your children, but you want to take care of them. You want to share property and protect the assets, so everything goes into her name to protect it because he has this federal case. So let's protect our financials for the future. And then you hear the testimony of Alyssa Kirby. Yes, she was upset. There's no doubt Anna Walshe was upset. What exactly she was upset about? Maybe things weren't going really well in the affair she was having. Or maybe she was, in fact, stressed out. Who wouldn't be? They were living apart. She wasn't seeing her children. Now, maybe, it's up to her. Anna Walshe was a wonderful person and a wonderful mother. And that's why he loved her so much. But she had another life, and she went to Dublin, and that's another piece of evidence. They want to suggest to you he knows something about Dublin. Where is the evidence of that? None. And you hear Alyssa Kirby choked up with tears, sobbing on the stand, but nonetheless recalling a conversation she had on 12/29, 3 days before January 1st. What does Anna tell her? Well, I don't know if I love him as much as I used to. Those are her words. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the gist of it. But I want him to take responsibility. Why? Not so she could kick him out, not so she could leave him, so they could reunite as a family. That was what Anna Walshe was talking about. That's what she was thinking, even though she was stressed. even though she was upset. And things like that happen in families, but families make it through. And that's what she was expressing. That's what she was expressing to her best friend, Alyssa. Kurt. Could I have exhibit 169, please? We are now at the end of the New Year's Eve party, and they sign the champagne bottle. And we were talking about the feelings and the emotions and the state of mind of Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, and looking towards the future. And this is on January 1st. This is on the day that the tragedy happened. Can you find it? I'm sorry, 169. Oh, I apologize. My fault. I'm sorry. Exhibit 257. And that's the champagne box that was signed. And what are the words? What a year. And yet we are still here and together. Let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion. Those are the words of Anna Walshe talking to her husband. Look what she says. What a year, and yet we are still here. What does that tell you? Yes, they had been through a lot. She missed her children. What mother wouldn't? But they were working toward the future. And one final thing about the state of mind of Brian Walshe at this period of time. He made reservations for a New Year's Day dinner so he could be alone with his wife. And the evidence of that is in these records. And I'm not going to have it called up. I'll just tell you. Exhibit 79, page 186, record 682. That's the data. He's researching where to take her out. And you'll see a reference to Nightingale, a restaurant that I asked Trooper Keith about. A restaurant that's right on the line of Marblehead and Lynn. Exhibit 59, at 1227, those records indicate that Mr. Walshe credit card used to reserve dinner for $573.76. So him and Anna could spend New Year's Day celebrating. And exhibit 170, a text from Nightshade Restaurant itself acknowledging the reservation. And those were the plans that he made. And the government will suggest that's some kind of evidence of premeditation. Well, it's not any evidence of anything but love. And I'll just tell you, when you look at that evidence, you'll see that that email exchange was deleted. It's right there in the evidence. And then you heard the federal probation officer saying he wouldn't be allowed to go there. He'd have to get permission. So yes, did Mr. Walshe lie to his probation officer for what reason? So he could take his wife out for a New Year's dinner, and that evidence, and the evidence that you saw in that champagne box, is what their life was right at the moment before the tragedy happened. That is the evidence. I'm sorry I talked for so long. I apologize. Mr. Walshe loved Anna Walshe, the mother of his.
He keeps doing this whole, I apologize, to try to get the
evidence that he deliberately
sympathy
the murder. There's no
of the
evidence
jury.
that he ever intended to kill Anna Walshe.
Like, come on,
None
buddy.
whatsoever.
Very transparent.
Mr.
I'm
Walshe-
sorry. He loved his wife. He just cut her up in pieces and disposed of her body instead of calling 911. So he didn't kill her. You know, he just threw her out like trash instead because he loved her so much.
Yes, why don't you take a moment to stand up?
Like, come on, man. Zero. That's how many. Zero. None.
Everyone good?
0. I mean, if you are a reporter and a quote journalist and you want to cover a case, it's not sufficient to just sit in on the closings and act like you're covering the case. The closings are the opinions of the lawyers. It's not evidence
Closing
at all.
argument of the Commonwealth. ADA, yes.
Literally to pieces. Like, come on now. Ridiculous. Oh, is this the lady who's going to do the closings? She's spunky. I like her. Like her glasses. Not bold enough to wear glasses that thick like that. I mean, I have glasses, but I
You may
don't tend
proceed.
to wear them because I hate the way they look on my face. So I prefer the contacts.
Anna Walshe is dead. Anna Walshe is dead because he murdered her. And he intended her death. Anna Walshe is not missing. She never walked out of her class at home on January 1st of 2023 between 6 and 7 a.m. to take an Uber to Logan Airport. She wasn't going to DC for a work emergency. There was no emergency. She didn't say goodbye to her son. That's just a story that the defendant told people. But since January 1st, Anna Walshe has not been seen by her friends,
Yeah, I need her to speak up.
co-workers, or by the people who loved her. Anna didn't take an Uber.
I have
She
headphones
didn't
in.
take a Lyft. She hasn't used her phone. Her phone's had no contact with the Verizon network since January 2nd, 2023.
Snap
But it
and
was in
bend.
the vicinity of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. She hasn't used her bank accounts, her passports, her credit cards, her email. She didn't vanish.
Morning, Rachel.
The defendant was the only adult at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway after Jim Lulu left around 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. After he left, Anna was home alone with the defendant and their 3 sons, ages 2, 4, and 6. This defendant caused Anna's death, and the evidence does show you that. The evidence shows you that Anna didn't die of natural causes, but that Anna died a violent death in her Cohasset home on January 1st. You have the photos of those pieces of rug recovered from the dumpster at the defendant's mother's complex. The rug that had been in the living room. You have the photo of Anna in the living room on top of the rug. The photo shows that there are wood floors in that room. There's blood on that rug. The rug was recovered from the compactor outside of the defendant's mother's apartment and taken to the office of the chief medical examiner for examination. And Dr. Atkinson found a blood clot and a piece of Anna's Gucci necklace embedded in one of the cut up pieces of rug. So look at the piece of metal stamped Gucci. It didn't break on its own. The rest of the necklace is missing. This is the necklace that Will Faxall said that Anna often wore. Look at the slippers from the dumpster. The 2 pairs of adult slippers. The dark gray slippers have hair and blood clumped to the bottom. And the DNA testing tells you that the slippers had the DNA of Anna Walshe and the DNA of the defendant. Then there's the bathrobe. And there are 2 bloody white towels. A towel was tested and had Anna's DNA. Why did the defendant throw those items out? Because they had Anna's blood on them.
Morning, Sharon.
And the evidence shows you this. Because the defendant was researching cleaning. How to clean blood from what floors? Does dishwasher clean blood? Is it possible to clean DNA off knife?
I agree. That one's definitely suspicious.
The defendant still had a cut on his thumb on January 9th, 2023. And on January 1st, before he even went to Lowe's to buy any cutting instruments, an initial stop that he made when he left his house was to go to Walgreens to buy antibiotic ointment and Band-Aids. Then he went to Vin and Liquors, where the manager identified the defendant, and the defendant threw a bag into the dumpster. Store is closed. The parking lot is empty. He's not yet gone to Lowe's. On January 2nd of 2023, the defendant went to Home Goods because he had to buy a new rug for that living room to cover the hardwood floor. He did this days before the forensic scientists got to the house and knew that the rug had been changed. Anna Walshe dying a sudden death from natural causes defies common sense. She was in great shape. The defendant told police that Anna was a sturdy Serbian woman. Listen carefully to his reported interviews, because those are his words after her death, after he killed her. Mark Salvaggi told you that Anna had the highest health rating from the life insurance company. Anna had to complete an interview, have blood drawn, provide her medical records, and the life insurance company and the underwriters gave her this health rating. Anna was an active person who took care of her health. Ashley Semino, her bar instructor, told you about this exercise class that she took the morning of December 31st, 2022. And Anna was the type of person, she said, who made others want to work harder in their exercise class. Will Fastel told you that Anna was very active. They did yoga together. Sergeant Amy Waterman described Anna's home gym in BC. And Dr. Atkinson told you about the different ways a person can die, and that it's extremely rare for a 39-year-old in good health to suddenly die of unknown causes. But without a body, it's not possible for the medical examiner to tell you the exact cause of Anna Walshe's death. No autopsy can be done. The defendant deliberately got rid of Anna Walshe's body. The defendant did not want anyone to find Anna's body and to know how she died. So the defendant bought cutting tools at Lowe's and Home Depot, and he cut up Anna's body, the woman that he claimed to love, and he threw her into dumpsters. He was hiding her body. The defendant intended to kill Anna Walshe. He didn't just want her dead, he needed her dead. This was a marriage in crisis, and it was heading towards a breaking point. It began with the defendant's federal case And through the defendant's interview and his federal probation officer, you learn that the defendant was on home confinement. He was going to have to pay over $400,000 in restitution, and the case had been pending since 2018. You also learned that the defendant had no assets. He told Jamulu that he only made $50,000 to $60,000 that year, but he had told the police that he had businesses that were not making any money at all yet. Peter Capozzoli told you that the defendant's mother had signed the lease for the Cohasset home, and it was his mother that was paying his rent. Meanwhile, Anna was beginning to thrive. The marriage was beginning to deteriorate. Anna had her dream job. She had risen to become an executive at Tishman Speyer, and she was making close to $300,000 a year. She earned a bonus. And Teresa Marchese said that Anna was a good employee. And the defendant knew this. He bragged of her bonus and salary. She bought a townhouse, and she furnished that townhouse for her family, and she set up bedrooms for each of her 3 boys. But the reality was, the family couldn't join her because the defendant needed the children with him. Being the primary caregiver allowed him to avoid prison. The separation of the defendant and Anna was taking a toll. Anna wanted the children with her, and Anna began a relationship with Will Fastow, which became more serious. The defendant and Anna were growing apart emotionally and physically. Anna struggled not having her children and not being able to be the mother that she wanted to be. This got worse when Anna took the trip to Serbia to take care of her sick mother. Anna and Will Fastow spent the Thanksgiving holiday first in Dublin before Anna went to Serbia. And Anna bought her plane ticket with the credit card that the defendant monitored. And the defendant told police that he monitored their joint Chase Freedom credit card statement. The MacBook history also shows the defendant looking at the Chase account. The defendant knew about Anna's travel because in a recorded interview, he told the police that she had a layover in Frankfurt, and that connection in Frankfurt is on the same credit card statement. And you can see that, it's right in front of you. The defendant was angry about Anna missing Thanksgiving, and he mentioned it repeatedly when he spoke to investigators.
I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then I realized it was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too, and it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys, I was always dealing with the boys.
Anna returned from Serbia in December, but she only spent 1 day in Cohasset. And she was supposed to come home for Christmas morning, but she missed her early flight, and she couldn't get a flight, and then she had to drive up. The defendant told police there was an argument.
I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve, so I wasn't going to make the same mistake 3 times.
So what did the defendant do on Christmas Day when his wife wasn't home? He looked up Will Fastow on his cell phone. The man his wife had just spent the night with. The defendant was losing Anna. Anna was missing her children and wanted to keep them. Anna quickly returned to DC, and on December 27th, the defendant was looking up the best strategies to divorce for a man and the DC divorce laws. This was not to protect assets. That wasn't the search. The defendant told the police that everything was in Anna's name. The defendant had nothing without Anna and the kids. And on December 29th, Anna spoke with Jem Rugu and told him that she was upset about the travel, upset being separated from the children, upset about the defendant's federal case. It was ongoing. It's getting to be too much. On December 29th, Anna went out with Alyssa Curry, and she broke down. This strong Serbian woman who was supposed to be having a fun night out with a girlfriend, going to dance karaoke, instead broke down. Anna told Alyssa that she had told the defendant that he needed to take responsibility for the federal case, go to prison. She wanted the children with her in DC, and she and the defendant had not been intimate close to a year. In Anna's mind, the marriage was broken. Anna even questioned if she could just take the children because she had already established a separate household. She said that she was falling out of love with the defendant. And at home in Cohasset, what was the defendant doing? He was looking up the Mazda building and the FBI raid on the Crossing building, looking up something that had happened in the spring of 2022 when Anna first started working for Tishman Speyer. Interestingly, this was when the defendant brought up something he brought up in his interviews when he lied about Anna having to leave early for a work emergency. This thing, the work emergency. The defendant was going to lose Anna, and when he lost Anna, he would probably lose his freedom. Anna would have a house in DC and a nice job, and he would likely go to jail. So the defendant pretended. He lulled Anna into thinking that everything was okay. He joked with her about a Porsche. He didn't want her to realize that he was aware of the relationship with Will or her ability to leave him. He wasn't going to let Anna know that she wasn't safe. On December 31st of 2022, the defendant claimed that he could not find his phone. Why is that important? The mislaid phone allowed the defendant to be unavailable for 2 days. The mislaid phone allowed him to carry out his plan uninterrupted. And the mislaid phone allowed him to show the police when he eventually reports Anna as a missing person and not have the police question why he didn't contact Anna earlier. The evidence shows that the defendant was methodical. Just look at how he shopped at Lowe's with a list. He planned it with precision. So Jem Lulu came over for dinner on New Year's Eve, and the defendant told Jem that his phone was lost and it was free. Anna was texting throughout the night, including with Will Fastow. This is now the third holiday where Anna was concentrating on the other man in her life. When Jem left, Anna was alone. She was with the defendant, the man she was cheating on, the man she was telling to take responsibility for his actions, and the man who had her children. The defendant murdered Anna that morning in their Cohasset home. And this is what the internet history shows. His internet history, written words. He was looking at best way to dispose of a body. Better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. Crime scene. can you be charged with murder without a body? Anna was dead. The defendant killed her, and he began researching how to get her money, how to inherit, how to get away with a crime. And he might have gotten away with it, but he didn't know that his MacBook was syncing with his son's iPad, the same Apple ID. His demeanor changed during the interview on January 8th when the police mentioned the searches on the iPad. Not because the iPad involved his children. He had already involved the children in his lives, but because he knew he was caught. We know he had already involved the 6-year-old when he had the 6-year-old say that he saw his mother when she left the house on the morning of January 1st. The son could not have seen Anna leave the house. The defendant had already killed her. Listen to the recorded interviews. During the January 5th interview, the defendant spoke about what his son supposedly had seen. And the defendant involved the 4-year-old by saying that the 4-year-old hid the defendant's iPhone 13 mini. So, the defendant's phone made a reservation at Nightshade Noodle Bar for New Year's Day, after the defendant told Anna that they were going to have a special party. This is ironic because the defendant was very clear with police on January 7th that he and Anna had no plans for New Year's Day, and the defendant also knew that he would be violating the terms of his federal probation by going to a restaurant on New Year's Day. But let's look closely at Exhibit 170 about the Nightshade Noodle reservation, which was on the defendant's iPhone Mini 13, which the defense just said was deleted. And if you look on page 2, on the bottom of one of the bubbles, you will see that the message was deleted on January 1st at 7:59 and 5 seconds a.m. This happens to be one of the times that the iPhone Mini 13 was unlocked when it was supposed to be missing. The forensics show that the defendant's phone was unlocked 4 times and it was plugged in on January 1st. You heard testimony that the phone had a password of 197512. And in the January 4th recorded interview, you hear the oldest child needed help with his iPad password, which was 121212. The children didn't unlock the defendant's phone. The defendant blamed his misplaced phone on one of his children when he said that the children hid it. But it makes no sense that a 4-year-old somehow unlocked the defendant's phone and deleted that text reminder. Listen to the defendant's recorded interview. The deletion is made when the defendant is supposedly making French toast and playing with the kids. The defendant had access to his phone. Context. The defendant also had access to 2 other phones when his phone was supposedly lost. He had Anna's phone and he had the iPhone SE. And in the recorded interviews, the defendant told police that on New Year's Eve, Anna had an argument with a friend, and as a result, Anna put her phone upstairs in his bedroom.
You said she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, let's say it's 10 or 15, and then she, I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was Thomas came down at one point and hung out with you?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed at, he went to bed and then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Will Fasto. So that was when, that's when the photo was taken about. So just maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on her bedstand.
That's not what Jem said. Jem said that Anna was using her phone all night. Melissa Kirby texted with Anna. The defendant was telling investigators a story about Anna's phone. How else do we know that the defendant intended to kill Anna and had a plan for doing so? Look at his internet history. Look at what he did. The defendant set up an area in his basement where he surrounded it with plastic sheeting, wore a tie-back suit, and dismembered his wife, the love of his life. Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body. Then, the defendant got rid of Anna's body. He got rid of her belongings. He got rid of her clothes and bag that he told police that she had, that she supposedly left on January 1st. He threw her in the garbage bags, tossed those garbage bags in different dumpsters, disposing of her body in the trash. Chatham West apartment rental, the Claremont apartment rental. And police confirmed this with the location data from the SE phone and the iPhone 13 mini. The evidence shows that the defendant did this to hide the fact that he murdered Anna. He could not let Anna's body be found because Anna didn't die of natural causes. The defendant murdered Anna, and then he had to hide the evidence of his crime. In his mindset, look at his internet history. Want to get away with murder? Use a special detergent. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Best way to dispose of body parts after murder. When you deliberate, look through the binder of the MacBook internet history. There are no searches of natural causes of death, sudden death, heart attack, aneurysm, stroke, or how to help your children when someone dies unexpectedly or goes missing. The defendant was not sad. Look at his demeanor in the surveillance videos. He's cool and calculating. He's calm. He had a plan. On January 1st, he went to the Lowe's store an hour away, even though there were hardware stores approximately a mile from his house. And when he was in Lowe's on January 1st, he wore a mask and he wore gloves and he had a list of what he was shopping for. He was calm as he helped bag the purchases. A hacksaw, buckets. He used cash. Does this show confusion, panic, or fear? But he doesn't stop there. He went to CVS to buy hydrogen peroxide, and then he went to Stop and Shop to buy ammonia. No wonder the house was so clean. And on Monday, January 2nd, he went to Home Goods for rugs and candles. And then he went to Home Depot, where he had bought buckets with lids this time, baking soda, and a hatchet. And at some point that day, he got a call from his probation officer, and he lied, and he said that he was picking up his children. He was able to calmly speak with her. No panic. He had everything now that he needed to dismember the woman that he supposedly loved. And he started to take her body and to throw it into dumpsters, because he had to cover up the crime to get rid of the evidence of the murder. This was not a man in crisis. This was a man who on January 4th went to TJ Maxx to buy pants with the store exchange card. He was calm. But Alyssa Kirby texted him on January 4th asking about Anna. And so he called Tishman's fire a few minutes later and started to pretend to look for her. He called Will Fastel, but he didn't leave a message. He called back later, and then he calmly left a voicemail. No panic. The defendant knew where Anna was. The defendant even texted Anna's sister in Canada and said that she was missing. He was methodical. Look at the text messages. And at 4:30 p.m. on January 4th, the defendant went to Lowe's to buy a trash can. Comfortable, not compact. The police were coming to the house and to talk about Anna. And the defendant had the house ready. The police think his wife is in D.C. He had his phone ready, and he sent text messages to Anna, even though he knew she would never see him. Despite everything that he had done, on January 2nd, the defendant wrote a text message to Anna. I still love you. Ha ha. His Jim. The defendant prevented anyone from ever finding Anna's body. There was no autopsy. Dr. Atkinson told you that the medical examiner can't do an autopsy without a body. And all that remains of Anna are a few hairs, some blood, and a few things that belong to her. A part of a necklace she often wore, her hunter boots, a black jacket, a purse, her COVID card, and a few other items in the dumpster in his mother's apartment complex. The defendant searched his MacBook for a murder conviction without a body. Please do not allow the defendant's self-serving act of dismembering and disposing of Anna's body to let him get away with this murder. At the start of this trial, we asked you to use your common sense. When you do that, when you analyze the evidence as you deliberate and continue to use your common sense, you will see that the evidence shows there is only one verdict. Find the defendant is guilty of the premeditated first-degree murder of Anna Walshe. Thank you.
I will see counsel at the side of the bench.
Side salad. Side salad. Oh, these sidebars are extremely long. I don't know why they're so freaking long. In this case, I mean, they're really long. Yeah, the microphones are a little cringe up here. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, not that mine are great, but I mean, I feel like they need lapel mics. It's not. I feel like that's something they should have done a long time ago. If you're going to televise the shit, we want to actually hear it, and it's hard to hear if the person doesn't speak up or speak directly. If they move around and they're not speaking directly into the microphone that's in front of them, it's like why not use?
Guidepost. Do you need a break for the bathroom? Okay.
Oh my goodness.
All for one for all.
All right.
Give you a break for the bathroom. Let us know when you're ready to come back out.
So I said no.
All right, please.
Okay. Taking the jury out for what? I'm not really sure. Bathroom break, I guess.
Seated. I will give you a quick break as well, but something's been on my mind that I want to discuss now that the closing arguments are over. And that is, I had asked in connection, this relates to the sentencing, at least for the other two counts, and asked the Commonwealth to provide victim impact statements for any immediate family members of Anna Walshe that wish to provide information. And I haven't received that yet. And there might be a good reason for that. I had told you that I was putting off the sentencing until we had a verdict on the charge of murder. But now that it's a Friday and I don't want this to linger over into the next week, has the Commonwealth heard back from the Department of Children and Family Services?
Your Honor, we've been in touch with them. They are working on their impact statement. They were hoping to have the impact statement impounded.
Come on.
As soon as we're done here with the charge, I will speak to the attorney that I've been
The
dealing
fact
with.
that the state still hasn't given those kids to the family friends that wanted them is deplorable.
Privacy interests of the children and the
I think there's a
social
valid privacy interest of the children, and I'm highly likely to impound it, obviously, with the exception of counsel for both sides being able to see it so that they can make appropriate arguments as a result of the victim impact statement.
I think the department will be very happy to hear that. And they also, much of what they have is through a social worker privilege, so they're concerned about that as well. But as soon as we break, I will be happy to have that conversation.
Well, I'm happy to hear that there's forward progress because I guess I assumed, because I hadn't heard anything, that you were still not getting the answers to the questions you were asking.
No, quite the opposite. They've been working very hard on this.
All right, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anything anyone needs before I step off the bench briefly? Thank you.
All rise.
Sorry, I'm just trying to. Jury instruction is going to be a pain in the butt. No, they're not done. She's letting them have, a bathroom break or whatever, which makes sense. I mean, they're going to have to sit through jury instruction, and then, I have a timer ready to go over here on this other screen. Guesses on how long before a verdict? I'm guessing before end of day, probably 2 hours, 3 hours, quicker. I think a max of 3 hours, if I had to guess. She doesn't want to sentence on the other two that he pled guilty to until the verdict on this comes out, which makes sense because she could give him more or less time on those ones depending on what happens. So what's going to happen is when they bring the jury back in, the judge is going to give the jury instructions. And then she's going to send them out to deliberate. And then we're going to get into, while we're waiting on that, we're going to get into a whole nother topic. Yeah, I think it'll be a verdict by the end of the day as well, Shannon. I didn't do this morning, so I'll do it now. TGIF, my friends, it's Friday. But I just want to say that a lot of people lately are starting to sort of wake up. Now, those of you that watch me all the time were here a couple weeks ago when we went over all the text messages where Aiden, pretend fake sends those pictures of his children, using a fake account of Ryan Waters and setting someone up. And, we went over all of that. He brought all of that fake evidence that he made to court, to the police, testified with it, did all these things. Right? We went over all of this. I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I've been over it a billion times, but with the screenshots, with all that stuff, we did that, right? Just to show, like, this is who we're dealing with. Someone who manufactures evidence, okay? This is who he has been for a long time. And that wasn't the first time he did it back then either. Okay. Lana from Truth and Transparency did a video, I think yesterday or the day before, going over all that same stuff that I've been over and that you guys sat here and watched with me just a few weeks ago. And I see a lot of people being like, wow, that woke me up. Wow, that woke me up. And it's like, great. I'm glad people are waking up, but I really don't care how they do one way or another when it comes to him. But it just goes to show the level of mob mentality and cult thinking, right? Because if people had listened or they weren't poisoned, their brains poisoned, controlled, manipulated into, don't listen to Twisted, she's just, quote, bad, right? Which most of you actually found me by him saying some ridiculous thing like that, and you coming here and being like, where's the monster that he claims exists? You know what I mean? It doesn't, obviously. But it just goes to show how many people just automatically tuned me out because he said so, right? It goes to show the level of brainwashing. And it's really sad because this is stuff I've been over a bunch of times, you know, stuff that I just went over. You guys were here for that, obviously. And people didn't listen. They didn't listen or they didn't watch. And it's a damn fucking shame because I feel like maybe we saved some people from the heartache, right? Maybe some people steer clear from him after that. But the decent amount I'm starting to realize what's happening now, it's like, I wish you would have listened. I'm going to keep saying it. I wish they would have listened, right? I really wish they would have listened. And it's like, this just goes to show the level of brainwashing that can actually happen. I think even a lot of people who are starting to figure out who he is and what he does and there's patterns, they still are having a hard time figuring out that the people who are sort of anti-free Karen Reed could be victimized by him in the same way that he does to anybody who's free Karen Reed. And it's like, do you think that he magically lies about free Karen Reed people and doesn't lie about non-free Karen Reed people? Like, just because you believe something on that case, right, does not mean that everybody who has the opposite or different opinion of you is bad. And that's essentially what he did. And it's like, they're having this hard time sort of correlating these people are anti and therefore bad with these people are free Karen Reed, but they're also bad because he said so. And putting those two things together and saying, oh, wait a second, this is a pattern of behavior. This is something he does to every single person. I also point out that this morning, apparently, Jess Machado went on her show and went on and on about how he wrote that article about her way back when and never called her and never bothered to ask a single question, just wrote it. And it was a hit piece and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, did you think he was going to change? Do you think that magically after that, he started telling the truth about every person he goes after? No. It's the common theme is the person he's going after, it's either some petty jealousy issue, it's they know something that he doesn't want out there. And I've seen this in his private texts where he literally tells people, well, if I just attack them first and just say all these things about them, then no one will listen to them, so it doesn't matter what they say after. And that's exactly what he's been doing all this time. So when people ask why would he go after Meredith when she was with him all that time, it's the same playbook he's used forever and ever. Yes, it's a stupid idea, but it is the same playbook he has used a million fucking times over, which is attack that person first, try to tell people they're bad so that no one listens to them. And because it has worked previously, he's going to keep using it. Even things that don't work previously, he's going to keep using it. That's a good question. Stefan, I can answer this, right? Why is he so scared about jail now? Are there charges coming? What he's so scared about is because in the last week, he has repeatedly went to the police and tried to get witness intimidation charges on Meredith. Witness intimidation for dropping receipts on all the lies he told. I'm so confused. That's not witness intimidation. And he knows it, right? He knows it. He admitted recently that he did this very same action to Lindsay way back out of, quote, spite, right? What do you think this is? This is out of spite. He did this exact same thing to Ashley. And she didn't date him. She was just someone he attacked, right? This is something he has done over and over and over. Try to get false charges. I mean, even in the Ryan Waters case, he tried to have him falsely charged with something that Aiden himself did. right? That he then went and tried to use as evidence, or did use as evidence, that he made up. A couple things Lana's missing in that storyline are the Hadassah call that Christy Yakimowski recorded was at Aiden's behest. He told her to record that. And then he went on, and we showed this back when we did the stream, went on to say to someone else, were like, hey, isn't that illegal? And he was like, yeah, ha, 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 yeah, but I'm not the one doing it. He knew he was throwing Chrissy under the bus, and he knew he was using her, just in the same way that he knew he was kind of using Mike from the Young Jerks in the way that he did, right? People who don't commit crimes don't have to worry about going to jail, you know, which is why I found it so funny. One of his cultists said something on the tweet that I made yesterday, and was like, you're going to jail. You should go to jail. And I'm like, yeah, I don't commit crimes. So when you don't commit crimes, you don't have to worry about going to jail. That's kind of how it works. So why is he so worried? Well, when you go and you make false claims or wild claims, and you lie to the police, and you file false reports, and you do these things, and you harass people, yeah, those are crimes. Those are crimes. So then when you then fail, because what he's done in the past numerous times, as if the police say no to him the first time, he just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. Even if he has to actually manufacture, or have someone else manufacture evidence for him and say, this is her, this is what she did, charge her. He's done this numerous times. And so if they say no the first couple times, he brings back fake evidence to say, oh, look, I got more evidence. Now you have to charge this person, right? This is a pattern of behavior. This is the stuff he's done numerous fucking times. It's not new, right? And so for the people who think that this is new behavior for him, it's not. It's not new. He was doing this before the Karen Reed case. He's been doing it for 10 goddamn years. This is not new for him. So when some people are like, oh my God, he's become unhinged. Oh my God, no. You have things twisted. You might just be seeing it now. You might just be realizing it now, but it is not new. It never has been new. I think a lot of people ignored it and made excuses for it when it was someone like me that was an anti-Karen Reed creator when I was covering the case, right? It was easy for people to just be like, oh, we hate her anyway because she doesn't have the same opinion as us, right? It was easy for them to just be like, oh yeah, he must be right, because like, you know, she doesn't like Karen Reed. That's where you have to go back in your mind and be like, wow, hold on. Like, this has been going on far longer than I realized. And yes, it has. You might have explained it away in your mind. You might have thought it was okay in your mind because it was someone that he, you know, told you was bad, or didn't like Karen Reed, or covered the case in a way where she was guilty. And that'd be easy for you to just be like, I don't like that person. They said Karen Reed's guilty. Fuck them. They suck. But that's not normal behavior. That's the environment that he fosters, that hate and vitriol and spewing it at other people. And it's fake outrage. He creates it to where you'll spit it where he wants it to go. And that didn't just start happening now. This is something that has been happening for quite some time, 10 plus years. There are many, many victims. What's my take on tonight? My take on tonight is that he's attacking Jess Machado, as we knew he would. I've called this how many times? You guys have all been here for how long? I called this a long time ago. He will turn on each and every one of the people who he ever gets close to, because he's been doing it for 10 years. Groups of people, turns on all of them. Gets another groups of people, turns on all of them. Gets another group of people, turns on all of them. It's the same pattern of behavior over and over. And so we called this. We knew that it would happen. So, I mean, are we shocked that he's now turning on Jess Machado? No, we're not shocked. It's the same playbook over and over and over and over and over. On X, Heisenberg, on Twitter. Yeah, that's an alleged thing. But that's a good question. He's scared of jail now because he keeps doing things
please.
that are
Jurors
illegal
entering.
and fraudulent. You can't try to file false charges on someone simply because you're mad that they're putting out receipts that prove some of your lies. Yeah, it is weird. You wouldn't be worried about going to jail if you didn't commit crimes. I certainly am not. I don't commit crimes. Like, you know, exactly. Ellen's right. It's straight from the Narcissist 101 handbook, you know? I don't know, some sort of show. I don't watch that person. I don't watch Ray, and I never will. It's all a distraction for you to look a different way than
Go through
him.
the remainder of the instructions,
Lou!
the final stage of this case before you will get the case to deliberate.
I am not going to stream that, no. I will not be streaming
that. You some assistance in determining how you go about deciding whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of the indictment is true.
I think that channel's hateful, so no.
For the charge, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge. You may not find the defendant guilty on the charge just because you think the defendant did something else that was wrong or improper. Your decision as to the charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the verdict slip in ink. In a little while, I'll go over that verdict slip a little bit more. For the charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element of murder beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find that Mr. Walshe is guilty. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more of the elements of murder beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty. Let me talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial because you will decide who and what to believe and whether the Commonwealth has proved Mr. Walshe's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You must be completely fair and impartial and unbiased in your work as jurors. Do not let your emotions, any kind of prejudice, or your personal likes or dislikes influence you in any way.
I think
Consider the evidence calmly.
I think X. I don't know.
Do not
Yeah,
be
I think it's
influenced by
disgusting.
the
I'm not a
nature
fan.
of the charge or the possible consequences of your verdict.
Oh, he's definitely not going to have
And
some
do not
small
let your
judgments.
personal feelings about any person, criminal charge, or anything else influence your decision. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before the bar of justice. That a case is brought in the name of the Commonwealth does not entitle the prosecutor to any special consideration. Your verdict must be based on the law as I have given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts as you find, and nothing else. By contrast, my job as the judge is to impose sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Therefore, you are not to consider the sentencing consequences of your verdict at all. That's not your responsibility. So please put any issues about sentencing out of your mind. Let me next talk about evaluating the evidence. You must decide this case based only on the evidence that was presented at trial. You may not decide this case based on anything else. Do not consider anything you have read, heard, or seen outside of this courtroom. Those things are not evidence. And you may not base your verdict on guesswork, speculation, or suspicion. Let me talk to the important topic of the defendant not testifying. As you know, Mr. Walshe did not testify in this case. You may not hold that against him. Mr. Walshe has an absolute right not to testify because, as I've explained, he is presumed to be innocent and does not need to do anything to convince you that he is innocent. It does not matter why Mr. Walshe did not testify. It's not relevant to what you must decide, which is whether the Commonwealth has proved, based on the evidence presented at trial, that Mr. Walshe is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that Mr. Walshe did not testify is not evidence. You may not consider it or even discuss it in deciding this case. Let me next talk about witness credibility. During this trial, you've heard from a variety of witnesses. With reference to any and all witnesses all witnesses who have testified before you, you have wide latitude. As a jury, you can believe every single word that a witness says on the witness stand, or you can disbelieve every single word that a witness says on the witness stand. You may decide to accept parts of a witness's testimony and to reject other parts of his or her testimony. That's for you and you alone to decide. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your function to resolve that conflict and to determine where the truth lies. In evaluating the credibility of witnesses, you may use various tools. You may consider the ability, the opportunity, and the reliability of the witness to see or hear something in the past, and then remember and later testify about it before you in this courtroom. You may consider the conduct of the witness, his or her manner of testifying before you, any inconsistency you may have found in the witness's testimony, any interest the witness may have in the outcome of the proceedings, any bias or prejudice or hostility the witness may have demonstrated while testifying before you, the level of accuracy of the witnesses testifying before you, and the reliability of the testimony as it developed before you. These are some of the tools that you have at your disposal to resolve disputed issues of fact in this case. There's one more point about witnesses that I'd like to specifically address, and that's expert witnesses. This term refers to witnesses who have specialized training or experience in a particular field, generally in cases that are tried in our courts, both civil and criminal. Witnesses may testify to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. That is, things they've personally seen or heard or felt. However, in a variety of cases, this one included, issues arise that are beyond the experience of laypersons. And in those types of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience, we call them expert witnesses, to testify not only to the facts, but to their opinions, the reasons for his or her opinions on issues that are within the witness's field of expertise and are relevant and material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in a field, doesn't put that witness on any higher level than any other witness. And you are to treat the expert witnesses just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with the other witnesses, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of the expert witnesses, including the opinions that those witnesses gave. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts relied on by the expert and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the expert's testimony. You are free to reject the testimony and opinion of such witness in whole or in part if you determine that the witness's opinion is not based on sufficient education and experience, or that the testimony of the witness was motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must also, as has been explained, keep firmly in mind, jurors, that you alone decide the facts. If you conclude that an expert witness's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember, jurors, that expert witnesses don't decide cases, juries do. In the last analysis, an expert witness is just like any other witness, in a sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight give the expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from that testimony. Let me next talk about graphic photographs. The Commonwealth has introduced certain photographs showing items taken from various trash bags retrieved from 300 Forest Street, Peabody, during the investigation of this case. You will have those photographs with you during your deliberations, as all the evidence will be with you during the deliberations. Some of those photos, as you've seen, are not pleasant. Indeed, some may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by those photographs. Related to this, sometimes evidence is presented that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it is natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see testimony that suggests what might have occurred to Anna Walshe's body after her death. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I instruct you that you must separate any emotional response or reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony and video evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision, again, on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice, or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, again, jurors, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence in this case and my instructions on the law. So what is evidence? I told you earlier that repeatedly that you must decide this case based only on the evidence presented at trial. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, as you recall it, the things that were marked as exhibits, and the stipulations, or I told you those agreements of the parties, which I read into evidence. You will have the exhibits with you in the jury room. Things that were marked for identification aren't exhibits, so don't be looking for those. And you will, because they're not exhibits, and you won't be able to consider them. Other things that are not evidence and you may not consider when deciding this case are as follows. The fact that the defendant had been indicted and charged with a crime, not evidence. Questions that the lawyer asked of a witness are not evidence. Only the answers given are evidence. For example, if a lawyer asked, wasn't it raining outside? And the witness answered no, or said, well, it was cloudy. The question is not evidence that it was raining. If a lawyer asked a question and I sustained an objection and therefore the witness didn't answer it, then neither the question nor the fact that the witness did not answer is evidence. If I struck or told you to disregard any part or all of an answer by a witness, then the part of the testimony that I struck, not evidence, you may not consider it. Anything that you may have seen or heard when the court wasn't in session isn't evidence. The opening statements and closing arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. And if your memory of the testimony differs from what the attorney said in their closing arguments, you should rely on your memory. Any notes that you've taken, they're not evidence, but you may use your notes to refresh your memory of the evidence. As you know, evidence can come in many forms. It can be testimony about what someone saw or heard or smelled or felt. It can be someone's opinion, and it can be an exhibit. Whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, sometimes we call that indirect, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond reasonable doubt from all of the evidence in the case. Some evidence proves a fact directly. For example, if a witness testifies that she saw and felt it raining outside before she came into the courthouse, then that's direct evidence it was raining. Some evidence proves a fact indirectly, circumstantially. For example, let's say a witness testifies that he saw someone come into the courthouse wearing a wet raincoat and shaking water off of an umbrella. That's indirect evidence that, if you believe it, might lead you to conclude that it was raining outside, even though the witness did not see, hear, or feel the rain. This kind of indirect evidence does not directly prove something is true, but it is evidence from which you could logically conclude that it is. We call this drawing an inference. We all draw inferences every day. We take some known information, we apply our intelligence and common sense, then we reach a conclusion. But inferences must be based on facts. They can't just be guesses that you make when you're not sure about something. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. Also, you may draw an inference even if it is not necessary or inescapable, so long as it's reasonable and warranted by the evidence. You have to decide, jurors, which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. It makes no difference whether evidence is direct or indirect. Commonwealth may be able to prove a criminal charge with direct evidence, indirect or circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Let me next talk about credibility. An important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it or none of it. Sometimes people do not tell the truth. You must decide whether a witness was being truthful or deliberately lying. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Sometimes people make an honest mistake. You must also decide whether a witness testified accurately or whether the witness may have gotten something wrong without meaning to do so. A witness may recall seeing or hearing something but actually be mistaken. For example, the witness might not have paid close attention or might have misunderstood what was happening. Or a witness's memory of what happened could be incorrect. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony was inaccurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate portion. How do you decide whether you believe a particular statement by a particular witness? Well, ask yourself, did the testimony seem reasonable or probable? Did the witness have a good chance to observe what happened? How much attention did the witness pay? Did the witness's memory seem accurate? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence or instead contradicted by other evidence?
That was very sweet of
How
you,
did the witness
Kathy.
behave
Thank you
in
so
answering
much.
while on the witness stand? Did the witness have any motive for testifying in a certain way or have any other bias that may have influenced the witness's testimony? You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer or someone else who works for a law enforcement agency in the same way as you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or automatically disbelieve a witness just because a person is a police officer. Moving next to the importance or significance of evidence. It's up to you, jurors, to decide how important each part of the evidence is, whether it's testimony by a witness or an exhibit, whether evidence is direct or indirect. You should give each piece of evidence whatever significance you think it deserves. You're not required to believe something simply because it appears in an exhibit. It's up to you to decide how important any exhibit is. You do not have to treat testimony by a witness as more or less significant than the exhibits. You may find that a witness's testimony is very important, or that an exhibit is more important. That is up to you. Next, I want to talk about the alleged victim's state of mind. You heard evidence of statements Anna Walshe allegedly made to William Fasto, Jem Bootlew, and Alyssa Kirby. Those statements are admissible for the limited purpose of establishing Anna Walshe's state of mind, as may be relevant to the defendant's motive or intent to kill. Those statements cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged or as proof that the defendant had a bad character or a propensity to commit any criminal offense. Let me next talk about motive. First, motive is not an element of the offense of murder, and the Commonwealth is not required to prove or show motive. Evidence of motive can be relevant to the issue of intent. Second, an absence of evidence of motive may tend to raise a reasonable doubt. Third, even a total lack of evidence of motive would not necessarily raise a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant so long as there is other reasonable doubt. Let me now move to the area of something called consciousness of guilt. Spoke earlier about inferences and the drawing of inferences from indirect or circumstantial evidence. At this point, I want to talk about a particular type of inference based on a legal doctrine called consciousness of guilt. In the course of the trial, there was some evidence suggesting that the defendant may have intentionally made certain false statements before his arrest and that he may have taken steps to conceal Anna Walshe's body after her death. I want to stress to you that I'm not suggesting that he did so, or that you should find that he did so, but only pointing out that there was evidence to that effect. It's up to you to decide what evidence to accept or reject, and what facts to find from the evidence. I point to that evidence to illustrate the legal point involved. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant provided false information to the police and or took steps to conceal the body of Anna Walshe after her death, then you are permitted to consider whether such actions indicate feelings of guilt by the defendant, and whether in turn such feelings of guilt might tend to show actual guilt on the charge. You are not required to draw such inferences, and you should exercise great caution and do not do so unless they appear to be reasonable in light of all the circumstances in this case. You should always remember that there may be numerous reasons why an innocent person might do such things. Such conduct does not necessarily reflect feelings of guilt. Please also bear in mind that a person having feelings of guilt is not necessarily guilty in fact, or such feelings are sometimes found in innocent people. If you decide that such inferences are reasonable, it's up
Just
to you
shortened,
to say
easier to
how
type.
important to give them. But remember that such evidence is never enough by itself to convict a person of a crime. You may not find a defendant guilty based upon such evidence alone, but you may consider it along with all of the other evidence in this case. Next, I want to speak to impeachment by the defendant's prior or subsequent bad acts. The only charge the defendant is now facing is the charge of murder. You have heard mention of other acts allegedly done by the defendant, namely, that he was charged in 2018 and sentenced in 2024 in a federal case involving art fraud, and or that he lied to the police, and or that he disposed of the body of Anna Walshe, and or that he lied to his federal probation officer. You may not take the defendant's prior or subsequent acts as a substitute for proof that he committed the crime charged, nor may you consider them as proof the defendant has a criminal personality or bad character. You may consider this evidence solely on the limited purpose of the motive, state of mind, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident on the part of the defendant. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these other bad acts, that he must have also committed murder. It would be extremely unfair to consider this evidence for those purposes. Moving next to your notes. Many of you have taken notes during this trial. Your notes may help you remember the evidence, especially the testimony, but of course they're not an actual transcript or official recording of what was said. So use your notes only to help you remember what you saw and heard in the trial. Whether you took notes or you did not, you must rely on your own memory of what the witnesses told you. After the trial is over and you've returned your unanimous verdict, the court officer will collect your notes and I will order that they be destroyed. During the trial, the lawyers occasionally, as was appropriate, objected to questions posed by the witnesses. They may have asked to strike something or, in essence, erase something you saw or heard. When a lawyer believes that something would violate those rules of evidence we've talked about from the beginning, that's the only way they have to let me know. And so don't hold it any against the lawyers that they made such objections. It's part of their job. I want to next turn to fairness. Each of you has taken an oath and promised to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that's not always easy. Part of being fair is being willing to examine your decision-making process to be sure that you base your decisions as jurors only on the evidence and the law. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them. We all have them simply because we're human beings. They affect our actions and decisions without us even realizing it. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else. So let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. These strategies will help you make sure that you decide this case based, again, only on a careful examination of the evidence and on the legal rules that I'm teaching to you. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Take time to consider all of the evidence. Quick decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or assumptions about people that we might not even be aware of. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider not only the evidence that supports your conclusions, but also think carefully about any evidence that undermines or weakens those conclusions. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, ask yourself, would my decision be different if the people were different? For example, what if the people involved were from different social or economic groups, or different ages, genders, gender identities, or sexual orientations, or came from a different racial or ethnic background? Fourth, listen to each other. Other jurors may have different points of view. If so, they may help you make sure you're focusing on the facts. Of course, other jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions. So don't hesitate to share your views. You should participate actively, particularly if you think other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence that you think is important. When you explain your thoughts to your fellow jurors, you help everyone focus on the evidence. If you do these things, then you'll play your part in reaching a decision that's as fair as is humanly possible. And that's your obligation as jurors. Now I'm going to move to giving you some instructions about how to conduct your deliberations. Privacy. The first point you need to know is that you must keep your deliberations secret. You should not tell anyone outside of the courtroom, not even me, anything about your deliberations. For example, please do not tell me or anyone else the results of any votes that you may have taken before you all agree on a unanimous verdict. You must not tell anyone about how your discussions are going or what other jurors are saying. If you need to communicate with me before you reach a unanimous verdict, you should send me a written note and a form that you all agree on. The court officers have it. It must be signed by your foreperson, and I will discuss your note with the lawyers, and then I will either send you a response in writing, more likely, or bring you into the courtroom, less likely, and respond to you in person. If you do send me a note, do not mention any votes that you have taken or anything else about your deliberations. Do not talk about this case unless all of you are present and no one else is in the room. If one of you needs to leave, even for a moment, the rest of you should stop deliberating until that juror returns. That includes the bathroom breaks, because I know that's right inside your spot. If we break for the day without you reaching a unanimous verdict, you must not communicate with the other jurors about this case until the next day, only after we gather in the court and I ask you to resume your deliberations. As you work to decide this case and until I accept your verdict, you must not communicate with anyone else about the case except each other. And you must not do any kind of research about this case. You may not do so in any way, including with electronic devices, a cell phone or a tablet. This also will apply to the alternate jurors. We talked about those alternate jurors. The law permits only 12 jurors to participate in deciding a criminal case. There are 16 of you here. So in a few moments, our clerk is going to randomly select 4 of you to be what we call alternate jurors. The other 12 of you will work together to decide this case. We chose 16 of you originally in the case, just in case one or more of you got sick or needed or had some other unexpected emergency. If you are chosen as an alternate, your continuing service is still very important, and you must comply with all of the rules that I placed on you. The alternate jurors will stay in another room, and you can't have your own private deliberation. You can't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else for obvious reasons. If we lose a deliberating juror in the group of 12 because of some personal emergency or sickness, then I will send one of the alternates into the jury room. If this happens, the deliberating jury will have to restart its discussions from the beginning. One of you is going to serve as the foreperson of this jury, and we will discuss who that foreperson is going to be in a moment. Foreperson will make sure that each of you has the chance to speak and that the other jurors listen to you respectfully. But the foreperson's opinion about the case is no more important than the opinion of all of the other jurors. Once you agree on a verdict, the foreperson will fill out the verdict slip and will report your verdict in court. I want to next talk about making decisions as a group. When you work together as a jury, you will be making decisions as a group. This kind of decision-making is very valuable. Why do I say that? When a jury hears and sees evidence, each juror acts as a safeguard for the others. For example, someone else may recall evidence that you missed, and each of you will have insights that will help the other jurors make sense of the evidence and reach a verdict. No member of the jury is more or less qualified than any other juror to decide who and what to believe. You've all heard the same evidence, listened to the same witnesses, and looked at the same exhibits. And you have all taken the same oath, promising that you will, well and truly, try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. So, you are all equally qualified to reach a verdict. I have a few more suggestions that might help you work better together. First, you should discuss and analyze the evidence before you take any votes about a verdict. Voting first could keep you from discussing the issues and hearing other people's perspectives before making up your own mind. Second, I encourage you to discuss not only the evidence you think supports your view of the case, but also what evidence you think might lead you to make a different decision. Third, as jurors, and as the other jurors talk about the evidence that they found important, listen. In order for this process to work fairly, each of you should hear every other juror's insights and ideas. Please be open to them, since they might influence your own thinking. Fourth, don't be shy. As in any group, some of you may feel more comfortable than others sharing your thoughts, but you must have the benefit of everyone's input to help you reach a just verdict. For example, you may be the only one that remembers a particular piece of evidence or has a particular point of view. The more points of view that you all hear, the more effective your deliberations will be. Fifth, don't be afraid to change your mind if the discussion persuades you that you should. But you should not accept a decision just because other jurors think it's the right one. In the end, you should vote based on your own assessment of the evidence, regardless of how other jurors have voted. Ultimately, jurors, each of you must decide this case for yourselves. One last pause to consult with the attorneys.
I just realized that the wrong wish list was on the videos, but I'm like changing it now. Not that there's not relevant stuff on the other one, but remember we had to make a new one because people were messing with it. It was private for a while. I mean, that's really pathetic that that's what people do, but you know, you speak up and, you know, against the cult, that's behavior that you deal with, unfortunately. But I'm fixing it now. Everything I put on the kids for the kids recently for Christmas is marked. Well, they'll say like oldest, youngest, middle on it. So that way, at least now I fixed all the way back to the Thanksgiving Live. So everything from the Thanksgiving Live to now has the right one in the description.
And I talked to you about what we call reducing the jury. That is, reducing you down from 16 to 12. I'm appointing juror number 138 in seat number 6 as the foreperson of this jury. Our clerk is now going to randomly select 4 of you from among all the jurors except the
Who's not gonna make it?
serve as alternate jurors.
Who's not gonna make it? Who's gonna be an alternate?
So what's physically happening is juror number from seat number 6, juror number 138's number is coming out of the, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Interesting.
Your Honor, numbers 1 through 16, with the exception of number 6.
Interesting. Using the bingo balls again? Are we using bingo balls? They like to do that at Dedham.
Grab me the notebook and the Solomon.
Our next juror, our alternate is juror in seat number 5. 5. Juror in seat 15. And our last alternate, Your Honor, is juror in seat number 11.
One last substantive thing that I want to go over with you jurors before I really get into finally the concluding remarks. And that is, I said to you earlier in this second part of the charge that I would go over the verdict slip.
I'd probably be a little disappointed.
And I know that you can't, unless you have stellar vision, you can't see it from where you are, but you can get the layout of it.
Yeah, that is weird to me too.
The verdict slip reads, count 001 on or about January 1st, 2023. And it puts the charge, murder in the first degree with deliberate premeditation. That is the charge. We, the jury, find the defendant, and there are 3 options. Not guilty, guilty as charged, murder in the first degree, guilty of murder in the second degree. And there's a place to sign it and date it. And again, the foreperson in pen, not pencil. This time, Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to swear in the court officers.
Bingo balls, I think.
I will.
So now the deliberating jurors, the 12 of you, are going to go and start with private discussions.
All right, here we
Have
go.
confidence in what you are about to do.
Time clock
By
here.
serving
Yeah.
on this jury, you carry out a long and proud tradition of citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts serving on jury trials and deciding criminal cases. If you are honest, thoughtful, and fair, you will be able to reach a fair and just
They'll get
verdict
lunch
dictated by your logic,
in the jury room.
bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in the courtroom during this trial. All we expect from the jurors is that you decide this case with integrity and principle. And with that, I'll ask you and let you go back to the deliberation room to begin your work. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
We go. I'm hitting the
All
clock.
right, please. Here's, take your notebooks with you and follow me.
Got the clock going. Brian Walshe case. Have the clock on. We'll switch to the clock when they're, when they're done in the courtroom there. I'll switch the clock onto the screen.
So I will, as I said to you at the side of the bench, there's some small edits necessary to be back. You may see some small edits that I made to the instruction, and I'll make those now, take the draft off, make sure the numbers are all right for the index that goes down with them. Anything else that the parties need to bring to my attention before I do that?
We received materials to secure those items, and we're going to work
Oh,
on
can I
that.
see that? Are they going to secure it yet, or you're going to?
We're going to secure them. I haven't had the opportunity yet.
All right, let Madam Clerk know when that's done, because I do want to take a look at those before they go in. And of course, our court staff, as well, court officers, might want to take a look at those to make sure that they're comfortable with what's going on.
And we thought we'd cut up pieces of parchment paper for the jurors if they need to examine anything that they can place on their table.
You have a role, they can do it themselves.
We have a roll. We can give them scissors if you want.
Well,
Oh, he's definitely guilty, in my opinion, as well.
I think that's why I put that out there.
all right.
Thank you.
I think you're pretty familiar that I have a 10-minute rule, which means at all times, Madam Clerk should be hold the committee to be able to return to the court within 10 minutes, all right? I won't take a further between the hours of 1 and 2 on any day to get the opportunity to attend to your other work.
Thank you, Ron.
All rise.
Okey doke. So I'm going to take this down off the screen just because, I have the volume on, so it won't really matter. I'll be able to hear when they come back. Clock. It's only at 2 minutes, 46 seconds or so. But we'll see. Anybody want to take guesses on how long they think it's going to be before they come back? My humble opinion is probably less than 3 hours. If it went past that, it'd be a little crazy if you ask me. This is a pretty open and shut case to me, but weirder things have happened in Massachusetts. So Shannon says 2.5 hours. It's a good guess, I think, Shannon. I think that's a very good guess. The jurors can work through lunch. They get lunch in the jury room, in the deliberation room. It gets brought into them. So 4 hours and 17 minutes or 4 hours and 39 minutes. You mean 39 seconds. Yeah, that's my point. It's Friday. I don't think they're going to want to come back. They'll go past 4 if the jurors indicate that they might be close. I definitely feel like it should be today, but they will go past 4, even till 5 if the jury indicates that, like, hey, they're close. 3 hours 27 minutes. It only takes one. It does. It definitely only takes one juror that doesn't agree. But 4 hours 17 minutes 39 seconds. That's a very solid. She we got the seconds, right? Even went for the seconds there. 3/4 of a second, you're a jackass. I mean, to be fair, my clock clearly does, like, an hour and 13 minutes. It's a good guess. I mean, I hit that button as soon as they got up. That's when the time starts. So we'll see. Once I heard them sort of leave the room, then I hit the button on it. Well, they have the lesser included to choose from. Murder 1, murder 2. So, you never know. It's only been 5 minutes, so I'm guessing they're probably just sitting down now and starting to figure out how they're going to go through the pieces of evidence. Juries aren't, they tell you not to go in the room and, like, immediately take a vote, but a lot of times people do that anyway. I'm not guilty in 5 hours or less. All right, then. I respect the opinion. I disagree. I feel like it'll definitely be a guilty. But again, weirder things have happened in Massachusetts. So, in the clinker. In the clinker. In the goddamn clinker. All right, let me see. So I don't know how many of you have Twitter and how many of you don't. I do know that at least 289 of you have Twitter because 289 of you are watching me from Twitter. So that makes sense. But yeah, there's lesser included. Guilty on the lesser. Yeah. Again, murder 2 in Massachusetts doesn't require intent mens rea. It can be that you did something reckless. Twitter's the purgatory of hell in real life. It really is. Oh, that's a good question, Stefan. I can answer this. He decided this morning, right? Yeah, it's exactly what he's doing. So here's the thing. He decided this morning he was going to go down for closing arguments to the courthouse. See, the problem for me is that you didn't cover the case. And he self-admits that he doesn't read court documents, not all of them. Even in the Karen Reed case, he didn't read all of them because he finds them, quote, boring. Well, I mean, in my humble opinion, it's not just because he finds them boring, it's because he can't read them. But I digress. But he decided he was going to go down for closing statements today, which I will remind everybody is not evidence. Closing statements are not evidence of the case. They are the lawyer's opinions of what they have laid out. And so I can't imagine you go down to only closing statements while not following a case, while actively spewing nonsense for 40, 60 hours on YouTube. And then going down for closing arguments and being like, you see, guys, I'm really a journalist now. I went down to closing arguments in the Brian Walshe case. It's been going on for weeks. I mean, that's why. I mean, in my opinion, he went down to try to he has no content. He's running out of things to talk about other than making fun of people and saying we're all bad. So at this point, he needs to try to claim that he is now a real journalist again, covering cases. I'll remind everybody he was never a true crime creator and never has been and never will be. Not a thing. It was never a thing. They will believe him and find that acceptable, which is just the most insane thing. I mean, to be fair, though, does it matter what my stance was on the Karen Reed case? Because that case is done. It's over with. I mean, I think my videos speak for themselves. Everybody knows that I think that Karen is guilty of the crimes. That's not a secret, but does it really matter at this point? I don't think it does. We have people in my chat that think she's innocent. We have people in my chat that think she's guilty. They can coexist with each other and not harass each other because that's what normal people do, right? Oh, your pup wanted out? That's a conspiracy walk. We call those conspiracy dog walks because while we were watching the Karen Reed case, some of the turtle writers came up with some really wild conspiracies. Even if you thought Karen was innocent, some of the shit that they were coming up with was just straight insane. So we called everything during the Karen Reed case a conspiracy. So if you had to use the bathroom, you told us that you were going on a conspiracy bathroom run. If you had to walk your dog, it was a conspiracy dog walker. You went on a conspiracy dog walk, you know? But yes, that's exactly, in my opinion, what is happening. Well, that's the funny thing, right? Brian Walshe didn't Google anything about your wife dying in her sleep, did he? No, you know? Oh my God, imagine. Weird. But that's exactly probably what he'll do. I attended the Walshe trial for journalism. For journalism. Usually when that question comes up, it's more of a like, oh, he thought she was guilty. Well, how could you? Well, because that's my opinion based on the evidence. That's why. But I get it. I mean, not that it really matters at this point, you know? I missed your conspiracy. Lots of conspiracizing happening. You know, the Sewer Turtle says everything's a conspiracy. A knockoff Barstool wannabe. He's been called that before. He's a weird one. Mr. Grinch. I actually, what was my tweet yesterday? I made a joke about it being like, it's not a Grinch conspiracy, you know, not a Christmas Grinch conspiracy. He's resume building. Just resume building, guys. It's fine. It's okay. So here's the thing, right? I did a Spaces the other night. I was asked, Chris the Koala did a Spaces. Hold on a second. These people are so sad. Like, really sad. Neither are any of the people who follow them. The shit that they say is wild. Like, one of them is like claiming that my husband doesn't work. My husband works like 50, 60 hours a week. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's all my husband's ever done is work. He's never been in trouble a day in his life. I think he might have got a ticket once for a sticker. Like an old sticker on his truck by like a couple days, way back when. My husband's never been in trouble a day in his fucking life, dude. The shit that they come up with is just wild. It's wild. They'll say anything and everything to try to like poo-poo you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally it. They'll just wildly claim all these absurd, ridiculous, nonsensical things that are not fucking true at all, just because that's fun for them, right? That's fun for them. That's a thing that they like to do, which is just so insane. I would never, ever, you know, do that kind of shit to people. Like, ever. Not ever. It's like not stable. It's not normal. It's not normal. It's not even close. But so, anyway, I did a Spaces the other night on Twitter. And Chris had a Spaces. And I was asked to speak, so I spoke. And we were talking about just the, you know, absurd ridiculousness of it all. You know, just ridiculousness. I don't know. I have no idea why. I don't know the why, other than that's what he does, you know? Like, I mean, it's not really not a shocker to me that he'd be going after Jess. I mean, I could call that. I mean, we all did, you know, it's unfortunate, but this is what he does to anyone and everyone. He's got to blame someone. You know, he has to blame someone besides himself. He can't take any accountability for his own actions and behaviors. It's got to be someone else. It just has to. It's unfortunate that people didn't realize this is the stuff that's going to happen, but he's gone through like a, you know, mob of groups of people over and over and over, where he's burned a bridge with every single one of them and then moved on, burned a bridge, moved on, burned a bridge, moved on. Like that's what happens. And then, you know, he goes on a show, he attacks the person, just says wild shit, you know, these are my receipts, the receipts that he makes up, and it's a whole shit show, right? I see that a lot of people though are starting to figure out what's going on, and I'm not sure if it's like a whole thing where like everyone's watching Meredith's tweets. I mean, even I'm like waiting to see what she puts up next, you know what I mean? Or if it's because people like Chris, and then plus the tweets and like the receipts, plus other people sort of pointing out the, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Oh no, absolutely. Let me see if I can find it right now. So I'll retweet it. That is no good. Got it. Right here. Oh, poor Sprout. The puppy. So sad. That is so sad. Poor pup. That's so sad. Oh, where's your puppy? Yeah, I just retweeted it. I just went to your page and found it. I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what was the set off. I couldn't tell you. To me, it seems more like, if I had to guess, that he has to like blame someone for his bad choices. And so if anybody gave him advice and he took the advice, then it's the person's problem who gave the advice, right? Like that's how it works. So, you know, or if someone else is in his ear and he's, you're all, this person's, you know, terrible, they're awful. Like that can also happen. Like, I don't, you know, who knows what the, you know, sewer crew from Tennessee does. I don't know. I have no idea. I can only guess, you know, I can only freaking guess. It's crazy to me. Yeah, that's sad. I'm glad the cop noticed. Poor pup. That's horrible. People are terrible. It's so awful. It's an animal. Like, what is wrong with you? I mean, I can't really pinpoint why, right? I don't have any idea why. All we know is that he's doing it, right? I mean, not a shock. It's kind of like what happens. It's unfortunate. He, the last week, decided to apparently, and I got this information from other people who know better than I do about what is actually going on with that, but that he apparently went to the police station and tried to file false witness intimidation charges on Meredith, and like went back more than once. And so, I mean, you can't file false reports and then expect nothing's going to happen. So, you know, the whole don't put me in jail for Christmas. I mean, no one wants to be in jail, but don't commit crimes and you don't have to worry about it. You know what I mean? Don't commit crimes and you don't have to worry about it. It's really not that hard, you know? It's really, really not. But this is what they do. This is what they fucking do. You know, it's unfortunate. It's sad. And there's still people out there that are like, oh, poor sewer turtle. Like, what? you can choose your own behavior. You know, you can choose your own behavior. I know, right, Sam? You can choose your own behavior. You can choose to not do things, especially disingenuous things, you know? And yeah, they are. So I have no idea how that's going to turn out at all. But I'm telling you, you don't want, like, that's not what you want as a creator. You do not want those, like, people that will believe anything that they're told right away. You don't want that. You don't. You just don't want that. You really, really don't, you know? You really, really freaking don't. It's unfortunate. It really, really is. I think people, I mean, including Meredith's kids, like, what is Meredith's kid? What's wrong with you? Like, what the hell is wrong with you people? Like, really, though, what is wrong with you people? Honestly. It's insane to me. Absolutely insane. And the amount of, like, fake accounts they're willing to put out there that just say wild shit to push this fake narrative is fucking crazy to me. Absolutely bonkers. Bonkers. Like, no normal human being can condone that kind of behavior. And I think the problem is that people keep condoning his behavior by being like, oh, poor Aiden. Like, no, it's not poor Aiden. He did all of it to himself. It's his behavior. It's not everyone else who responds or reacts or sets the record straight. Ugh, I talked about that earlier. You must have missed it. I have no idea what's going on there. I got the screenshot and I was like, wait, what? I'm not a fan of Ray from Dallas. I watch Ray from Dallas. It's a very hateful person. If it's a person, more along the lines of sewer turtley. So not my cup of tea. I would never watch that guy if he paid me. It is a guy. I don't know. You don't see the person's face. No. Like, what the dude? That doesn't make any damn sense. None at all. None at all. But I'm guessing, yeah, Aiden approves of that dumpster fire. Again, we knew he would turn on pretty much anyone who's been around him. It's what he does. So that's not a shocker to any of us. That's something he's been doing for a very long time, over and over and over. So, I mean, to be fair, Jess, we all warned you. And, you know, apparently she got on her show this morning and what was the specific quote? Hold on. No, that's not it. There was a specific, like, quote or something about, like, well, he wrote a whatever about me, and he wrote a story about me and didn't call, didn't ask any questions. He just wrote it. Well, I mean, yeah. So you knew this about him, right? And you still backed him when you knew that's what he did, right? You knew that he was the kind of person, right, that would do this shit and not look into anything, just say it, whether it's true or not, doesn't care, right? If that's what he needs to do to hate on someone and get paid, like, cool, throw all the hate out there. That's what he does, you know? So it's like, she knew who he was, and I think, in my opinion, she thought maybe by being on his side, it would be less of him harassing. And it's like, dude, that was long over for you. So I don't know why you would establish any sort of relationship with him in any capacity after all of that, if you're claiming that it was a hit piece. Like, come on. Is this real life? Like, come on now. Just, you know, I mean, there's just no words. You know, there's no fucking words for it. Yeah, well, we know he's definitely hired from McGuire. We knew that. We definitely knew that. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. You know? I don't know if it's a real person. That's a good question. I'm not really sure. Not sure. You know? I'm trying to see where the clip is. That was Is this it? Hold on. No, that's not it. That's claiming she's getting ahead of things when she's not getting ahead of things. It's crazy. I'm trying to find, I hate the way Twitter lets you search now, because it doesn't pop up like what look like things from like now. You know what I mean? It's showing me shit from like 23 hours ago. Like I'm not looking for something from 23 hours ago, god damn it. I'm looking for something from this morning. Let me look. Maybe Bonnie has it. She tends to have this stuff up. It was I can't remember the way like it was said. I would prefer to just play the damn clip, to be honest. Let's see. No worries. I click stuff all the time accidentally. Damn it. I don't see that Bonnie has it. Crapola. She usually does have the clip from Jess's show this morning, I guess. And I would not go through the whole thing to find it, to be honest. But, I mean, essentially it was more like, well, it shows more about me than it does him. He wrote this story about me forever ago, and it, wasn't true, whatever. Yeah, no, Twitter is not a great platform. It's full of hate, anger, and it's really unhinged individuals, really, honestly. It's really sad. Yeah, no, I don't see it. Well, I mean, at least I looked. I don't know. Forget who had it up, to be honest. It was just like in my feed this morning when I was scrolling quickly. And I saw it, but it doesn't seem to be anywhere that I can just easily access it from this morning. If anybody knows where it is, just let me know, but it's from the show this morning. Let's see. No, not seeing that. I'm just looking real quick to see if oh boy. Wait, is this it? No, that's not it. God damn it. Why can't I just find it? Yeah, there's a bunch of clips, but I'm looking for a very specific clip from this morning. And I can't quite find it. I mean, I hate the way that Twitter used to be able to like, put in keywords or whatever, and you can't do that. It won't show you could go to like most recent, and it would show you the most recent. I can't it just doesn't work like that anymore, unfortunately, which is really obnoxious. That I can't do it. I can't. Oh, so annoying. I did see it, the scrolling this morning, and it was just a way that she said it that I was like, okay, let me. I can't just find it real quick. I mean, there's plenty of ones, same thing over and over, it looks like, but it's not the one I'm looking for from this morning. Hey, Beach. Leah, I'm looking at your tweet from 4 hours ago, and I just see the top part that says on the second day of Christmas, YouTube gave to me 2 ratchets talking 80 people yelling. You even read the rest, that part just made me giggle. I can't. Yeah, I can't find it. If anybody else magically knows where it is, that, definitely point me in the right direction, please, but I cannot find it. Someone else posted it. It was from this morning, I think, of her show, and it was people, I think, telling her that like he's turning on her, and then her talking about the alleged. Damn it! I can't. I want to play it for you guys because I know a ton of you don't have. Damn it, X. Why can't I find it? Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I don't think I commented on it either, so it wouldn't be in my comments. Oh, Legos. Oh, that's cool. See, I only collect the Lego minifigures. I like the Lego minifigures. Yeah, it is, Sam. It's a clip. It's just not popping up on my feed no matter how far I scroll. And I don't know where in the actual F and F, like who had it up. Can't quite figure that out, God damn it. Why is like McDonald's snack wraps popping up? That's so wicked random right now. It's so wicked random right now. Like what in the actual fuck? McDonald's in your snack wraps? So weird. No, I'm not. You know what? Let me attempt to check my replies. That's the only other place that I can think of, literally. Like if I commented on it, like maybe I can possibly find it that way. Otherwise, I don't know. Let's see. That's not it. Nope, 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 no, no. I don't think I did comment on it. I think I just saw it and then that was that. Because I'm looking at everything I commented on and there's nothing. It would have been this morning. And this is all like 15 hours ago, 14 hours ago. Yeah, no. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Not even a little bit. I looked at Bonnie's, and she usually does have clips. That's the first place I looked. Unfortunately. What is this? What is this? Oh boy. Okay, what? Okay, no. Who is this person? That's weird. What does it look like? What is this? What does it look like? A clip someone posted. That's, you know what I mean? A clip someone posted. That's what it is. What do you mean? I love when people feign the ignorance. Like, oh my God, what is this? Maybe. Okay. It doesn't have like, it's just it's audio, but it has like the screen. Hold on. Let me look. No, absolutely not. Sorry, not sorry. Like anybody who tags that loser on my post needs to go. Goodbye. See you later. Sorry, not sorry. He said it on his own show. He fucking knows what he said, dude. Okay, no. Let's see. Yes, that's it. That is it. Okay. That is it. That is it. That is it. Okay. All right. This is it. This is definitely the clip I was talking about. Hold on. Thank you, Sam. This is exactly what I was looking for. Couldn't find it. Didn't know who had it. Thank you. This is the clip. All right. Here we go.
I didn't seek him out to get close to him. I sought him out for my career, to write a story that nobody was writing about that I thought was very
Wasn't worth writing about.
And I was
not
right.
Newsworthy.
So there was no plot to get in. There was no plot. The subplot is that motherfucker wrote a story about me and it fucking almost ruined me. But I can compartmentalize that. It's all part of it.
Compartmentalize.
And that part of it, and I won't talk about that again, is the reason why I am loyal, because it speaks more about my fucking character than his.
What?
His character is he wrote a story about me and never fucking picked up the phone to ask a question about it. He just wrote it. He listened to these stupid political ops and these dumb cunts like Holly McNamara, and he fucking published a story about me that made me want to fucking kill myself. And I would.
So let's just stop it there, just for shits and giggles. So he wrote a story about you that wasn't true and a bunch of lies that he just wrote, and he never picked up the phone to ask you a single question, and you somehow think that he changed, and he doesn't do that to every other person he attacks. I mean, that is willful ignorance. Willful fucking ignorance, in my opinion. I mean, what else do you call that? He showed you who he was, and it is willful ignorance. Come the fuck on with it. That's what it made you feel like. So you think it's okay for him to do that to other people? Like, you know, just pat him on the back and tell him, like, keep going. It's great journalism to keep doing the exact same thing that made you want to harm yourself. Yeah, make that make fucking sense, dude. That math ain't mathing, dude. That math is not freaking mathing.
I didn't seek him. I didn't.
Sorry.
And it is. His character is he wrote a story about me and never fucking picked up the phone to ask a question about it. He just wrote it. He listened to these stupid political ops and these dumb cunts like Holly McNamara, and he fucking published a story about me that made me want to fucking kill myself. And I was like, okay, that's the kind of person he is. Flawed and weird.
That's just odd and weird. Odd and weird. Those are the two words that you choose to use, are odd and weird. What? Those words don't match with what you just said. Just say it. All right? You're going to say it, just say it. He's a shitty human being. That's not a secret. Okay? It's really, really not. It's really, really, really not. I don't, the math ain't math in there, you know? I mean, I don't know, but she's claimed that before. That's what it made her feel like. And I don't doubt that that's what it made her feel like. I've heard that from numerous other victims, right? But why then run towards it? Why then cheer it on to happen to other people? I don't get it. People do this and it makes no sense to me at all. Makes no sense. None at all. It's insane to me. We're at 39 minutes. The jury has been deliberating in the case. I do have it on the screen over here, so as soon as they come back, I will hear anything that happens. I mean, not everyone's going to be, sensitive with it. I fully understand that. But at the same time, we're talking about someone that clearly does not check his information, doesn't care if it's true, just writes it, right? And so this is something he's been doing for a very long time. It's not something he just magically started doing now. As she's obviously telling people. So it's like, why would you run and pat on the back someone that does that to other people? Does that make any sense? To me, it does not, yet people keep doing this. I don't fucking understand it. When someone puts you through hell and they keep doing it simply to hide their own bad behavior, why the actual fuck would you ever cheer them on to do it to someone else? I don't get it. Do you not remember how you felt? It blows my fucking mind. I don't know. I don't know, Beach. I don't know. I have no answers to that. I don't have answers to why most people do it. I wish that I did, because maybe at that point we could figure out exactly what the hell is going on and why people do what they do. Fear, maybe. A lot of this shit is fear. A lot of it is fear of what he does to them, so they just go along with it. And Sam's right. Narcissists, they lack empathy. They don't have it for anyone. They can't have it for anyone. They don't have the capacity at all. It just doesn't happen, right? It just doesn't. And so it's like doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. It's kind of insane to me. I don't understand it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. It just really, really doesn't. It's like, if this is what you cheer on because of fear, right? Like, why did you ever get involved? That's the thing. Why run back towards it if that's the way it made you feel the first time? I just don't understand. I mean, from the point of view of other victims, I've heard sort of the same thing of, like, they're afraid, and I understand it. I understand the fear, right? And that they've been through hell. They have been through hell, right? The witnesses in the Karen Reed case are not the only victims. And I think sometimes that gets lost, and it bothers the victims. It bothers me. It bothers people because they feel like, well, every time we talk about Aiden's victims, it's the witnesses, which is fine. I fought for 2 years that behavior was deplorable and disgusting, and no one should have to deal with it, right? But there are other victims. They matter too. Their feelings matter too. The shit they went through matters too. The pain they felt, the hell they went through matters too. So to act like they don't exist is also a mistake, Like, come on. There's too many moving parts. I don't think everyone could follow every moving part if they tried. You know? That's not a brand, though. That's not a, I mean, your highest viewed streams. I mean, if that's worth it to you, I guess. If the mental and emotional torture is worth it, by all means. But I don't think it's worth it for anyone, to me. A lot of the same things that I hear is people get afraid. So they just kind of roll with whatever he does because they are afraid if they do not, he will turn on them and turn his anger and his hate on them. And so they just do whatever he wants to keep him happy so that he doesn't. And for what? For an extra buck? For an extra 3 months of money? 6 months, maybe a year? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's selling your soul to the devil. Selling your soul to the damn devil. You know what I mean? It's gross and unfortunate. If people had just listened, you know, people had just listened. Chase Hughes work. I mean, I think everyone asks why, you know? I think everyone wants to know why. Because it's like, it's trauma bonding. Yes, believe me, I get it. I have CPTSD. I understand it, you know? Trauma bonding, but at the same time, you have to have some self-awareness in all of it. And it's like, if you've already been through this once, why would you want to go through it? I don't understand. And it just kind of ran back to it. I mean, he wrote the story about you and then you ran right back to it. It doesn't really make sense to me. I mean, to be fair, no one's life is peaches and fucking rainbows, you know? I feel like everyone expects that everyone's life is going to be peaches and rainbows. None of our lives are peaches and rainbows, dude. You know? My husband works 50 to 60 hours a week. He's exhausted when he comes home, you know? No one's life is pissing rainbows all the time, you know? But you would at least figure that you'd be a little honest about that, you know? Like, hey, life isn't always going to be fun and funny, you know? Like, there are real things that happen. People come home tired from work. That's a real thing. Every day is not piss and glitter. That's a real thing, right? With my pain, sometimes I'm just like, I do not want to deal with the day, but obviously I have to, right? Because I'm in so much pain that I'm like, I don't even know what to do with myself right now. I'm going to take 2 ibuprofens and hope for the best, you know, because that's all I can do. Yeah, this is a recent thing. This is not a forever thing. This is a recent within the trials thing, last 2 years thing. Before that, they were anything but friends, you know? Yeah, tests and tribulations, my friend. And well, that's the thing. But what they don't seem to realize is each and every one of them will get the same treatment. And we have been telling them this for I don't even know how long at this point. It's like, when is it time to wake up and say, like, maybe step away from the person doing all the damage to everyone's life? You know? When? When is it time to maybe do that? I don't know. It's really deplorable and disgusting. I think a lot of very unwell, unhinged people latch onto him, and their misplaced hate and anger goes wherever he wants them to direct it at. You know, at least 5 or 6 or 7 in the accounts that I blocked yesterday are straight sock accounts from him. I mean, that's pathetic. Really. I have one account for a reason. I do not want to be going in and out of 17 different damn accounts. That's crazy. Who the fuck has the time for that? I certainly do not. I don't think most people have the time for that. That's crazy to me. Absolutely freaking bonkers. Hold on. I mean, I guess if you have all the time in the day, I do not, right? I have kids. That's not, I don't have all the time in the day. Homework and baths and dinner and, you know, like what? No, dude, no, absolutely not. It's just bonkers to me. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to get involved with something that is going to drain you mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and befriend it? It is one thing to be there for the people who have dealt with it and lived the hell, right? And stick up for them and stick up for yourself. And it's another to want to befriend the hell that he is, because eventually, acquaintance or not, he gets bored. He's got to have some content, some drama, and you are going to be the content, the drama. And it doesn't have to be for any real reason. Just could be you made more money the night before than he did, or someone he doesn't like commented on your stream. It's really that simple, and people don't get it. Oh, never be that stupid. I remember the days of people saying, "Never be that stupid to blackmail someone in writing." What? Never be that stupid to threaten people while he's out on bail. He would never do that. He would never be so stupid as to wiretap people while he's out on bail. That's a crime. Here we are. I remember the days of people repeating these things over and over and over, and me being like, what's it gonna take? What is it gonna friggin' take at this point? You know? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I wish I did. I feel like some people are just gonna forever, do it. Believe whatever comes out of his mouth. And that's unfortunate. But it shows you the level of mob mentality that has to happen for them to do that. If you're basing your opinion about someone based on what him or anyone else tells you, that's mob mentality. The same goes for both sides. If you're basing your opinion or withholding or support from someone based on what someone else told you about someone, and not actually going to the person and talking to them and asking them anything at all, or getting to know them in any way at all, that's mob mentality. That's cultish behavior, right? You shouldn't be making your opinions of someone based on what someone else is telling you. That's not, you should try to get to know someone yourself. Or in his case, he puts his behaviors on full display. It's crazy. I don't know, what? I don't know anybody that would commit the amount of crimes that he does and just stream them. It's bonkers to me. It's bonkers. And also all the behind the scenes stuff that he constantly does. It's stuff that's been happening for years. It's already imploding, right? It's already imploding. And it's his own life, his own shit, And we've seen this before. This is not something new, right? We've seen it implode before. It's unfortunate because it hurts people. People get hurt. Real life people in their real lives get hurt by it all. And, people love to just log off. That's not the way it works when your real life is attacked. There are plenty of people whose real life has been hell dealing with speaking up. What people don't seem to understand is, right, someone like me or another one of the victims, it's witness intimidation. It's literal witness intimidation to try to falsely report Meredith or anyone for that matter who has information on his criminal behavior or the way he acts. That is witness intimidation. You can be charged with that. And I think people with fake accounts seem to think the cops can get a subpoena for a John Doe account. And then X, aka Twitter, or any other social media platform has to then provide all of the details that person gave, IP address, all that stuff to the department with that subpoena. And so they can figure out who you are. So even though you think it's a fake account that you made, guess what? It will always trace back to you. Always. It will always trace back to you. Those things are crimes. Witness intimidation is a crime. Going after people because you don't like the truth of what he's doing and you don't like people saying it, that is a crime. You cannot try to falsely report people for things that didn't happen because you're a Turtleboy fan. That is a crime. They seem to think these fake accounts will save them. That's not the way it works. The state police will just get a subpoena for the John Doe account, and it'll literally say account number or name, blah, 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 whatever, John Doe, Jane Doe, until the information is given up. No, it's not set. I mean, there's another date for January, but the trial itself isn't set until next November or something like that. It's just weird to me, right? Like, your brand should be pretty close to who you are, because I just don't get making this whole extra person, I guess. I don't know. That would be a lot to juggle, to make your brand something completely different than what you are. I mean, no, thank you. That's crazy. No, no, thanks. Not about it. I give you guys all of me that I can, keeping within, keeping my family safe, withholding, personal information. It's that simple. And that's safety. I mean, everyone and anyone should be doing that, because there are some very unhinged individuals who do this shit. It's insane. It's absolutely bonkers. So I was gonna play a clip of the spaces that I was on the other night. It was a good space. I was only on for a little bit. I had to run and do some stuff. I was baking. So I had to jump off, but I spoke for a couple of minutes. Hold on. And those of you who don't have access, obviously probably didn't hear it. It was a good little space. People from, I was sort of the only quote anti, I guess. And apparently that bothers people, when people who are from opposing opinions on a case come together and talk about something else. That's called adulting, folks. That's called adulting. And if that bothers you that people can have adult conversations, then you haven't been paying attention, because all the hate and vitriol and anger that's been spit at everyone, guess how well that's worked out? Did that do anything? No, it certainly did not. So if you don't like the way that I am having, conversations with people, well, I don't really care about that. I don't really care, because I am my own person. I don't fall into any what you think I should say, what you think I shouldn't say. I am just my own person, and I don't need permission to say or do any fucking thing. And if you do need permission, or you are making your opinions based on what you think someone else wants to hear, or you're not saying things, or you're not supporting people because you're too afraid of someone else being upset with you over it, then you might need to look in the mirror and rethink why you're doing it. Yeah, it's an online presence, definitely. It literally shouldn't, right? Like it literally shouldn't. Yeah, right, Michael. Chris asked me to speak, and so I was happy to do it. I'm always happy to do it, as long as it's going to remain respectful, because other people get so infuriated that, God forbid, people who don't agree on one case, how they could possibly agree on something else and have a actual real conversation, because that's like a problem, apparently. No, that's called adulting, folks. That's literally called adulting. And for those people who don't like it, oh, fucking well. Oh, well, maybe you don't know how to adult, and I feel sorry for you if you don't know how to adult. Yeah, this is it. All right. This is as big as it gets, I think. But it's audio, so you guys will hear it.
And I'll take my
9
own.
minutes in. Hold on. I don't think I hopped on until like the second or third minute anyway, but those of you that don't have X, I guess, will be able to hear at least some of it right now.
Can I get a thumbs up if y'all can hear me? Thank you. I'll just give it a couple of minutes like I always do. and just add a couple of people who are gonna be who I bounce off on this space. So yeah, just give it a couple of minutes and we'll kick off.
I don't want to like fast forward through it too much because I know it starts shortly. And this Spaces makes it hard to like fast forward. When you try, it goes like way too far through it, which is annoying. So I can get it to like, yeah, the glitching lately, that's like a new thing where it like has been glitching out when people are listening to it. As a speaker, I didn't have that glitching, but when I was just listening to one the other day, it was the same sort of cutting out and just going blank. And that's been like over a week now that it's been doing that. But we have to remember Elon Musk fired like, 75% of the friggin' people who worked for Twitter when he bought it. So, I mean, maybe that's why he's got a lot of glitches. And I wish he would figure out how to go back to the way it was when you could search something, because now the search is, it's not even giving you things that you're searching, even though those things exist. I just don't like the way search works on it at all. Spaces is definitely a cool concept, but it allows me to like walk, put my headphones in and walk around the house and still be on a space. That's the one thing I like about it. I don't have to be stationary in this chair with you guys where I'm sort of stuck here. I can put my headphones in and
we'll
speak.
Kick off anyway. I was looking for Bonnie and a couple others. They're not here yet. So I think MLF, if you're there, that's cool. Got you as a speaker. All right, cool. When the other ones pop on, I'll just add them, I guess, as we go. So yeah, it's been wild.
Yeah, they need a chat.
Couple days. So I've got a bit of an agenda I want to go over.
Not comments, but a
first
chat.
one being
full chat for us to be able to
Machado.
Read.
So that that's been a bit of a if people aren't up to speed with what
I wasn't in the first like couple minutes.
I knew about a month ago, really, about how all that happened. But yeah, Meredith actually came through with the goods unintentionally. To be honest, it was like a couple of days after that Jess was doubling down. So on the back of that, and I know like I did put a tweet out for Nurse Kim to make sure she tunes in, because I want to go over some stuff. But
it to be,
before, sorry, I just got to add Bonnie.
That's what I'm trying to break the habit of. It doesn't have to.
So before
I
get into
really
that,
relevant
I actually
to him
am going to issue an apology to Nurse Kim. Because back when all this happened, the information I had was she was the only one who had a copy of that audio. And I had talked with Flip about it, and he assured me that she was the only one who could possibly have it. Therefore, that's the only way it could get released.
He's talking about the Flip
Turns out that
audio.
wasn't the case. And we've sort of seen how that played out. So I just want to from my perspective, just say, and I'm only apologizing for the Flip audio. The Karen audio is a completely different story. So
at all.
Nurse Kim, that's my official apology in regards to the Flip stuff. Yeah, she definitely had no part in that being released.
I wouldn't, to be honest.
So where I want to go from there though is Bonnie did a really good video. If you haven't seen it, go onto her page, check it out. Where Nurse Kim was asking who would set her up.
Nicer to one another.
And if Nurse Kim hasn't worked that out by now,
it is fascinating though. I agree with you.
It can't be made any more clearer. So the way that what first drew my attention to Nurse Kim was the fact that
if you've been nicer to me and not such a bitch, I may have not helped frame you. In other words.
Yeah. And I think that
I'm trying
in itself,
skip
really
to the
shows
parts
the
where
character
we all
of
are
these people.
talking, because we have a really good
Of any role in that, because I did go pretty hard at her at the time. Of any role
I
in that,
missed the first
because I did go
couple
pretty hard.
minutes, I think.
But then you're just lying. So I don't understand how she's even has a show still. It's just it's mind-boggling to me.
Well, if we won after
the
that, then I
credibility,
wouldn't have
like,
one either, because
like if that's your livelihood, credibility goes a long way.
Right.
And but like in this instance, I
Hence why I don't
find it
fucking lie
interesting
for
because I remember a back and forth I had with her on X back then, because like, you know, like back then, like, you know, Flip was my boy and I was backing him on everything,
No
like, you know,
worries.
because he was just like,
Yeah.
She when she had the glare.
Flip video. That's a lie. She did. We have proof. Like anything she says, she's lying, because we know she got it from Aiden. Aiden sends her
We do know
stuff to
that.
do for him that he doesn't want to do. And this whole thing about now her daughter's doxxed,
Welcome. I don't know who it was.
It's kind of funny
whether it
because
was
right
me
after
or
she was saying,
I get 10 a month
she
to give
admitted that she lied
from YouTube
and
or
she's saying,
someone else,
you know,
but
this is
you're
what
welcome.
happens when you get involved with Aiden. Things like this happen, and you know, maybe I'm gonna not so much I'm gonna take a step back, but she was kind of like backtracking a little bit about supporting him. And then her daughter gets doxxed. I mean, it's what they do.
Which is
in their
not
playbook.
okay.
I mean, it's like
People show it.
it's
Like,
so,
what is wrong
it's
with
so
you?
predictable. It's so obvious. So
Like, really, though?
it's funny because now she calls Meredith's job. She admits it, and now she's mad that someone doxed her daughter. It's like, okay, not only she has no credibility, she's also a huge hypocrite. It's just like
I didn't hear.
still not okay. Like,
I didn't hear the thing about her daughter, but I
weird.
didn't watch her
behavior.
say. But I know the other day she showed her daughter.
invested
Where's
like
Mike?
she must, I don't even know if she is, but I assume she's part of that documentary and maybe she wants to keep that spot.
Oh, it's right
But at
around
some
here
point you got to
somewhere.
put your own integrity and your own like self-worth and respect above like that kind of stuff. Like he is shown on record twice now he's willing to throw her under the bus to protect himself, and whether if she's happy with that, just come out and say it, I guess. But yeah, I'm interested to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I agree.
over
I
an
don't really
hour
watch her
on
that
the
much,
clock.
but I always thought she was very nice. It came across really genuine, and she has Betero on all the time. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. I mean, I haven't seen her come out and say anything. Have you guys seen her say? I haven't seen any of her posts. I haven't seen her get involved since that whole thing with Flip and.
No, I haven't. But I don't watch her stuff. So like,
Yeah,
but I
me
don't
either.
watch like a lot of these people's stuff. What I see is like clips on my timeline and stuff like that from other people. So
I did see she made a comment today on X to Flip. She didn't seem very happy. He was supposed to.
She glitches out a little.
yeah, it's yeah, I seen that post. I seen that post yesterday. I don't know if it was. I seen that Flip posted the screenshots. I don't know what that was supposed to prove. Me and Flip were in a back and forth about our own shit with that, and then
That's
I don't
okay.
know what that was in
It
reference
happens
to.
sometimes.
Why that was
I don't know
posted.
why. YouTube
But,
changes
yeah.
it, and then that's what happens. No idea why.
She obviously
it does
has
that,
an
but it
opinion on the
does
situation.
randomly.
I just don't know whether
It's
she's
done it twice
brave
in
enough
time that I've
to
been on
voice it. I guess
YouTube.
because you then get
2
the
or 3
wrath
years.
of.
It's done it twice.
Yeah, but she's
where it
got to feel
changes the
slighted.
names.
Like I can't imagine you're sitting back there and you're seeing all this, and you're the person that's been pretty much thrown under the bus for it to not have an opinion about it.
Let's be honest, Chris. None of these people are brave enough to speak up and say something because they're too afraid Aiden's going to do what he does to every single person that bothers to tell the truth about what he does. And remember, he loves to threaten and blackmail people behind closed doors and then pretend like that's not something he does while he's on bail, which is a crime.
Exactly. Mike requested to speak. This is a great thing for me because I've been asking Mike for 5 spaces to come on and speak.
That was
So he sent me a teaser last night in a space I was talking on. But yeah, here he is, Mike. Welcome.
I'm glad to be here with you, and I just gotta say, like, it's funny. On one of the first nights, I hit the button and it didn't work, and I was gonna go after you. And it's funny because, like, now I'm just I'm a fan, Chris, and I like what you said tonight about Nurse Kim correcting the record and apologizing, because that shows character. That's like real journalism. You don't see that a lot, unfortunately, at a lot of the space. So I just want to give you the props on that. And I'll say about Kim is I like Kim. I have. Like, I was friendly with her. I had dinner with her in Betterow one night and some of family members with Betterow, and she was so nice. Like, we didn't really get along that well before that, but we did after. So I've seen like the nice side of Kim. I've liked Kim. I was disappointed with like her comments to friggin' James from JFK show. Like she said some of the horrible things, you know, and it's just like it's been disappointing to see. And I think there's from myself being part of that crew to an extent, like your environment changes you. Like that environment, it is seductive, and I think that she's kind of caught up in it. I really do. I don't think that's the real Kim, and I hope we see the real Kim. I don't know though, you know. So
I remember,
and I think you're right. I think they did try to set her up, and I think that should be a wake up call for her, because this is what I've been trying to say to people. Like,
Nurse Kim,
you're
you
next. Like they don't give a fuck about you. You're exposable. And she has a platform. She has a lot of people who like her and support her. And I think it would mean something if she did turn. So it'd be interesting to see her
Absolutely, Dr.
challenge.
Jones.
But I don't
Sounds like
know.
a plan
You
to
know,
me, my
I
friend.
don't talk to her like that. I don't know how she feels. I really don't know.
Yeah, I was
Well,
disgusted with that too, and I don't even know
I
the guy.
found out
Never
how big of
spoken
a
to him a day in
support
my
following
life.
she has, and how much her supporters love her, because like they came so hard at me. They were
Yeah.
as bad as the Turtle Riders, and there's probably a crossover there, so I get it.
There is.
So I am like, I remember Kim. I think I remember saying, I don't know if she was on your stream. She just popped on one time, and I think it was you, Betterow, and Mazza, and she just popped in and said hello. Like before, I think this was even before she had like her platform, to where it is today. It's like, and she like when I'd see her here and there, and I always thought she seemed like a genuine. I thought she come across as a genuine person. But then, like you say, environments can change people, and popularity can change people, and the way they act and the way they move.
Not if you don't let it.
You
Not if
either
you
want
don't
to
let
keep
it.
moving up, or there's sometimes you got to. I guess if you want to grow in popularity, aligning yourself with Aiden isn't a bad way to go about it. But what's the cost?
Yeah, that's the
To do
real
that.
thing. What's the cost of your
Huge
life, and
cost.
what's the
You learn
cost
that
long
real quick.
term for your credibility? Like this is
And your credibility.
short term money is the way I look at it. If you stick with
Bingo,
him,
Mike.
Yeah.
because
And-
eventually his shit's gonna go bad. You can see it.
And I think, Mike, like when this all happened, and like I remember, I think there was one
I don't
stream where
disagree with you.
sort of
That's
like
just
said
his
something
opinion,
about
obviously.
me, and I messaged you
You
and I
know.
said, "Bro, I love you. Like I don't want to go back and forth with you. So, like, just trust me how this is going to play out." And it was I didn't want to be someone who was like arguing with Mike, because like you were my introduction really to like the whole Karen Reed case. Like you were the stream I watched with you and Betterow and Mazza. Like you were the guys who I chose to sit there and watch, along with the lawyer guy Pete. So
Doesn't matter
like
to me that he's
I
out of the
said,
country.
I think I even said to you in the message, "Oh, this fucking
Yeah.
hurts my heart." I said, because I didn't I said, I don't want to like fight with you about this. I said, but trust me, there's some shit that's going to come out, and like with the recording and stuff like that, it was and
I
it's,
think that
everyone's
she
seen how it's
played the
played
game.
out, and
Not gonna work well for
I don't
anyone who
think
does that.
yeah,
It's
you don't have
quite
to
simple.
call it the alleged recording anymore. By
It's not the alleged.
he's on tape.
You admitted it.
Not
He's on
alleged.
tape admitting he did it and what he was going to do, and his reasons for it. I don't buy the reasons for it. Like I don't know, you guys know him more. Like you've actually had a personal relationship with the
I
guy,
want to say 2 nights.
and I'm sure you've
the
met Karen and
Wednesday,
had conversations with her.
I think it was Wednesday.
I don't know what protection he needed from her. I'd like to know the explanation of that, but he's like, that's the narrative that he's tried to spin out.
I don't think it's about protection. I think it's about leverage, and I think it's about control.
It was
and
always
money
leverage and control
and
and money. All of
these
it.
charges too. Like
Multifaceted.
so. I think there's a lot of levels to it. And when he talks about $1.5 million for the for Ernie Bach Center, And then he talks about the documentary movie, and you see the contract that Meredith dropped. He had points on that documentary. So if she's in that documentary, it's more likely to get big bucks from Netflix or whoever, and he's going to get paid for that. So to me, it's about money, control, and ego, and the fact that she doesn't like him, and he knew it for a while. And the reason why she doesn't like him is multi-level, you know? So I think there's a lot of it. And it's just, I always say you can see it now. It's all about him. Me, Mr. Me. That's what it is. So
Did you at any point like become aware that when he was on the out in that scene, or did he sort of keep that well hidden? Like as far as, oh shit, like, you know, she's not a fan of mine right now.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I'll say, I can't remember if it was trial 1 or 2. I think it was trial 2 maybe. But I don't know if people remember, and I'm trying to recall myself, but there was a fight about who sat in court. And there was a lot of controversy about who sat behind Karen in court.
That was trial 1.
Yeah, it was trial 1. And Aiden, and I had been asked to sit in court. And I said, no, I'm the only person who ever said no to Karen, because I saw that playing out. And I'm like, I don't need to be there. I don't want to be on camera. You know, I don't need to be on TV. I'm better at home streaming it. You know, that's my purpose. But he was trying to get in court as a journalist. And at first, I don't think they approved him. And then when he was approved, there was like a lottery at one point, and there was a line actually at first, and then there was a lottery. So even when he was approved, he couldn't always get in. And so he was trying to use Karen, one of her family seats. And he was upset back then because she basically was saying, no, my lawyers don't want you to sit there because, you know, we're connected. It's not in a good way, you know, it doesn't help me. And so basically he was pressuring Nick Rocco and Rita Lombardi. He was pressuring people who were sitting behind Karen to say, tell Karen you won't sit behind her unless it's for me. So that's when I think it started. That's the only thing I remember really seeing.
That was the blackmail. I was fully aware of that. He literally tried to blackmail Karen because she wouldn't give him a seat. So he sent a recording. Well, Jenna Rocco at one point sent a recording out to someone else and basically saying, like, listen, we called Karen. Aiden was threatening to go to Tully because he wasn't getting a court seat. And, you know, at that point, she went to Alan Jackson, and Alan Jackson was like, well, that's blackmail, but what is anybody going to do about it at this point? Right. Yeah. And so they kind of just appeased him in a way because he had already at that point got his, you know, journalistic pass there, his credentials. And so he was getting in, but he was basically saying oh, you're on Court TV, so you should not go on Court TV because they won't have me on. But why would they have Aiden on? Well, because he was calling the executive producers cunts. That's why
he was pressuring Nick Rocco. He put a lot of pressure on Nick Rocco.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
It started with like a Facebook argument.
I'm not even familiar with that kind of stuff. I knew there was that Jenna Rocco thing that she put out. I only found out about that like maybe 6 weeks ago. I'd never even seen that before. And sometimes I think like when all that was going on, a lot of that negative stuff towards him, he was able to bury with other stuff. So
there's so much going on then. Think about a trial happening, and like next day we're talking about Higgins is going to be on the stand or whoever, you know what I mean? So
yeah, so it was wild.
Not even that, but it was also getting buried by like this side versus that side. So if I'm saying something about it, the other side isn't listening to what I'm saying about it because he has told everybody I'm just bad, right? So they don't want to hear what I have to say. Even when I'm telling them the God's honest truth about who he is, what he does, it's just being tuned out at that point because I was very vocal about what he's doing, what was going on, blackmail at the time, all of it.
Yeah, and even me, like the whole thing for me the whole time is like, this is about Karen. You know what I mean? Like that was always the thing. It's like you don't want to rock the boat.
Disagree, but
we're supporting Karen. You know what I mean? Like somebody's life is at stake here. And even him too. Like you're looking at his charges and you're feeling like, you know, you don't want to see him go to jail. You know what I mean? Like we're all in this together.
He belongs in jail. That's exactly where he belongs, behind those nice squeaky bars.
I'm not gonna argue with that. I think, like, I know a lot of people have got on there, like, and said, like, oh, no, we don't want to see him go to jail. I don't care. Like,
Yeah, I'm torn on that. I don't know.
if you're gonna do like if you're gonna do shit, you're gonna do shit. Like
I know. I wish you would wake up. I really do. But you
Yeah, I
never will.
agree.
I
I
know.
want
Needs to go
to
to
just
jail.
circle back a little bit, Mike,
His
to
problem.
when you mentioned the points thing.
Can't
In regards
blackmail
to
and
his
threaten
documentary, obviously,
people
the
to go.
more views or
Those
the
are
more,
crimes.
however that works, I'm not
Can't
sure
do
the finer
that.
details of that. But I don't know if you ever seen it, but I posted his response to Karen once she found out about the recording, which I think was the 2nd of September.
Art Deco.
And his response,
Save
and
those in the back, my friend.
there's a lot of nonsense at the start where he's like, "Oh, I only have one phone. I couldn't possibly do it." Blah, 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 all that shit, all the lies.
Oh, we got a troll.
But then you get down to the bottom of
Hi.
it, and he's like basically begging her to still do the documentary. He goes, "I
Yeah.
still think you should do the documentary," and you can see why. Like, but when you know that it's like if it's a points based thing, because realistically,
see how
whether
we
you
can
like
do
Karen
that?
or don't like Karen or whatever, like no one, I don't think anyone really gives a shit
Amazing,
about a
right?
documentary that's just about him and a couple of other content creators and their version of it, their coverage. Like she's the story. Having her, AJ, the legal team on that documentary is what's going to drive it. And
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
without it, it's really just going to be a flop straight to DVD type situation.
yeah. And what 1.5 million he said Ernie Bach, what's he offering without Karen? You know what I mean? He never talks about that. So that's
I'm still waiting
obvious.
for the Ernie Box show with Aiden because he's the show.
And I gotta say, my boy JFK, he talks to all these. He's a Hollywood guy. I don't know if people really realize, but he's hooked in with music and documentaries and movies with some of these producers. Specifically, that guy
An
Jeff.
hour, 20 minutes on
He
the
talks to him. He knows Jeff and he knows
jury.
Mark Wahlberg. He talks to them both about this stuff, about these movies and documentaries, and that's who they want. They want Karen. They don't, you know what I mean? Karen is the star. Like that's what they all want. That's what Netflix wants. You know what I mean? That's why they want Karen, because she'll draw the dollars. They'll get a contract from Netflix or Hulu or whoever, Apple TV.
I don't blame you.
And if Aiden,
Shouldn't
like
really
I
be
think the
anybody's
only
jam
way
until they clean
Aiden's
it up.
marketable is like what was that movie, that documentary series about the guy with the animals, Joe, whatever his name is? What was it?
Yeah. I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his
Yeah.
name now. But I know who you're talking
Tiger
about.
Joe or whatever his
Tiger
name is.
King. Tiger Joe
Tiger
Exotic.
King.
Yeah.
Tiger
That's
King.
the only way Turtleboy is the star. It's gonna be like a disaster movie about him. So
It's a mockumentary, Mike. It's going to be a mockumentary.
yeah.
It was so great watching
King, yeah.
Brandy on his stream that day where like and
I
it's
don't know who
like
that is.
it's a quote that I think will probably just do the rounds for a long time, is that she didn't like want to do a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
And she would forego like that.
All that
Like
money.
if these numbers are true, which I don't
That's what I
really
call it at
believe
this point.
they are, what he says, because you can't really take what he says seriously.
Gee, I
The
wonder
fact
why.
that someone like that should tell you what she thinks of you, really. Like if you're not picking up that hint, like at this point, where so if you listen to Aiden, she's foregone $3 million to avoid him. Like that should be the biggest reality check for him. And I guess that's why he's salty. Like he is mad about it because he doesn't get to benefit from that.
We all know who the Tiger King is.
And it's still, I still like. I gotta say, like I'll talk to Karen once in a while, but we never talk about shit. I never push her. I never ask her about any shit. Like we talk about music and shit like that. But I still, I don't know. I have another source, and some other people, and I think I've heard different things, that she signed on to the documentary and that she didn't. So it's interesting whether she actually did. And I wonder if that doesn't have something to do with his video yesterday, where he was all of a sudden, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if she's actually on that. She still might be signing on to that documentary. I don't know. She might have signed papers. I've heard she did from one person. Another person said no. I don't know.
Let's be honest about what that was yesterday. What that was yesterday is receipts are being dropped to prove that he's a bold-faced fucking liar. So he doesn't want more of those receipts being dropped because clearly they might be some Hiroshima bombs in there that we haven't seen yet. So what he was trying to do is be like, no, we're waving the white flag. We're not doing this anymore. But behind closed doors, we all know that he's going to tell everyone else to keep ramping it up so that he can publicly proclaim that, no, I told everyone to stop, while he actively keeps doing what
He's
the fuck
gonna
he
play
does.
the sympathy card. It's the fake
Exactly.
sympathy card.
And it's yeah, it's just in line with how he has been. Like, even when like, and I don't know like why you would provoke someone who was with you through the entirety of this situation. But to have someone sort of come out and go after her on his behalf, I'm speaking about Meredith now, like go after her, and to expect there's no clapback. Like, I don't know Meredith, and I've had my own issues with some of the stuff that she did, and I've made posts about that. Like, we talk now, like we're like
I
sort of like
agree,
amicable.
Dr. Jones. It is
And
tribal,
like
very tribal.
where if I ask her a question,
Grossly
she'll answer it
tribal.
or whatever like that. But she doesn't like, you know, he's
Which
a
is why I
guy who
kind of go to
can't
the beat of
take
my own
no
drum,
and
my
can't
friend.
be the seen as the loser in a situation.
I don't do what either
And
side wants me to do.
she comes across as someone who just doesn't give a fuck. Like, she'll defend herself, and if she'll defend herself at all costs, and what those costs are, who knows. But yeah, it was a weird move to, like, yeah, especially after he said multiple times, I'm not going to make her content. And I know she was on your show yesterday, Mike. I didn't really catch a lot of it, so if I missed anything, because I just haven't seen it
Neither
yet.
did I,
But
Sam.
yeah, like,
The
why?
one thing I want to say
all
about
of
her,
this.
she's not crazy. I mean, that's the thing he's trying to say, and a lot of the turtle riders eat it up and parrot it back. And again, I'll say environment means a lot again. And I think that she's been his queen bee worker. You know, like, so that's what's crazy about it, because like you said, she has every receipt, and she's learned all his ways. She knows all his tricks. She knows all of his motives. She knows everything. You know, she knows what he's going to do before he does it. And she's a CPA. And what does that mean? I mean, an accountant. That's someone that's like licensed. It's a hard thing. CPAs are valuable. They're in demand. So even if she does lose her job, she's going to be able to find work. CPAs are in demand, and she's detail oriented. What do the CPAs do? They're with spreadsheets all day, keeping track of numbers. So she has spreadsheets upon spreadsheets of evidence and documentation on him, and he knows it. And I think that's what his mea culpa was yesterday. Is he knows the more he does this, the more it's going to harm him. But I agree. I think he's still going to send his minions after her. The other shows, it's just not going to end.
Well, he's sending the cops after her now. So
Yeah.
that's that was twice now. He's like filed
And
reports.
DCF.
But
Yeah.
And it's
could
funny,
have
people are saying
easily-
that's a lie. She's posting
It's not
she just posted the DCF documents. Sorry to talk over you, but that's been
You know?
proven. She's got the documents. So go ahead. Sorry.
Can I?
And I could have predicted all of that, all of the going to the cops, trying to get people charged with the fake charges. He's done it to every single ex-girlfriend he has literally
Kinda
ever
here, not
had.
really.
I just want to interrupt real quick
There you go.
too. Sorry, this is the other Meredith.
Mm.
His whole post yesterday was so disingenuous. So
I
now
have
he
not
wants to stop.
heard
Oh,
of
I'm
it.
stopping. I'm not gonna. He went on 20 hours or so of
Definitely
trashing
something I'd be
her,
interested
doing
in,
all
though.
this stuff. You don't get to just stop now because she doesn't have a platform. She doesn't have these viewers. Half the people that are on his live shows, probably more than half, aren't on Twitter. So they don't know all the receipts that she's sent out and all the stuff that he's actually done, that she has proof of, actual proof. He hasn't given any proof except for that what he says. He said, and he showed text messages of their relationship, but just like little pieces of it. So like she has to defend herself, and she's allowed to, and she's not crazy for doing so. She's countering every lie he's told.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did.
the whole crazy thing.
They did.
Is just anybody that goes against him is a psychopath, apparently. So
They do it to everyone.
people,
Make no mistake.
she has
Every person
right
he
to defend
attacks
herself, and
or speaks
it's just
up, they
horrible
do
what's
it to
happening to her. I mean, I was a former turtle rider. I don't know if anyone knows that, until this all came out, because I was just appalled by what his live streams and what he was doing. So
But this is a pattern with him, right? Like every single person, they go and they defend themselves in the same way that I did, right? And it's, oh, they started it. No, he starts these things behind closed doors. We'll have other little accounts and he uses little sock accounts and he'll throw little digs here and there and he'll say little things and, you know, he'll send you messages and he'll threaten you until you pop, right? And then it's like, you're going to defend yourself now because you're not going to let him sit there and blatantly lie, right? But then everyone's crazy. Everyone's a scammer. Everyone's a drug addict. Everyone's a this. Everyone's a that. Let me pull this thing you did 20 years ago and now you're a grown adult now, so you must be really, really horrible. And it's straight out of his playbook. It's something I've predicted a million times over, and pretty much anybody who knows his patterns could predict, because this is what he does.
What got me was when Meredith just posted that stuff about Jess, and like Jess went live and finally admitted it.
I think
so therefore, like
Meredith
was right.
MLF
She
Pink
wasn't
Lady?
lying.
Her
And their
name's
response
Meredith.
was
Different Meredith, but
to start posting videos and stuff about Meredith being a liar. Like that doesn't even make sense. Like she wasn't a liar. Meredith was correct. Jess is the one that lied. So now why are you calling Meredith crazy and a liar? It's baffling the way they think.
Yeah, it is. And I've said this like privately, and I'll say it, like, I don't think anyone like really is always, you know, you'll tell your truth as you see it, but then there's also just flat out lying. Like, so there's no way, like, you know, you're experiencing a situation, you're going to tell it how you want. But the one thing I'll give her is that at least like she'll provide stuff to back up what she's saying, and people
Right.
can interpret that how they want to. If you're slightly on Aiden's side, you're probably going to see it's like skewed. If you're on her side, you're going to say, yeah, she's providing receipts. And I think that's all in that situation that that she can do is like, this is it. Here's this. You believe it or don't believe it, really. But you know, as anyone who's under attack and who's had, you know, shit slung at them and stuff like that, you have a right to defend yourself. Like, and she has the right to tell whatever side she wants. And I'll tell you what she is doing is she's doing it herself. She's not enlisting third parties to do it. She's not like, you know, how other people, when they've found themselves in situations, ask people to get this story out for them. You know, she's at least done it herself, and she'll cop the black or whatever. And if she doesn't like it, I guess she blocks people, but that is what it is. Like, you know, I understand as good as anyone that when you go against someone like him, it's not even him that comes for you. It's everyone else.
He it was back when somebody did the spaces about Olivia, and then he did a spaces right after. Like he was all worked up about the people that were listeners in the spaces.
Yeah.
And then he did it again the other day with Meredith. I just seen it earlier because I didn't watch it lawfully that night. He pulled up Meredith's Young Jerks, Mike's live showing Meredith's faces, and was like, oh, well, look, there's Julie Carpenter and Tragedies. That's all we need to know. They watch his too. Those same people he complains about, like, just being a listener, not even on the spaces. He condemns that,
like
but the same accounts are watching his.
To be clear, I do not watch him. I refuse. I have refused for about 2 years now. People will send me clips, or I have mods that'll watch it just to tell me like what the, you know, footnotes are. But I absolutely refuse to watch him and give him any sort of view.
Right.
Same. Me too.
You can, there's ways that you can like stream it and like, but we used to do that like in Discord. You can stream a,
yeah, I know you can do that, but for me, the lies become infuriating to the point where you'd like to smash a screen you're watching it on, so I won't do it.
Yep.
It is. It's hard to stomach.
Yep.
No, he's it's definitely been like a pretty like a good exposing, I think. You know, and I think also too the fact that like the trials are over, so there's not as much stuff to bury like people calling him out under anymore. Like, because that's what I feel like would happen. That's sort of like the response I've got from people who used to be his supporters who are now sort of gone the other way. Whereas, like, a lot of the stuff you wouldn't see. Like, I spoke to people who had never seen that video, the Gaetani "I love you" little snippet that was doing the rounds, and the walking alongside of the road video, like basically saying he was going to do himself in. Like, there were people who were big supporters of his who had never even seen that, and like when I posted it, people were like, "Oh, this is old news,"
I feel like she
but there were so
probably
many
did.
people who had followed him as well who had never seen it, and I think that's what he's good at. He's good at, look over here instead of like what's the actual issue. So
Somebody in the comments is asking to talk about Ghetto Mellow.
Oh,
yeah, we'll get to that. This is great. How great is this? Like, I don't know, Mike, if you knew he operated under a lot of burners. Like, I'd assume, like, I knew, like, you'd be stupid to think he doesn't. But the Ghetto Mellow one was wild, and I had a little chat on it last night. I think it was on either Katie's Space or Barb's Space. I can't remember which one I mentioned it on. But like, it's wild that he would shit talk his own lawyer.
Yeah.
From an alternate account.
Definitely weird.
That's
was
patterns, Chris. That's patterns. Like, he'll talk to himself on his alt accounts. He'll talk about himself on all the alt accounts. He'll talk, to people he's got orders on his alt accounts, or people who have orders on him on his alt accounts. Like, he has dozens, and I mean dozens. He has a literal fucking spreadsheet of how many alt accounts he has. I mean, that's sick. That's some sick shit, bro.
The funny thing is that when I found out who these burners were, like that they were his, and I went in and I put the names of each of these burners in my search bar, and every one of them had at me. So like, he commented on my stuff, the stuff after the spaces. There was some Olivia stuff or whatever he commented on, and some other shit, all on these different burners. But meanwhile, he has me blocked on his main account. Like,
weird.
I don't know, like, the purpose of that. Like, he
No
wants to
one
give
does.
the impression that he doesn't give a shit about me, or I'm nobody, which I am. I'm not anybody. I'm nobody. But like, if you're willing
You're
to
Chris. You're someone. You're Chris.
Right.
yeah, but like, in the scheme of it, I'm nobody. Like, in this platform or in this area, like, I'm just someone who, if I don't
He's
think
someone.
something's right, I'm just going to
He's
say
Chris.
something about it.
Everyone
and
is someone.
If he hasn't
Throw
noticed
that
by
out
now, I'm not someone who just lets it go because you want to use bully tactics or you want to do all these other things. I'm not someone who will let it go. If I bucket, I'm going to keep telling you you're a fuckhead until you stop being a fuckhead. And he probably never will. I don't know how long will go on with this or whatever. I think, maybe the end game is when he finally admits, like, he gets on his live and
It would
he
go a
says,
long
"I
way if she
recorded Karen and I'm
apologized to
sorry."
people.
Maybe then I'll stop. But
Yeah, in my
his
opinion,
whole behavior
she realized
I said last night, it
it
needs to be
sucked. Maybe
studied.
apologizing would be the right thing to do.
It's weird. It's just, it's
Chris, if you go back to my shows from like over a year ago and up to 2 years ago, if you knew how many times I've said that his brain needs to be studied, because I have never seen the lack of self-awareness, the amount of projection, and the just blatant narcissism, like just oozing. I have never seen somebody project as much as I've watched that man project onto other people, what he is actively currently doing behind closed doors. It's fucking sick, to the point where they need to dissect his brain and figure out what the hell went wrong and when.
It'll be a new disorder, is my guess. It's
new disorder.
But like, going back to
Probably.
to burners, and especially the Ghetto Mellow one. So like, it was like, he would drop the N-word, he would like camouflage it with a different spelling, but everyone knows the intent behind it. And he used it to he used it also to harass Lindsay Gaetani, who had a protection order, I think, at that point. So give him more credibility, like, to what you're saying, Elise, is he's just like, what possesses you to do that? Like, and it is, I think it's narcissism. Like, he can't not have the last word. He can't be seen as a
Ooh, can you send me
a
these
weak
in a
person or something
DM
like that. Like, yeah, it's
so I can like look them up
it's
later?
fucking wild. But the trolling of his own lawyer is what I found kind of like the most weird and interesting from that. And apparently,
weird. It
apparently he got in
definitely
trouble for it. I don't know. I'm not saying. Apparently, he got in trouble for it.
How funny was it though? Right after Meredith released those text
not from
messages
him.
that it was his
She was talking
account,
about
that it was
Nan.
him, that it was gone. account was
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I was
Talk
just
about
like,
him. She was,
you know, like
talk about
if
him.
Aiden's getting blamed for an account and so it's someone else, you're not going to go delete it, are you? You're going to let him cop the heat for it.
Exactly.
Like,
It was deleted like the next day. It was like right after the text message were released.
yeah, it's just crazy. But like the self doxing he did on the Ron versus Don one was funny. That whether he knows, like I don't even know if he knows, like if it was purposeful or not. But even that Ron versus Don one was one going at me, like giving me shit about Space too, about like. But I'm like, why don't you just say the words yourself, dude? Like, come on, be a real man. Like, step up.
Exposed the Ron versus Don and the David Linton that way on his lives.
Yeah. And the Wade versus Hunter one too. I think that one was, I had a quick look through it. I think it was one that was created to really have a go at Kate Peters, from what I could see. It looked like that. But I didn't scroll through and read every single reply or tweet it did, but it looked that's what it looked like.
But let's be honest, right? The stuff he's doing to Meredith or the stuff that he did to Lindsay, do you think it's too far off that he did these exact same things to the witnesses in the Karen Reed case? I mean, let's be honest here. Like, none of the behavior is okay towards anyone. And everyone here knows that I'm a quote anti, right? Like, I mean, that's not a secret, right? But
the
behavior
let me
isn't
answer
okay.
that.
Period. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Because I see them coming at me in the chat, some of these antis, and I'll say, like, I never felt comfortable with John O'Keefe's family, Paul O'Keefe,
But it shouldn't have been
and
anyone.
Peggy getting attacked. I thought that was terrible. Like,
Witnesses.
I think that was horrible, a horrible look. Like that would never be me. And I'll also say, like, even some of those witnesses, like, yeah, like, I've never said who I think did it. You know, I just felt Karen was innocent, and I
Yeah,
think
but you
more
might
and
not
more.
like them, but do you think that they deserve the level of what the hell
No,
happened? Because that's the same
I
level.
especially some of them. Like, look at even Colin, right? Like, it seems like he really. I mean, we don't know. I don't know. We don't know, but I feel like too much finger pointing. Like,
I mean, we
the
know
whole
Colin
thing is
wasn't even there, but
But
that's
I'll
not.
also point it back to the anti-Karen Reed people, though, because the same ones calling me out. How many times have they called Karen Reed a murderer? So
She's the accused,
they're kind of in a glass house too. Like,
big difference.
Well,
I
there's a
never.
difference in, like, she was
Well,
the
no,
alleged murderer in the
let me
case.
finish. Let me finish. I never called any of those people murderers. I never. I don't think. If you try to find a video of me and audio, I don't think I ever did that. I don't think I did. And I see them do that a lot. So I don't know. I think it's kind of funny how they can say it, but they're gonna come at a bunch of other people. It's like, I don't know. You know, it's.
You have to
I
recognize
think
though,
people.
that she was the one charged.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not a cop. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's
If
why
she
I
was
had
charged
Devereaux
with the
on a lot
crime,
on my
no
show.
one
It was
else
like
was charged with the crime.
somebody
so she was
who
the alleged.
gonna say the right things and
The big
not
difference.
go crazy. You know. I think that more. I think people on both sides should do that a little more. I think people should temper themselves.
Yeah, 100%. I
one,
just want to recognize that it's the bad behavior just all around, right? Like,
I
that
get it.
people don't
And I
deserve
especially
that
think
level
about
of
kids. Like, there
harassment.
were kids in those families too. Like, you know, it's just, I think that was too much. Like, a lot of those people weren't, even if you think certain people did it, what about these other kids? You know what I mean? Like, you know, even Julie Nagel's stuff. Like, it's like, why are they going after her? You know, like, I didn't like any of that. I don't like a lot of it.
That's the difference.
The
In my opinion.
stuff that stemmed from the New Jersey situation that he finds himself in now, the Paul O'Keefe stuff. So the direction, how he was trying to get, I think from what I've read, he was trying to get Paul either like to not be called as a witness or to try and discredit him. And that was the whole narrative behind that. Like, I didn't agree with that at all. Like, because Paul wasn't even a bad witness. Like, when you
Yeah,
think
and
about
what's
it,
the
like, he wasn't.
purpose? I know exactly. Like,
Yeah.
what's the purpose? The guy just came up and talked about his brother, missing his brother. It's like, I didn't like any of that. And I got to say, that woman hit me up at a certain point. I think after he started talking about it, and she was mad at Turtleboy. I just didn't want to do it. You know, number one, because I didn't want to rock the boat on him, but also because I didn't want to go after Paul O'Keefe, you know, and that woman too. I didn't want to put her in that position. I think there's a lot of shit like that. It's like, you have to question yourself. And I think all the supporters should start questioning themselves. Like, when is too far, too
To
far?
me,
When
it's
is
not
too
about the
much?
numbers,
Like,
it's about the
especially
quality
with like
of your
Paul and
viewers.
Peggy. Like that should be something we
I
all
have
agree
quality
on.
viewers.
Whether you're anti or
I'm also a
free
small
Karen
channel that
Reed,
doesn't
that
bring in a ton of cash. So.
why ruin their life? Their lives have already been harmed, you know? So it's like the kids, those two kids. Like, I think most people on both sides, we didn't attack those two kids. Like, we
Well, who the fuck
we
would? They're
left those kids
children.
alone. I've seen
What
some
the hell is
people
wrong with people?
focus on one of the niece. I think that's horrible. That shit should never happen. So I think we should
Never.
all try to do a little better.
Never. It should never happen. And I mean, I recognize, he's a good manipulator into getting people to take their rage and anger where he wants them to direct it. I recognize that, but at the same time, we're talking about people who are charged with no crime, and yet they have to live their lives dealing with the harassment that most of us have received if you speak up against him or if you're just a target of his.
I'll touch on the Paul O'Keefe stuff because I know a little bit about that. So from what I've seen is it was like, I know he's posted about it, he's done things. I don't know, I haven't watched it, so I don't know how much he
Hour and
actually
43 minutes
shows when
on the
he's
verdict
telling the
clock
story.
here.
But like, I've seen stuff where
Getting close
he
to
is
that
saying
2-hour
like
mark.
that Karen was pretty much complicit in it. I don't know that to be true. I don't think that actually is true. I don't know whether he touched on that on his version of events.
I don't know if he
I
did
know
or
that
not,
he was telling
but I
the
know-
girl that Paul O'Keefe was divorced or separated, and he had another girlfriend who was a bartender in another town, like feeding.
Oh yes,
that.
Randolph, right? The bartender supposedly lived in Randolph. Yeah, I know that.
So I've seen
Yes.
I've seen that stuff where he was like sort of giving this person like directive and questions to ask to try and get Paul discredited. He was pushing it like, I want that in writing, get him to write that down, like get that in text form, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know,
While
like
manipulating people, 'cause that's what he
her
does.
intent or what it was, but I guess when you get in bed with that guy, if you don't know who he is at the time, and I'm not speaking figuratively, get in bed with him. Like if you're gonna
Yeah, but you do
sort
what
of
he says or else.
if you're gonna do his
Yeah.
bidding for him, like that's where he goes to. And a lot of the stuff I've seen in regards to that, like he was telling the story. She was just the one asking it, basically, is kind of where I
Well, he
stick
used a
with that.
misleading, manipulative tactic too. Like, oh, well, no, don't worry about ruining a marriage. There was no marriage to ruin. Like, it was already on the out. So, that's
simple
not a
conversations.
concern. He's got a mistress anyway, or he's got another girlfriend anyway over in Randolph. She's a bartender. Like, but these are the things that he doesn't show other people, right? He shows his little cherry picked one side and takes out all the pieces of the stuff that he does not want people to see that he said or he did, so that he can make the person that he is then the target of, that they're just bad, right? Like they're the bad person in the scenario. All he really had to do, even in that case, is take down the stuff that he had up about her, right? She has children, right? Like why not just take it down? Why not just take it down? You know what I mean? Like, why? Because he can't take that little bit that makes him feel like he doesn't have the control of it. So no, not take it down. Tell the judge basically to go F himself and just not follow the order, because I'm Turtleboy.
Yeah, and I think that comes to a head.
Could've
What,
just
next
taken it
week? I
down.
think the end of that is
Simple.
The 18th.
or at least something like that. So I don't know. See how that plays out. What happens after that? Who knows? I have a opinion on like that whole kind of thing.
Right? Why
but,
not just take it
we'll
down?
see how it plays out, I guess. I'm just trying to see requests.
Oh yeah, you have the level of harassment I deal with when I speak at all is absurd. No one should have to deal with
who
it.
these requests. So I think Meredith did actually want to. I seen her
I
request
think
and
she
I
did
added
jump on
her.
at one point.
I
don't think it was right now,
she
though. I think
said
it was like
perhaps
after I
later now.
left
She wanted to
maybe.
talk something about the burner, she said.
I don't
but
fall
she's
on
gone.
either
So
side of what they
we'll
think I
come
should
back
say
to
or
that
what
later.
they think I should do because I go based on what's
Is there any, Bonnie, you might
harassing
just see in the
anyone is
chat,
wrong.
is
Doesn't
anyone
matter what
wanting, is there
side.
any questions there, or if anyone wants to actually
To
come
me,
up and
it doesn't
speak,
matter.
I'm happy to
You
do
can't say it's
that.
okay to happen to these people because they believe Karen was innocent, but it's
If someone
totally
wants to
okay if it
come and
happens to these
say
people
anything
because they thought
else.
Karen was guilty. It's not okay to happen to anyone, period. I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't call it out both ways.
So I don't watch the chat when I'm, I don't
pisses people
watch
off.
the
Oh,
chat
wow.
when I'm
You're being
talking, so I don't
disingenuous
know
if you
if
say
anyone's
it's
asking
okay for
questions or
this
if
and
anyone's
not
calling me
okay for
full of
this.
shit.
It's not okay for
So I can respond to it.
I don't usually either. I checked it like the one time. I don't usually look because it's hard to go back and forth when you're speaking, you know?
Yeah, I'm really bad at checking down chat, guys,
Yeah,
when I'm on a
I
spaces. So if you're
yeah, I sort
talking
of
to me
come
on
back
that,
to
you're
it
better off
after it,
sending me like a personal message. 'Cause
but
I
yeah,
am
so it's
terrible with
where
chat.
I guess where
No,
I really wanted
I know
to
you weren't. I'm disagreeing with you.
focus on this, and we've sort of gone off because obviously when Mike comes on, he has
Absolutely, they wouldn't.
the stuff he
They'd
wants
be
to
going to the
say
police
about
like
his
anybody else
experience with
would.
Aiden. I said last night that little 6-minute video he did cooking Aiden was funny.
I agree.
Like I loved it because like when I hear Mike swear or whatever, it's a little bit yeah, it's I liked it. I like it, and I do like how more people are actually speaking up, and
Yeah.
whether that's
Nice
to
to
do
see.
with like me or they're just seeing him as a bit, he's a bit damaged right now, where it's not as a one-sided story anymore. I don't know, but I think
The
it's
part
good.
that
I think
bothers me though
everyone
is if more people had listened,
should not
maybe there
have to
would be
be
less
afraid
victims.
to go against him. So
But they are still.
but yeah, if anyone, I don't know if
Not
anyone
right.
else wants to chat or not.
I think
I'm just going to go
LTL
through and
jumps
just
up
read a
at
few of the
some
questions. I
point.
don't know, Bonnie, if you want to chat about something we've gone over. In the meantime, if you want to
Chris asked me to
hold the
speak,
fort
and
for
I was
like a
happy to
minute or two.
oblige.
Let's see. Well, I did see
People can have civil conversations even if they
Jamie
disagree on a
Phillips had
subject. See
posted like
that?
a big screenshot from Jenna Rocco. I'm guessing this is like back when all that stuff happened in the courtroom. And she kind of just details
Mostly no
what Aiden
commentary unless something's happening that
did
they
in the
that
threats
people
he
wouldn't
made
understand.
to Nick Rocco.
Like a voir dire, and you just explain that it's a voir dire.
So I
Whatever that
posted,
means.
I
You know?
posted it down in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen that. I'm just
I've
reading
never,
through the chat.
I've never seen it before, so I was just reading.
I've got LTL. He wants to have a chat, so I'll bring him up.
Like this is the first time LTL ever spoke about the stuff from that he dealt with over there. I had gone hard on him
You're
at
on
one
LTL if you
point
want to chat, mate.
because I felt like people
Hey,
should
what's
be,
going on,
you know,
guys? Can
with
you hear
what
me all right?
they were.
Yeah, coming through
what
fine.
Aiden was doing even during the trial.
Yeah, I mean, I've kept pretty quiet. I haven't really said much. I mean, you guys know that I started getting attacked really bad in July, and I've gone through the subscriber loss on my channel, the up and down, and come back, and all that. And you know, the thing that I think, along with Mike, and I'm talking about Aiden here, along with Mike, you know, that time that Mike got on his show and just tried to kind of level with him and said, "You're so much better than all of this." And it was like he didn't want to hear it. And then he made that post about me, and he's, you know, continued along with Jess Machado, that's absolutely obsessed with me. That girl talks about me every second of the day.
So
It's
weird
very
though. Why?
weird,
It is
strange.
So what
thing
happened there? Because like you and Jess were
I
were
don't
cool at
remember what
one
it was that
point.
he
Like
was jealous
she
about.
was on there when you had
It
Nathan
was
Reed
just
on. Like,
personable.
yeah.
I thought
to
so.
people.
I guess she duped me. And
Same. I always
shame
do
on
that
me for
though.
not recognizing it. But anyway, let me just ask this, and then let me
Easy
just
to
get this
fall
out, and then
into.
I'll
Popular
talk about
opinion.
Jess. You know, the thing with Aiden was, you know, after the Halloween party, you know, how basically came out on a show and he said, "Oh, that guy never fucking, you know, supported me." And I showed the receipts to him. And I said, you've got to be flipping kidding me, because I did all those
He said
defense
flipping.
fund streams for you. I mean, it raised over $10,000 in direct donations for him. Was always
Forget,
kind to him
but I think it
outside of
was
the
he was like
courthouse.
personable to other
Took
people.
money out of
and-
my own pocket, like $1,500 or $2,000 or something like that, donated it to his defense fund because I really believed in what he was doing.
The hell? Why did that cut out randomly like that? Hold on. God damn it.
Granted, I wasn't as deep as the behind the scenes shit that everybody probably knows about in this chat. I stayed out of all that stuff because I didn't care about it. I cared
Try
about
to stay
coming
out of
on my
something you can
channel.
really do.
I cared about, just reporting and talking about Karen Reed's case. That's why I was here. I wasn't here to make a bunch of friends and get involved in drama, and all this other shit. But it was like, I kind of came to him and was like, that was my coming to Jesus moment with him, where I was like, don't say that I didn't support you, because I did. And there's no way that I can turn around now and support you after all these things that you've said.
Because I seen, I think,
about me.
Yeah, I think I seen. Was it Troll 2? You gave him something, or you had something made for him. I didn't really understand.
I just did something out of like because he was demonetized on his YouTube channel for I don't know. I think during COVID he got
No, I don't think so, Barb.
And
This
when
was
you're not
really
in
just more about the
monetization and
harassment.
you reach a certain amount of subscribers on your channel. So if you get 100,000 subscribers, you get a silver play button. YouTube sends a silver play button. If you get 1 million, you get a gold. And I just thought it would be a nice gesture. Like,
it was a nice
you've done
gesture.
a lot for me. Like, you've helped me. You've supported my platform. You supported things that I've done on my channel. And I just thought it would be like a nice thing to do for him. So I got him a silver play button. It's not, I had it made for him, but I wanted him to have that because I felt like he deserved it because he worked hard.
Was that the one Jess Machado made fun of?
Yeah, I mean, but that's like the kind of person who's like, you help me, and if you're showing,
I'm the same way.
I treat people how people treat me.
Treat me.
If you're a piece of shit to me, then I'm going to treat you like a piece of shit, or I'm just going to ignore you.
Just ignore you, yeah.
And then just, all this stuff started coming out, and I was like, you know what, man, I don't need to be involved in it. And then you have, Crazy Crab Machado that's literally obsessed about me. She talks about me every single day. It's very weird.
She is kind of obsessed with you.
It's weird, bro.
It's weird. I mean, it is odd. Like, I have a life.
It's
offline.
almost like she's jealous or something. And like the whole studio thing, but most YouTubers do it from home. They don't have a studio, but she thought she needed what you had, and then the next thing you know, it was a competition. And who posted pics of keys and whose was bigger, and it was like, what is going on?
What is happening?
Yeah, I mean, I just I had that ability to do that. I mean, I'm not married. I don't have kids, so I've saved my whole life. And this is what I chose to do with my money, and I work, and I have a completely
you actually have guests
offline.
You're local, and you actually have guests on sometimes sit in your little chairs.
I wanted to do it to open up to the community, to have a place to come in and talk. That's why I really did it, and just had a fun place to come hang out. And then it turned into this whole thing of I just got attacked, and I'm like, oh, all right. The one thing that I want to ask you guys, and maybe some can answer this question, because I don't follow either Jess or Aiden like I used to, but I just catch things on Twitter every once in a while. I have not understood why he has not buried her yet, because she constantly talks about him too. Constantly talks about him, all the intimate details of their phone conversations or things that are going around. Obviously, she got caught in a bunch of lies today. Remember, she doesn't lie. But she got caught in a lot of lies today too. And we've known this. I mean, she's lied about me. She's lied about everything. She was even saying, I think the other day, that, oh, well, if Aiden goes to jail, then I can't wait to jump on there.
But if people are starting to realize,
though,
Barb,
on his platform, and I'm like,
it was wrong.
Why has he not buried her yet?
And it's shitty.
I think it might. Let me just say this. I think it's because she privately kisses his ass, and I think that's all that matters to him. If you say the right things to him, that he'll think you're on her,
those conversations lead to
his side. And I
realizing
also want to say, Brian,
Or keep telling them
That
to fuck
was kind of the
themselves. You know what I
turning
mean?
point for, I think, a lot of people when you did nothing but support. And when she brought she brought my name up
It's not about
about you
backpedaling.
because you and I weren't really getting along, but I didn't
Telling
want
people
that
to fuck
public. She
themselves
didn't hit
isn't
me up and say,
changing.
"Hey, Mike, do you mind if
You know
I
what I mean?
talk
Not
about
changing anyone's opinion.
you and Brian not getting along?" She made that part of the story without even talking to me. And I thought that was weird. And she was already throwing little subtle jabs at me. Remember that when she was saying, Mike makes all the money? JFK picked up on that right
I
away.
don't want to hear anything
And
about
that he
Proctor ever
turned
fuck
it into a
again
little
after the
video
shit Aiden
about
says. It's just absurd.
making money Mike and how like people are jealous
That
because,
narrative is
and I think that's what a lot of it was, is that they were jealous of you and me. And the fact that we were kind of independent.
Aiden called her a
We aren't
cunt. Can we talk
like
about
you
that?
said, we don't,
Saying.
we're not in the inner circle. We never wanted to be in the inner circle.
No.
We stood on our own, on our content, on our guests, and you know what we were doing. So, and I think that was, I really think that was like the start of all of this shit in a lot of respects. It's really strange.
Yeah. But I mean, as much as I took in, I gave a lot of that money back.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
did.
raised those billboards.
You
Those
were the
We don't know
most
anything about
generous
that
out of
because I know
any
he's making any of
YouTuber.
that money.
It's funny because what did he give out of his money? What did Jess ever give? You know,
Yeah.
they talk
Well,
about donations. You were given your super chat money, which is taxable, which we only get a portion of, which
Right.
nobody else was doing that. I did that in the very beginning, but it became hard to keep track of and all that stuff. And I also got a lawsuit. So you kept doing it. You were the most dedicated to raising for Karen and Turtleboy. And that's what
And I was
bothers me
doing all
too.
those standouts too, man.
Is he
I was
talks shit
calling
about me.
everyone.
What did Mike do? He doesn't mention
What's
that
that to everyone?
you and I were the ones that started fundraising. We created a trend where Nurse Kim, Mass Media, Auntie Deb, they all jumped on the bandwagon. Glara, they got that idea from us. You and I were the ones that were raising money at the very beginning.
The part that I think gets to me is people not correlating the attacks that he was making on people, right? Because this is really about, that's what the Spaces was about, was the harassment, right? Correlating the attacks on people that they were conditioned not to like and the attacks on people that they like. It's not okay if it's people they like. It's totally okay if it's people they don't like. And that is where the divide, where people are having a hard time sort of correlating. Like, Aiden's never changed. He's been this the whole time. If you think that he hadn't done it to people people he's attacking now, then you've lost your marbles, right? I don't want to hear another fucking thing about Proctor because Aiden has said far worse about Karen at this point. So the whole Proctor narrative is gone. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it because you can't in good conscience make that argument and then sit there and say, but you know, this guy did this, and that. No. And let's all remember that this whole case was fed to him. It was fed to him. He didn't go and look into it himself. He didn't go and collect things himself. He didn't, take a critical, it was literally fed to him. And I think even Meredith said that on a Spaces I was listening to, that it was fed to him. And it's like that makes a difference. that makes a difference. I think at some point I jumped down. I can't remember where it is.
Total breakdown of Turtleboy. And part of it is he's surrounded himself with people like lunatics like Jess Machado who are not giving him good advice. They're not being good friends who would be talking him out of doing a lot of these things. I mean, a perfect example, let's go back to what started a lot of this breakdown was August, I think it must have been the 28th was the day that she went on Howie Carr's show, but it was announced a couple days before. I remember when it was on Twitter and all of the reception was positive. I retweeted it. Everybody, versus Kim retweeted it. Everybody was like, this is going to be awesome.
That's
Karen's
a jealousy
first
thing,
interview with
which
Alan on Howie Carr. And then a couple hours later, Jess Machado makes a negative tweet, which I now know was after she was talking to Aiden. Then everybody's sent all the dogs have been sent in to start kind of harping on it. Aiden is tweeting out
not a chance.
Bashing Howie, bashing his producer, posting his producer's DUI, bashing the book, making fun of Howie that he's that Aiden's following is so much better. I mean, my mom who's a long time listener of Howie for forever, she
It's
was
a legend.
Really? She's my parents are a huge chance. I actually went to see him in studio, I think this summer, but my mom was just like laughing when I told her that Ian was saying like his following was so much better and like having the audacity to do that. I mean, before Howie even got off the air, it had a chance to talk to him about it. He's already bashing him. I mean, he deleted the tweet afterwards, but the damage was done, and he's still been like to this day giving like subtle jabs at him, and then goes on his show and bashes Karen. And that's just a decision where if I was around, I would have stopped him. And I had a missed call from him that day, which I didn't answer because it's really not, it wasn't my problem anymore. No offense, like not problem, but just I wasn't there. And
it wouldn't be my problem if it was
he
my
called me
ex.
probably asking
Not
for
my
advice, and
problem.
then he talks to Jess Machado, and I now know the conversation was Aiden wasn't even that upset about it, and Jess was the one who was like encouraging him to be upset. Like her personal vendetta against the car is clearly driving it, not being a good friend, not
For
telling Aiden
context,
to, okay, stop.
Jess
like a lot
worked
of
with Howie
unhealthy
Carr
things you
and
wanna
his
do,
wife
say, stop.
fired her.
Let's think about this from a business perspective.
That's the
Howie's the only
context.
thing remotely mainstream media. He writes for the Herald covering your case. Do you really want to just burn a bridge like that? That's what I would have said to him, and that would have been the right thing to do. And that's what I know he told me Bettero said to him later. And that's why he later apologized to Howie and repaired the relationship ultimately. But like he just does these impulsive things, and then he's surrounded by people who are enabling and encouraging these bad decisions because they're not they're not being good friends. They have their own personal vendettas. Like for example, Jess Machado, and he's just surrounded himself with a handful of others like this that won't do have
TMI,
like the
right.
hard conversations that need to be had with him sometimes. And that's why he's just been in total self-destruction mode that really has kind of escalated in the last couple of months ever since Karen's on the Howie Carr show, and just his continued bashing of her the last few months that has kind of subtly escalated to us being okay with the vile things he's called her, that calling her a cunt at this point now, and that's like accepted and encouraged. Like, how did we get here?
I think the probably the Howie Carr thing was probably the first sign for people who I guess weren't privy to what was happening in the background. Might have been the first red flag for a lot of people who like. Well, it was for me. I remember at the time, and then it was all the like IO Karen everything stuff. You know, those subtle jabs he was taking at her, well, not so subtle jabs really. But yeah, I think that Howie Carr.
Chris, this all started with Jess, because Jess started to attack me first. I was the catalyst. That's what kind of kicked all this off. They came at me really hard for weeks. They still do.
And they got away with it.
What was that for? What was the
because
actual?
I stayed silent about it, Mike, because I wasn't going to spend any time on it. It just didn't, you know, I didn't have an interest.
Jess also,
and now
she also just said that she's the one that encouraged Aiden to go at Meredith. Not at all. Well, his all. But when I was going back and looking for clips of him and her,
to be honest, I don't care who gave him the advice. Ultimately, he's a grown man,
like
makes his own choices.
Dropping stuff about his like.
He can blame everyone else.
Girls
in the world,
being
but
in it. Basically, it's always the bitches that get you. She was like,
I don't know why it's skipping.
5 days of. I
think it was her.
He did any of that. Glitching. And then she's taking full responsibility for encouraging him to do that.
I remember correctly that hers
cutting
was
in and out there. Bonnie, I was trying to get in to let you know, but like it was like really choppy. Like your Wi-Fi or something was dropping in and out. But yeah, like it's interesting. To like I didn't know like what would cause all that fallout, so I was interested to see Brian, just what caused it.
Yeah, well, it started that I was covering the Enrique Delgado Garcia case. I had a source that came forward, and I had seen the said video, and I had some screenshots of that video. And the night that we were up with the Nathan Reed interview, I showed one of the screenshots because I'm looking that I'm trusting people in that room. This is my trusted inner circle. Jess is there. Her friend Erin's there. Nathan has one of his friends. I have one of my friends there. And I just quickly pulled it up and said, I know like what's going on. I know how, but I'm not going to reveal my source. It's not what people do. And then she went back and said that I have a video. I don't have a video. I never possessed a video. I wouldn't have the video. It was
I saw that. Howie was like listening to the spaces at the time.
And if you're such a great fucking journalist like you say that you are, and someone is showing this to you, why would you not say, hey, can you play it? Can we see a little bit of it? So, you know, that's my story. She took that story and came back and ran with it and said that I had the video and I'm holding it and just go, did you not think that if I had possession of the video that I would like release it?
And how did that then spiral into yours and Aiden's falling out? Was that post
Well,
that?
because he got behind her.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something that he instructed her to do or she went to him and said, hey, I know something. So I don't know that relationship. I don't know what happened. And then it just, that was the whole, you know, spiral. That was the whole jump on me.
And yours, and what, so Mike, help me out here. So what was the fallout with you and Aiden then? Like what was the catalyst there?
I mean,
what was, if you want to share, I don't know, like if you want to keep that private or.
And Chris, real quick, and this is, and I'm sorry, Mike, to cut you off. And the reason I haven't continued to say anything or talk about it, because it got so brutal online of them attacking me and talking and exposing things and talking about things that the Delgado Garcia family actually had to put out a statement and said, and actually tweeted at both Jess and Aiden and basically said in their statement, shut the fuck up. And out of respect for the family, that's why I haven't talked about it anymore.
It's, yeah. You know, Brian, it's funny because when you showed emotion, it was about Karen and the movement. When Jess shows emotion, it's about herself. So I noticed that real quick because they said that you were crying. You were crying for the movement if you were crying at all. And
everybody outside of that courthouse that day had tears in their eyes.
Yeah. And she turned around. What did she do? She turned around and cried about how
he was on my show the day after we had the verdict, the day of the verdict. She was on my show that night and fucking cried. Okay. Aiden was out front and said it was the most emotional thing that he's ever been through as well, too. So, I mean, they're all been caught on camera. It's all been recorded. It's all been talked about. I mean, everybody outside that courthouse had emotion. Everybody was emotional.
Absolutely. And, you know, she showed her emotion after that about, you know, being let go from Howie, you know, as a fill-in like 2 years later. Like that was what she was upset about. Like she literally cried on her show about that. That shows you everything. Like there's something not right there. And yeah, the whole thing, the whole steam roll on you just has bothered me for a long time, especially considering how much you did give to the movement. And I think also what you said about the boots on the ground. I covered Canton. I think that's another angle that people, what maybe you and I overlook too, is the fact that we know these people, and a lot of them trust us. Like that, I get the messages from them, and all those boots on the ground. They say, Mike, they send me message. We back you. We back you. You've been there in Canton. You've been covering Canton Select Board every week. We back you. And I think that's another thing that bothers some of these people, honestly, is that they're lazy. I mean, what does that guy in Tennessee do? He just replays whatever Aiden's doing, you know? So I think that's another angle here too, that they got upset about, honestly.
Yeah, it's
at one point Mike says something like,
I think people were saying
Aiden had
given
threatened
everything
like
that's happened here,
Rita
how's he gonna,
Lombardi and like
what's
some
the
of
next
those
case he's going to
grassroots
cover?
people from that
And
side.
there isn't, like, if we're being honest, there isn't going to be a next case he covers. I don't think.
No.
Because there's other stuff he could be covering and just chooses not to. Like that 20 hours he did on Meredith. He did, you know, 8 hours on Flip Ahead, plus all the other shit. Like there's like, and this is where
or True Crime or whatever her name.
Yeah, and the Lauren girl, yeah, I don't even know about that. I didn't, like, whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just,
it's definitely
just admit who you are. Don't pretend you're this justice corruption fighting guy. You're not.
That's what it was.
You care about your case.
It's a dictatorship.
And that's fine. That's your case. That's your life. Like, that's on the line, which I don't like. It's probably not, but you know, it's his livelihood or whatever. Just own that. Don't pretend you like care about anything else. You don't. He cares about himself, and he doesn't care about, in my opinion, from what I've seen, the people around him. like, you know, supporters like you and Mike, he's happy to throw to, you know, throw under the bus. You know, he's done it to Nurse Kim twice now on pretty significant things as well. Like, it's not like it's a little, you know,
Yeah, he
throwaway
certainly does,
something. It's
Shannon.
like
I think he
basically
talks
blamed
to
her for 2
people
audio
from like
recordings,
everywhere,
or let
both
her
sides,
take the blame for
way
them,
more than
and
even
not
I.
being man enough to actually just
People I don't even talk to.
take
Bingo,
ownership
Beach.
of that.
Bingo,
You
my
know,
friend.
at least, yeah, he's the deflection king. He could have like
Yeah.
tried to deflect it away from Kim, but it didn't even seem he wanted to.
Uh-uh.
So I don't think that, like, unless it's handed to him again, like it was in this matter,
Fed to him.
that well's going to end up drying up soon. And guys like Mike and yourself and other people who actually cover other stories and do other things, usually going to be the ones who end up winning out long term. So
what I seen was he seemed to like go at Mike and LTL a bit when he seen that they were in JFK's chat.
Yep, shocker.
And
Oh,
that's
yeah.
like that sent
That's
him
when it really
overboard.
started for me. That's a good
That's
point,
when it
Bonnie.
started, yeah.
But he's so like, it's so do as I say, not as I do. He can do whatever and talk shit and point things out, but nobody else can.
Nope.
And I just seen, I think it was today, and Anna, I posted like a clip, a couple clips, and he had, I guess he just said, somebody in his chat called out and said, why don't you tell Jess to stop talking about you? And like antagonizing all this bullshit. And his response was, well, it's fine. It's fine. Like, that's good. I have people doing content about me.
She's
You
got
know,
to
I'm a
have
hot
something on him.
subject.
That's what I think. She's got to have
And he,
something on him. That's all that I can think of.
yeah, he's like, it's okay that she talks
But
about me.
eventually
I
that
mean,
doesn't matter.
that's what they're supposed to do. I'm content. I'm the what he made some analogy that he was like whatever for the content, and that whoever did that clip had a good point because they said, what about you know when JFK was talking about him, it was like, oh, don't talk about me, and now he's saying it's okay that people talk about his life. Oh, that's what it was because they said she's given out too many details about your personal life, and he said it didn't matter, that was a good thing. But when JFK did it or anybody else does it, it's shut up, don't talk about me, it's nobody else's business.
Yeah, I still think it's the interpersonal because I know JFK and I know how he handled Turtleboy, and I think that it's like JFK's not going to kiss his ass, and I think that Jess does, and I think that has something to do with it. I think a lot of that is like ego, and I think that's a lot to do with it, honestly. And the whole thing with him and me, like
I feel like that's
I'm in
probably the case,
JFK's
but I guess we'll
chat and
find
I'm
out, right?
calling out the Glera. That's who I was really calling out because he was lying. You know, to me, even back then, I was still kind of supporting Aiden, and I was like, you know, if you're caught up in some business, shut the hell up. Don't go on JFK's show and talk about it and attack them. If you can't talk about something, if there's a problem, don't make it public. Don't go on and get mad at them. And so I was calling out the Glera because he's going up there every night and attacking them and lying. And it was obvious he was lying and he kept changing his story. And so that's really what I was saying. And JFK is my guy. You know, the reason he started in the movement is he was watching my show, and I've known him for a long time, and I know about his hip hop label. I love the music. I love what he does. He's a movie maker. I know this guy, and he's legit. You know, so you know, and he's a straight shooter. He's a great guy. He really means well. Like he does good work, and so you know, I'm not gonna bash on JFK. You know, a long friend, and you know, so I tried to play the middle with him, and I said, Aiden, talk to JFK, and that went to hell in a handbasket. You know, so it is what it is. That's basically how it started with me. But I want to, if Meredith is still here, I want to hear more from Meredith.
The thing I find with him too is it doesn't seem like he has the ability to share the stage with anyone. Like it's got to be him. And I think
He's
that
the
is,
leader.
yeah, like that's,
even when he's bashing me, he says Mike's not that important. And it's like, yeah, damn right. I don't want to be the leader. And I think that's one thing, the big takeaway. Like anyone who wants to be the leader, you got to question. Like that's not. I've been the leader of shit, and it's not a good place to be. Like I've been through this rodeo, you know. So, like, The mature thing is
You wanna be
not
the
to want
leader.
to be the leader.
It should
You
be
know,
a
like
community
we're a
effort on
team,
anything,
and that's a
not
big
a
problem.
leader,
Totally.
a dictatorship. It's crazy.
I find some of the stuff he does, like the hypocrisy, is what gets me. That he can go on and he can do what he wants, and a lot of people said it in one of my posts the other day, is what's good for he is not for thee, or whatever the bloody saying is. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was like, and one of the things that stood out for me was he brought up Meredith's post about that contract for the documentary. And he was so like flabbergasted and hysterical about the fact that she would do that. Like who would do that? Why would you do something like that? And I'm like, dude, this is
You
like the
lied?
least
What?
thing like someone has done to you or you've done to them. It's like the self-awareness. I think someone mentioned before, his lack of self-awareness and stuff like that boggles my mind. Like I can't, and I don't know if it's an act. This is the thing. Like I don't even know if it's an act.
Nope.
So
It's not
yeah,
real,
I'm not
unfortunately.
100% sure. But the hypocrisy where he just gets on and does what he wants, and people coming in and slamming her after she's defended herself as well, like that makes no sense. Like he spent 20 hours and he
same
didn't
treatment.
just talk about certain things. Like he, for whatever reason, brought up their sex life, brought up
That's just weird.
sex messages and stuff like that. Like that's just a deliberate attempt to humiliate.
Yeah.
Like, let's just call it what that is. Like you're trying to embarrass the girl, you're trying to put her on show for that stuff. Like you can disagree on certain things, like about how you handled situations and that whole video situation that happened at her apartment and stuff like that. But like when you like resort to posting like personal, intimate
Weird,
sexting
bro.
and stuff
Too
like
weird.
that,
Nobody needs to see that. It's personal.
just own it. You're trying to humiliate her. That's what you're
Yeah,
trying to do. You're trying to
and when
embarrass
we
her.
say 20 hours, it was more than that because
Yeah, it was.
it's not just him. It's the the 3 or 4 other shows that just parrot him after, so it's more like 40 or 50 hours.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's it. And you got, sorry, go Bonnie.
I just wanted to say there's people down in the comments posting about Howie being here. So
I did.
that was another.
When people realize Howie was listening.
Jess, when she was going on about you, I don't know if you watched the live the other day, but she said everybody just needed to block the
I'm gonna hop out of
claw,
this
and he
because
was
I,
nobody.
at this point,
You were
hopped out
basically she was A-list celebrity, and you were D-list.
I had jumped out after that. Anyway, because I was like baking. But I mean, it's long because it goes on for another one. Like it glitched out on everyone and shut us, like kicked us all out. And then Chris started like a second spaces because it glitched out on us. But the crux of that is all the stuff that, I mean, most people have talked about if you kind of knew what was going on. And there's a lot of behind the scenes shit that people just don't know. They didn't know was happening, right? And it's unfortunate that they didn't listen when a lot of people warned them, because not just me, there were plenty of other people warning people about the behavior and how horrible it is and what happens. God forbid you speak up. He will threaten you in your DMs. Like that's how bold, because it's worked so many times before, right? And then he'll just send minions to do things he doesn't want to, have his hands on. Yeah, well, that's what I said earlier. It's dictatorship. It wasn't a movement. Someone, I think it was Sam, said she was uncomfortable with the word movement, and it wasn't a movement. It was a dictatorship. He had to say a billion times, like, it's not just my story. I'm not the only one who can talk about it. But he had to keep repeating that because people kept pointing out that anybody else who tried to talk about it, he would nitpick and go after. So it's like, what he's saying is not meeting the reality of his actions. And it never really does, unfortunately. It's like, you can talk about something, but when you go to the lengths to try to have someone like falsely charged with crimes, like, and making up fake evidence and sending people to harass them and their families, like that is criminal behavior. It's a crime. Okay. It is a crime. Those are crimes you can be thrown in jail for. That's going like beyond what any normal, stable person would do, We have to remember it's about the number for him, but I think he fails to understand that a lot of those numbers are hate watchers. And that's one of the reasons why I refuse flat out to watch him. I think I've done it like a total of twice ever. For like, I needed like more context and nobody had like full clips of what I was looking for. But I think it's twice ever in 2 years that I've actually watched anything. And it's hard to sit there and listen to the constant gaslighting. I am someone who has CPTSD. You know, I had an abuser well over 20 years ago, but I do not forget that feeling, you know, at this point. I do not forget the feeling that my abuser gave me. I do not forget the constant gaslighting. You know, it's like a trigger. It's like it brings you back to that moment where you're like, this is just mentally and emotionally abusive to numerous people. And it's not okay. I still don't understand why YouTube platforms someone like that, because it's way against the terms of service to be using your platform to actively being dog whistling after people. It is. And I mean, it's been brought to their legal attention. So, you know, the person that brought it to their legal attention, what they choose to do with it after that is on them. If they get sued, that's again on them. They have a duty to act if something's brought to their attention, and if they choose not to, then they would have to deal with the legal ramifications of that. It's unfortunate, you know. It is. It's for YouTube. It's about them getting paid. Even if you're not monetized, they're getting paid for your views, and they don't pay us creators shit for a view. You have to have hundreds of thousands of views to be actually making any money. It just, that's, you know, it's the reality of it, you know. And they take a large chunk of whatever comes in through like a super chat or a super sticker or memberships. Like they, you know what I mean? And that pays out for YouTube one time a month, where they take their large cut of it and they pay you, you know, at the end of a month and from the month before. So sometimes you get, you know, say you get a big super chat on the first of the month, you're not getting that until the 21st of the next month. So it's a long time, right? And that's why I encourage you guys, when you're following any creator that you really like and you want to support, to do the most direct routes to that creator, which are, you know, the ones that I have on the screen, the same ones that most other people use: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I use Revolut for those people who are out of country. It's an app where you can send and receive money between a ton of countries, and it's a great exchange rate, even better, honestly, than PayPal. PayPal is the only other option that you have when it comes to like someone who watches you from out of country sending it to you. So I encourage people to, you know, support their favorite creators and their favorite channels, especially smaller ones, because it makes it harder for the smaller creators when you have large creators that are doing things like what Aiden does, right? It's a constant bashing on people. And if those people have platforms, it's a way to sort of fuck with their livelihood, screw with their, you know, the money that they put food on the table with. And he doesn't care, because it's not his money being fucked with, right? It's theirs. So he could care less. You know, he, you know, will scare people and be like, you will not donate and watch this person, or I will come after you if you do. Which is why the options on my channel are to remain anonymous if you donate, because I don't need to read the names of people who donate so that they can be harassed by a cult of psychopaths. It's just not normal behavior, right? It's just not. And speaking of which, you guys know the ways to support the channel. Hit the like button, please. I'd appreciate it. We're at 2 hours and 25 minutes on this verdict watch right now. I don't know. I mean, I still have it on the screen here. We're still at the clock. This one's on the screen here. It says jury started deliberating at 12:22 p.m. I have 2 hours and, you know, 26 minutes and some seconds on my clock at the moment. I guess around 3 hours. Maybe it'll go over that. I don't know. It's 2:49 p.m. So, I mean, they're there till 4 or after if they think they're getting close to a verdict. I wouldn't guess it would be more than, I mean, here's the thing. If they don't come back with a verdict today, that means they have to go back Monday. And most of the time, juries do not want to have to go back on a Monday after being there. You know, and it's been a couple weeks of this, 10 days. And then, so I think they'll try to get it done. But it wouldn't surprise me if they had to come back Monday, if there was just like one person that was a holdout that they couldn't convince or something. But we'll see. We'll see. Also, remember today is the 12th, right? Yeah, today's the 12th. So we have a members only Christmas Eve pajama party live stream. So make sure you get your membership before then. I gave away YouTube gives me 10 a month to give away. And I already gave those 10 away on the first of the month. But if you don't have yours, make sure you try to get yours before Christmas Eve, or I guess hope someone does some gifting of memberships in whatever way. That's going to be fun. We're going to have fun that night. It's just going to be a very relaxed, sort of Christmassy, most people are up late at night trying to wrap presents still. And I remember one year I ran out of tape. This we didn't have DoorDash back then. And I ran out of tape. All the stores were closed. And I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Ended up finding some, I think it was medical tape. I had to cut the strips in half. And because I had 5 presents left to wrap. But God, back then what we did was a bunch of friends and I would get on Facebook Messenger, and they have a FaceTime sort of thing, and now you can do it in groups. And so on Christmas Eve, and this is where I got the idea from for us, we would get on, and whether you have regular eggnog or a Red Bull or water or champagne, we would get on and we'd just be talking and rapping. And it was a nice way to pass the time with people that you care about that you don't necessarily live near on Christmas Eve, when most other parents are up trying to, wrap shit, put shit under the tree, wait for the kids to fall asleep, etc., etc. Because my kids don't ever want to go to sleep early on Christmas Eve. It's always late, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so tired. I would love to just go to sleep right now. And then they wake up to the ass crack of dawn. The literal ass crack of dawn. I'm like, oh my God, go back to sleep for the love of God. Matter of fact, my daughter's elf this morning decided that he was going to get on my daughter's stuffed horse. Yeah, the elf on a shelf. Got on the stuffed horse, had a pair of fake keys, car keys, kids' car keys, and left a note. And it said, how do I start this thing? Which was pretty witty. But if I had written it, it probably would have said, does this have horsepower? But I did not write it. So, but my daughter found it to be hilarious. She picked up the note and was like, OMG, the elf thinks it can drive the horse. And it was very cute. It was very, very cute. I could appreciate that she goes looking in every room for the elf. It's always in a different room of the house. So she goes looking for the elf in all different rooms of the house every morning to see what the elf has done now, or where the elf is now. So how many of you have the elf on the shelf? Do any of you guys have the elf for your kids? Or are your kids too big to have an elf? Or you have an adult children? Listen, I'm not gonna lie, the elf is quite fun. All right, thinking up ideas for that thing, there's endless ideas. Thought up a couple the other day, and I was like, you just bounce them off someone, and you can come up with even an even better idea for the elf on the shelf. Although I did say, speaking of elf on the shelf, I saw a clip of I think it was the one where he's on the floor, and somebody was like, "Oh, it's like Elf on the Shelf, but it's horror on the floor," and I was like, I mean, it should be funny, but it was so funny, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't. Horror on the floor, I can't. He was very witty. People are very witty, very, very witty. In my younger years, here I am old, but in my younger years, I was definitely a little more witty than I am now. I'm trying to find. First, I need to figure out why my headphones keep picking up other noise. Listen, sometimes it's the best. When you're trying to do 3 kids for Christmas, it's a freaking nightmare, all right? It's a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. And I'm one of those people that kind of has to do last minute shopping because I have to wait until I get paid. And so I hate last minute shopping. Like, if you can get stuff that can be shipped last minute, cool, but then there's only a certain amount of things that can be shipped last minute. So you're like, now you have to go to the store, and it's a nightmare. And somebody needs to remind me, pour on the floor. Somebody reminds me needs to remind me that I need to buy tape. I need to buy tape. I literally need to buy tape. That needs to happen. I prefer to use like gift bags than gift wrap, but I mean, for my little, wrapping paper. But for the olders, I'll use more gift bags because it's like, come on, seriously. Like, a couple things can fit in one bag. Pop a couple bags there and you're done, for the older too. For my little, I always use wrapping paper because, it's the fun of opening the gift and not knowing what's inside. Oh, floor. You saw it too then, right? I wasn't the only one that saw that. That was pretty witty, I'm not going to lie. That was pretty freaking witty. Hold on. Let me see. Huh. I can't quite find it yet. Damn it. Listen, I don't think there's anyone who doesn't like being surprised, especially at Christmas, right? If there's something under the tree for you, you're like, oh my goodness, I want to know what it is, right? But you don't want to know what it is till you open it. Like, that's the surprise of Christmas. I definitely like being surprised. I mean, who doesn't? I feel like it's like the fun of it, right? It's like the magic of it. It's just not knowing until it's Christmas and you can open it. I make the kids open, their gifts while I sit there and I take pictures and videos because, yes, I'm that mom. I need to take pictures and videos of the kids opening their Christmas gifts. And then I make the husband open it. I'm trying to find something. I can't quite. I really wish that we knew how much longer it would be. Something came back, but that's where it is. As a matter of fact, if you guys give me a minute, I have to go to the conspiracy bathroom because I've been sitting here for quite a minute and I actually have to pee. So I will be right back. Talks amongst yourselves. They don't like to receive gift cards, Jane? That's weird. I always didn't mind. Although, pro tip, right? Say you're doing a grab or something like that and you go, go to like a friend or a relative's house, you guys doing like grab gifts and you grab like a gift card, right? or you need to buy for someone you don't know what to buy and you grab a gift card for Christmas, right? Here's a pro tip. Always go with a Visa gift card. Do not buy a random gift card to some random place that you like, because not everybody's going to like that, right? A Visa gift card works pretty much anywhere they need it to. So if the person you're gifting it to, for instance, is like, hey, I'm running low on groceries and I don't get paid for 3 days. They have that gift card. They can use it to buy groceries. So it is a lifesaver sometimes if you receive Visa gift cards for Christmas. I don't often get gift cards, period, but it is nice. They want to unwrap it. Yeah, I don't blame them. I get it. They want to unwrap. I mean, listen, if I'm unwrapping a gift card, or I'm it's usually in like a little box, or they have those little like tins you can put them in now. To me, it doesn't matter. A gift is a gift, whether it's a gift card or something else. It's really about the thought that someone thought about you, which was nice. Maybe I just don't care because, like, I don't have a ton of family. So for me, it's just like, it's the thought for me, It's just thought that someone else thought about you, which is nice. But I totally get it. They want to unwrap. My kids are the same. They'd rather unwrap it. Although my middle this year wants gift cards, but she's weird. She wants Etsy, which is not a bad thing to want a gift card to. I was actually surprised that she asked for that. She asked for a gift card to Etsy. Hey, whatever. She wants gift card and support people who make their own stuff. I mean, hey, this works for me, So that's a pretty good gift. I can support a small business and give her something she wants. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Essentially, I'm a small business, so it's like whatever I can do, might not have much, but whatever I can do to help support someone else, I absolutely will. I oftentimes will use my Google Play points and turn them into Google Play money on the app, and then use that to give a super chat to someone that I, just a couple bucks, whether it's $5 or whatever, to just support someone, Just save up your Google Play points and you can turn them into Google Play dollars. And so I'll do that. So there's always some way that we can support someone else and in their endeavors and cheer them on. And sometimes life gets so busy that we forget, to think about other people. And I try not to. I try not to forget about other people. I try to be someone who, keeps in mind that, like, hey, maybe my neighbor could use this thing, or, maybe if I see something that's like, I want to get one free, like, oh, well, this person can use it. Just the way I guess it was my grandparents, maybe the way I grew up, even if you don't have much, there's still something you can do, right? I do love the gift. They have these little tiny bags, just little gift holder bags. They're like little tiny bags, right? They're like little tiny gift bags. You put the gift card, you can put it in there by itself, or you can put it in one of the little tins, and you put it in the little tiny, it's so cute. I'm not going to lie. They have some pretty cute gift card holders. Those are pretty cute. Right. And I try to, again, I don't have much to give, but I try to, because it's how my grandparents taught me, even if you don't have much, there's always something you can do. Something. I feel like if we all lived that way, then no one would ever need, but we live in a very greedy, shitty, selfish world. And I try to teach my kids to just be a little, a way to change that, like one person at a time. We're not going to change the world, right? But we can do our part and encourage other people to do their part in it all. So I do. And I think my kids, the older two, I mean, my little's two, even her, she shares her, when she has book fair, she shares her book fair money with another kid at school that wouldn't normally get anything. I usually send a note in with the teacher, and we're a poor family, but when we know it's coming, we pinch pennies and we save so that she has a couple extra bucks to give to another kid that wouldn't normally get something, because I was that kid. And we're not a rich family. We're not even middle class. We're the working poor. My husband works 50, 60 hours a week. and you're just getting by on bills, which is most people nowadays, you know. Crochet, yes. I do not know how to crochet. I know how to sew. My grandmother taught me how to sew by hand when I was young. We used to make pillows when I was a kid. That was my first introduction into sewing, was my grandmother showing us how to make pillows. That was how she made it fun. So she would buy the stuffing, and then we could pick out whatever, you know, cloths we wanted, and she would show us in and out, you know. And so that was how we first learned how to sew as a kid, which definitely comes in handy nowadays. When I don't have a sewing machine, my oldest can sew. She has a sewing machine. I just do it by hand. I always do it by hand. It's like a small hole, I'll just sew it by hand. To me, it's much easier than setting up a whole machine. Just like needle, thread, done. Needle and thread, and done we are. Wow, I can't believe we're almost at 3 hours. This is crazy. I didn't think it would go this far, to be honest. I figured around like 3 hours-ish, maybe 3.5, we would get something. We would hear something. Make sure. Still live. Volume's on. So I don't know. 2 hours and 43 minutes on the verdict clock. Oh yeah, I was just wondering if it was frozen for a second, and then I saw the scrolling on the bottom, making sure that the court feed is live, and then I just watched the hand on the clock move. So it's definitely up. Something's happening. Nope. Wait. Maybe the camera moved for a second. What's happening? Maybe I should bring it back to this for a second. The camera was moving. It moved away from the clock for a second and then moved back to the clock. So I don't know if somebody just bumped into it or what. We're about to hit 2 hours and 45 minutes. I wonder if that was a fluke and somebody just bumped into it. But it started moving away like it usually does. And then move back. Watch, I'll roll it back so you guys can see that part. Somewhere around here where it moves the camera all the way over and then back to the oh, see? It starts moving, then it goes back. So it's like, okay, now I flipped it back to live, so I don't know, maybe it was just a fluke. I wish I could crochet. I never really learned how to crochet, to be honest. I do more of like vinyl and heat press. I had it, now my pearl drill's broken, but I have a pearl drilling drill and set, you know, pearls into sterling silver or gold jewelry, make bracelets, things like that. But crochet was never something I learned how to do. Although my oldest, before her hands with the arthritis kind of got stuck in this position, used to crochet. She used to love to crochet. She's got, you know, nice couple sets of crochet needles. Do you guys remember GIMP? That's what it reminds me of, crocheting, you know? You have to learn. Do you guys remember GIMP? Learning how to do like the box or the zipper on GIMP when we were kids. I remember GIMP being like a huge thing when I was a kid in like art class. If you went to like, I went to stay away camp in the summer for like 2.5 weeks or whatever it was. And they had GIMP, and they'd teach you how to do the box or the zipper. It would be different ways to like fold the gimp and make different things. Kind of reminds me a little bit of crocheting. In a few minutes, I have to go out to the bus stop. So you guys will be sort of here with it on. I'll leave it on in case anything happens, of course. But good, this is plugged in. We're going to plug this in here. I'm trying to see if. Oh, good for you. See, I can never have enough blankets, I feel like. Blankets are like something everyone, I feel like, can benefit from getting for Christmas. Warm blankies. I'm trying to. Oops. My phone. My bad. How long does it take you, Christina, to do like one blanket, like a full-sized blanket? Yeah. Why does the screen do that? Let's see if. If I put. Oh, no, I don't want that. God damn it. No. I don't want you guys with like dead air, so I can do this. I go out to the house. It's not even doing commentary on Courtroom. Oh, they are. All right, hold on. Give you something to give people's opinions and listen to while I'm outside. Because it'll bring it back to if they haven't heard it. So, by the way, this I cannot get rid of. This is them putting it on the screen, which is weird. Years? Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, she loves those mini brand things. Those are those little Disney durables, you know? She loves Stitch. Stitch is her ultimate favorite. Lilo and Stitch. Her whole room is Stitch. Yeah, I can't. I don't know why they would put the comments on the screen like this. It's like taking it half there. Yeah, that's how you learn, though, right? Is even if you don't know all the way, you're figuring it out as you go. Something. That's something. I don't want to talk about that. I want to hear about. Okay, fine.
Let's head to Florida now. A man charged in the death of a police officer is set to be sentenced next week. Jason Benengues pled guilty to the October 2021 murder of Officer Yandy Chirino, who was shot while responding to a call about someone breaking into vehicles in the Hollywood, Florida area. Chirino made contact with the suspect, who was later identified as Benengues. The two ended up getting into a little fight, and Benengues allegedly shot Chirino in the face, and he did
Oh
plead
my
guilty to
God.
that. So the trial, it didn't have a regular trial. This went straight to the penalty phase, and that has been underway.
6 weeks is a long
We were covering
time,
the
but
Brian
good
Walshe
work.
murder trial, so we were there in Massachusetts covering that. This was going on simultaneously. So why don't we go ahead and get you caught up on day one of that penalty phase for this case? This is for Benengues with our Scripps affiliate there in Florida.
In Washington, D.C., across a limestone wall at the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial,
2 hours,
the
52
name
minutes.
Andy Torino is carved in the stone.
Prosecutor Christine Bradley presented her opening statement this morning to a 12-person jury who will have to determine whether life or death is the appropriate punishment for Jason Benengues, who in October told the court he is guilty of shooting and killing Hollywood police officer Andy Torino in 2021.
So he pleaded
when the
guilty?
officer
I'm so
was responding
confused.
to a call of a suspicious person checking for unlocked cars.
The state of Florida is asking each and every one of you to impose the ultimate penalty, the death penalty in this case.
He was shot. The jury also heard from one of the first responding officers
sad.
and Torino's best friend, Detective Manuel Rodriguez Blevins.
I'm still dealing with
Yeah, she loves Stitch.
I ended up getting physical altercation with the defendant to take him into custody, grabbing everything he could, scratching me on the arms, grabbing the radio.
Who also recounted his heroic efforts to save his friend's life.
Oh, it's very sad.
Were you able to start CPR?
I did. He wasn't responsive.
As the jury watched the dramatic moments unfold through surveillance video.
Started checking him for blood coming from different areas.
How do you know Officer Torino is still alive on the drive to the hospital?
He's been on here.
And set to the somber sound of the officer's friends and family crying in the courtroom.
He would have volunteered to dress up as the Easter Bunny or the clown to match the neighbor's laugh.
His colleague and close friend, Hollywood
Very
officer
sad.
Henry Martinez, read a victim impact statement into the record.
A man that loved his family, loved his job.
Coming up, we're going to have more of that penalty phase for Jason Benengues taking place in Florida. Plus,
Yes, and
see
it's
at the
me
bottom
on
of your screen, Brian Walshe will soon
on
learn his
Facebook.
fate in
It's not too far, I
Massachusetts.
might be able to
He
get
stands
it right.
accused of killing and dismembering his wife, Anna. So why don't we talk about that?
All right,
Jurors
I gotta
been
head
out now
outside.
for nearly
I'll be
3
back in a few
hours.
minutes.
Jamie White's still with us.
I'll leave you with
Jamie,
this 'cause
okay,
I'll
I was
pop
taking a
back
look at
on
what the
if-
verdict form there
they come
is.
back.
It's a straightforward one. A lot of times the jurors don't have something so straightforward, and I was just writing it down. It's pretty simple. It's just not guilty, guilty first-degree murder, guilty second-degree murder. So that's what they're deliberating on back there.
Right.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I think you absolutely summarized what's going on here. The third point of your summary is the one that's at issue. First degree murder is some level of premeditation, some level of like, I'm going to kill my wife and this is the plan I'm going to put in place. I'm not suggesting there wasn't some of that evidence here. Clearly, this man was all over the place. But I think the jury, I've put it in a position of like, how do we deal with beyond reasonable doubt and also these options we have in front of us? Well, the easy get out is second degree murder. Even with this ridiculous story that he found her dead and then acted in a way that I'm not going to go into, your viewers have already heard it, that is just extraordinary, doesn't make sense, and is ridiculous on its face. How do you get there? You don't, but how do you get to first degree intentional conduct when somebody's acting that irrational after the fact? That is not how people that intend to kill act. They plan, they act, and they plan accordingly. So I think if the jury's thinking about anything, they're considering whether or not the mens rea, the thinking of the defendant at the time equated to premeditated murder, or I don't think it's put in front of the jury, but a felony that he committed left to that. What they're really considering is he killed his wife after a New Year's Eve party, and we get it, but we don't think it's intentional.
Yeah, that's very possible because, 3 hours. We were talking about it earlier here in the studio and in the office, and people thought maybe it would come back a lot sooner than it is, but you're probably right. They're probably thinking intentional, and defense counsel argued to them, he didn't kill. He did not kill her. He panicked. So we'll keep an eye on it, Jamie. Thank you so much. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We're going to continue to follow the Brian Walshe situation there in Boston, in Dedham, Massachusetts, to be specific. And we'll have some other cases to talk about when we come back. You're watching Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
Court's in session.
Everybody saw the question?
Yes, Your Honor.
My suggestion is that there are 265 exhibits, and I ordinarily have sent in an exhibit list that the parties have reviewed, and I would think that would be an appropriate way to assist them in their evaluation of the evidence, but it needs to be cleaned up. In particular, on a quick review of it, photo 52 should say something other than butcher paper.
And 189?
Also the same term?
No.
What were you calling it? What kind of paper?
Bench paper.
That term is used throughout. So what is it that term is used in other numbers? So is it something about that particular photo that is problematic with that description?
Oh, I
mean,
I just don't like it, but
I know you don't like it, but I'm trying to distinguish between, I think there was one witness who used that term butcher paper as opposed to bench paper. And I don't think it was the witness that was associated with that. This is just the old-fashioned terminology that people often use to describe that paper. I think I used it at the side of the bench one time, not in front of the jury, but just with you. But I think that is there's a more neutral characterization that would be appropriate and more in line with what the witnesses actually testified to. But as to the other language in 189, it seems to me that that's what the witness testified to, right?
That's correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody, let's all take a moment to look through the list right now and see if there's anything. I'm going to do that right now. The answer to their question is 97, by the way.
Yes.
Let me just take the time to look through these, and you do the same.
other than that, that's the only blood clots.
aside from that one suggestion, the change.
Okay.
Oh, this one? 182.
All right, so I'm going to write back to the jurors and I will give them the name of, or the number of the photo, which is, I'll answer it as exhibit number 97. And here's an exhibit list to assist you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here you go, Madam Clerk. If you want to look at it, you're welcome to. It's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Okay, back I am. It is cold out. In case anybody was wondering, it's freezing. Freezing. Absolutely freezing, okay? All right. They will go a little later if they think they're close. But otherwise, looks fun. Even you heard the court report. I mean, the court TV people say, like, they didn't think it would go this long, you know? So, I mean, what are we at on the clock? 3 hours, 9 minutes. 3 hours, 9 minutes. Girl, it's freezing. I just came back in from the bus. So cold. Like, I had to keep my hands in my pocket. I did not pick up my phone to look at it, to see any messages. I literally could not take my hands. I didn't put gloves on. That's my fault, but could not take my hands out of my pocket. It was so freaking cold. So cold. It's the wind that's the killer. It's the wind. Literally. How's the little man? How's the little man doing, Jessica? Wait, was there a jury question? Did I miss it? What was the question? God damn it. Was there like did they read? Oh, they did read it. Shit. I missed it. Hold on.
Quick review of it. Photo 52 should say something other than butcher paper.
Yes. And 189?
Also the same term?
No.
For those who missed it, I need to rewatch it myself.
Bench paper.
That term is used throughout. So what is it?
Butcher paper?
That term is used in other numbers. So is it something about that particular photo that is problematic with that description?
Oh, I
mean,
I just don't like it, but
I know you don't like it, but I'm trying to distinguish between, I think there was one witness who used that term butcher paper as opposed to bench paper. And I don't think it was the witness that was associated with that. This is just the old fashioned.
That's what it is though. It's called butcher
terminology
paper.
that people often use to describe that paper. I think I used it at the side of the bench one time. Not in front of the jury, but just with you. But I think that is there's a more neutral characterization that would be appropriate and more in line with what the witnesses actually testified to. But as to the other language in 189, it seems to me that that's what the witness testified.
That's what it's called, butcher paper. I use it for vinyl. It's called butcher paper.
Let's all take a moment to look through the list right now and see if there's anything. I'm going to do that right now. The answer to their question is 97, by the way.
Yes.
Let me just take the time to look through these, and you do the same.
That's the blood clots.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's what it's called. I feel like that's what we call it. Yeah, no, I get the, the correlation, but when I go looking for it, that's what I punch in, like butcher paper. You know what I mean? I think just because, I think the judge is right. Like old school is like at the butcher's shop, they would put the meat on that paper and fold it up, and that's what you would get it in. So, it's, butcher paper. Definitely, probably not, correct. It's ironic that it's the term for this in this trial, but it is what we call it. I mean, we're in New England, so it is sort of just the old school terminology of what they would call it. I've never heard it called bench paper before. I've actually never heard that term, bench paper, like the judge called it. Never heard that. It's definitely that. And nauseating to think about it in that context, but I mean, I've never heard bench paper before. That's a new one for me. I've always referred to it as butcher paper. I have to use it when I do vinyl, heat vinyl, right? You put it on the object that you're, using the heat vinyl on, and then you press it, like you put the butcher paper over it.
From that one suggestion.
Press it with the heat, so that it doesn't burn or mark the clothing or shoe or whatever you're doing it on. So the butcher paper protects it, especially if you have to do more than one layer on vinyl.
All right, so I'm going to write back to the jurors and I will give them the name of, or the number of the photo, which is, I'll answer it as exhibit number 97. And here's an exhibit list to assist you.
Thank you, Ron.
Maybe this was like, I don't know, one of the last things they were, I don't know, talking about before they decide. I don't know. I'm still looking at the other one here, and it's still on the clock. 3 hours, 15 minutes on the verdict watch. It's the first question that we've gotten.
Here you go, Madam Clerk.
I don't
If you
know
wanna
what
look at it,
photo
you're welcome to.
97
It's
was.
pretty straightforward.
Unfortunately.
Thank you.
So judge is off the bench. We
Might
go
look
back.
at or consider is on those 3 different police interviews, his demeanor sounded very normal. It did not sound to me like a person who had, after a person died from a sudden death, had chopped her up and disposed of her in multiple locations. You would think they would sound tearful, remorseful, upset, disgusted, whatever, but he sounded very calm and rational, which to me leads me to think, well, then he could probably have just as easily killed her.
Yes, and that's what the Commonwealth argued. He was so calm and collected afterwards. And we even remember that surveillance video that we saw of him walking through, I believe it was a Home Depot. And he's like looking in the camera, trying to fix his hair. There we have some of the images up for you now. This is when he's going and buying a lot of items after she
That's
had
what I'm saying.
passed.
If
So
it was.
he didn't end up reporting her missing till several days later. And this is when the employer called, her employer called, and they wanted to know what is the situation with Anna. She's not someone who doesn't show up from work. We've also heard from our ground crew inside that courtroom there in Dedham, Massachusetts, that courtroom is packed full of supporters of Anna, and the only person on the side for Brian Walshe is his mother, who has been in this courtroom throughout the entire case, and she has been strongly supporting him. And at times, we have heard from our ground crew blowing him kisses, as well as, you know, usually a mother's always going to be supporting her children.
I could not
regardless.
support my child.
We're going to take a break,
if they
and we're
chop
going to
someone
come
up.
back, and we're going to continue to watch developments there in Dedham. 3 hours
Especially
and 2
their
minutes. We just reported the jury had a
Her
question,
husband.
but now they're back at it. We'll be back.
On closing argument. Let's go back and see if, no, I want to see if they said anything right after the jury question about the jury question.
Is questioning.
I don't know what that might go to, because I will say this, I don't think that goes to the distinction between first and second degree murder. Does this go to guilty, not guilty? And perhaps there was a picture of Anna Walshe lying on the rug, I understand as well, maybe to see the position of her body, maybe to see how much body matter, so to speak, was in that plastic container. An interesting question from the jury, Kelly.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, Brian Walshe, the argument was basically he got up and he nudged her. He was downstairs doing some stuff after that celebration of New Year's, came upstairs, nudged her, and then she fell off and she was dead. Jamie, you were going to say something. What do you have?
Well, I think the judge's points are just really fascinating, and clearly something over a short period of time the jury has dug into, and that is, you know, we are allowed to take some common sense into the jury room. We always get scared when the jury does that too much, but it does appear they're looking at what I would say is common sense to some degree, and that is how long it takes blood to coagulate and how long it takes for muscles to atrophy to a point where you can make a determination of death. So if a time frame suggests that the blood should have been this way when it in fact was this way, those are the sorts of things that hang up juries.
I don't think they ever got them.
I mean, Judge Ashley, it's just such a bizarre, if you will, situation, because right before trial, we were gearing up for this case, and then Brian Walshe pled guilty.
That's right.
He pled guilty to misleading police and improper conveyance of a human body. And so then we were like, okay, there goes those two. But we still had this murder charge. He did not plead guilty to that. But definitely so many moving parts in this case, leading up to it even.
I agree with you. And I think it's important to note the jury doesn't know that he pled to those 2 charges. He, during one of his 3 statements to law enforcement, he now says he lied in those statements. But in one of those, he even spoke about dismembering the body, as I recall. And so when you put all this together, it seems like such an unreasonable story to believe. But on the other hand, the state did not have any evidence, in my opinion, that clearly showed, yes, he killed her before he dismembered her. And that I think that must be what that jury's talking about.
Defense counsel argued in closing, the Commonwealth has not made it clear that there was a homicide here beyond a reasonable doubt. That's one of the elements that you need. He's saying they don't have it. You'll notice that deliberations clock. It has started back up now as we near the 3 hours. So they've sent that back.
They're a little far behind.
They're going to continue to look at other evidence, including Exhibit 97 that they asked for. Why don't we go ahead and play a little snippet from defense counsel's closing?
Even when we're hearing the question, they're still deliberating. So my clock's still at 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Had nothing to do with the killing because he never killed Anna Walshe.
Anna Walshe is dead because he murdered her and he intended her death.
Okay, well, there we heard a bit of the closings. Jamie, I don't know if you were able to fully watch the entire close, but defense counsel was talking about, for instance, even those Google searches, saying they were unthinkable. I mean, when we were talking about this case throughout, about these Google searches, who searches that stuff? Somebody who would probably have just killed their wife, you would think.
Or us assholes that follow true crime.
Very powerful evidence. No getting around that. Very inflammatory evidence. And I would even, if it had been me trying this case, I would have looked to some secondary jury instruction that said those searches only applied to the idea of second-degree murder. For again, it's my understanding most of this evidence was at least extrapolated or, it was started after the murders occurred. So if you were trying to kill someone, planning to kill someone, wouldn't you make those searches prior to doing the actual killing? So look, guys, I have my opinions about this case and they're not favorable to the defendant. I want to put that out there before the Twitter all that stuff starts happening.
Right.
But if we're looking at this through the lens of the law, which we're all trying to do, and we're trying to make a decision as to whether or not there's reasonable doubt, the fact that these calls came in after the fact is not helpful to the idea that he planned this killing. And from my point of view, it doesn't hurt it, but it's certainly
not
not
planned it.
helpful.
They did it.
It's not, Judge Ashley.
I just had to mention his demeanor. The other thing I would think the jury might look at or consider is on those 3 different police interviews, his demeanor sounded very normal. It did not sound to me like a person who had, after a person died from a sudden death, had chopped her up and disposed of her in multiple locations. You would think they would sound tearful, remorseful, upset, disgusted, whatever, but he sounded very calm and rational, which to me leads me to think, well, then he could probably have just as easily killed her.
Yes, and that's what the Commonwealth argued. He was so calm and collected afterwards. And we even remember that surveillance video that we saw of him walking through, I believe it was a Home Depot. And he's like looking in the camera, trying to fix his hair. There we have some of the images up for you now. This is when he's going and buying a lot of items after she had passed. So he didn't end up reporting her missing till several days later. And this is when the employer called, and they wanted to know, what is the situation with Anna? She's not someone who doesn't show up from work. We've also heard from our ground crew inside that courtroom there in Dedham, Massachusetts, that courtroom is packed full of supporters of Anna, and the person, the only person on the side for Brian Walshe is his mother, who has been in this courtroom throughout the entire case, and she has been strongly supporting him. And at times, we have heard from our ground crew blowing him kisses as well, as usually a mother's always going to be supporting her children regardless. So we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back. We're going to continue body and then searched.
Skipping back to where, to the live part of what they're showing on Court TV. But yeah, you do have to talk because it's your commentary. Otherwise, you can get the copyright for it. What makes it different is you're giving your commentary on it, Whoa, that's a crazy interview. Interrogation. Oil and water. Salt and vinegar.
And welcome back. We are on Verdict Watch in the disappearance of Anna Walshe murder trial. The jury has been deliberating now for 3 hours and 12 minutes. Just a short time ago, we reported that the jury came back with a question. It was something in regard to the exhibits and some blood clots and the order of the exhibits. So they sent them back to continue the deliberations after the judge provided them with some guidance in regard to their questions. So why don't we go ahead? We're going to play some highlights from some of the closings as we await a decision there in Dedham. Surprising, on a Friday. We're getting close to 4 o'clock here. Usually on Fridays, we see a jury wants to get out of there, but they are strongly considering the evidence in this case, as we all want jurors to do. But let's go ahead and get you caught up on those closing arguments, starting with the prosecution.
Anna Walshe is dead because he murdered her, and he intended her death. The defendant did not want anyone to find Anna's body and to know how she died. So the defendant bought cutting tools at Lowe's and Home Depot, and he cut up Anna's body, the woman that he claimed to love, and he threw her into dumpsters. He was hiding her body. The defendant searched his MacBook. A murder conviction without a body. Please do not allow the defendant's self-serving act of dismembering and disposing of Anna's body to let him get away with this murder.
Jesus.
At the start of this trial, we asked you to use your common sense.
Running to a police car, that's crazy.
When you do that, when you analyze the evidence, such as
I've watched a lot of interrogation video.
continue to use your common sense, you will see that the evidence shows there is only one verdict. Find the defendant is guilty of the premeditated first-degree murder of Anna Walshe.
Strong words there from the Commonwealth in Massachusetts. Don't let him get away with murder. Pleading with them, pleading with the jurors. Don't let him get away with this because he chopped up her body and then searched. What about a murder conviction if there's no body? Joining us still, Judge Ashley Wilcott and trial attorney Jamie White. Thank you both for sticking around as we continue to watch this fascinating situation in Dedham. I mean, no verdict yet, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Judge Ashley, what are you thinking?
Well, if you watched social media, you know that viewers, I think, are surprised as well, because I think they expected a fairly quick verdict. Most of the comments I've seen indicate they think that Brian Walshe will be found guilty. So I'm a little surprised at how long the jury's been going.
Yeah,
but I
me
have
too.
to mention this about the state's closing. So passionate. And she came out of the gates, the Commonwealth, I think I said state, but came out of the gates swinging by saying not only did he murder her, he intended her death, making it clear they want first degree. They don't want second degree in this case.
Absolutely not. As a prosecutor, you always want that top charge. And so that's what they're hoping for, not letting him get away with it. That's what they're pleading with the jury. Jamie, what'd you think of that closing by the Commonwealth there in Massachusetts?
I agree with Judge Ashley. I would just say one thing, though, sort of for prosecutor school 101, which we've all been through in some capacity. You know, your strongest argument in a closing as a prosecutor is not to ask a jury to not do something to you. It's to lay out the story and tell them to follow the story, the facts, and the law, and they have no choice but to come to your conclusion. And I do think that the emotions in the case can take a play, but there was some level of please convict of murder as opposed to you have to convict of murder because this is where the evidence took you. We've had nothing to refute it any other way.
Jamie, I picked up on that too when I was listening to the prosecutor. You know, you really, as a prosecutor, especially in a case like this, I mean, you have to be, this is what happened, not please, like I'm begging you. I mean, like there could be any question. We're kind of asking you for a favor here. No, there's no favor. This guy killed her and he chopped her up and you have to
do your job.
You have to be very, very clear. Do your job and return a verdict of guilty on that first degree. I know we have another snippet. Why don't we go ahead and play it? We can talk about it on the other side.
What could happen?
to a loving father and a loving husband.
I will make a lot of peace before you. Search for the unspeakable on the internet. Exposed body of the woman that you hate. Government suggests it was an affair. There's no proof of that. There's no proof that Brian Walshe knew anything about an affair between the woman he loved and William Benson. Money? The second reason that the government suggests. Family money? Money that the family had worked together for years and continued to talk about in text messages and the sales of property, trying to protect the assets for the benefit of the whole family and the future of their 3 children. A motive? There's no motive. Mr. Walshe loved Anna Walshe, the mother of his 3 children. There's no evidence that he deliberately premeditated a murder. There's no evidence that he ever intended to kill Anna Walshe. None whatsoever. Mr. Walshe is not guilty. He's not guilty.
I mean, he's talking about how much he loved her. From my standpoint, it's hard to believe you love someone so much and then you're able to do what he has admitted to doing. And I understand they're saying, defense counsel's arguing, well, he panicked. He didn't know what to do. He didn't think anybody was going to believe him if he said that she died suddenly. So this is what he ended up doing. But I don't know. Judge Ashley?
I don't know. I think that's hard to believe. But I also have to say that the reality is she was having an affair. She didn't want him to know about it based on the testimony. So perhaps if he found out that night, he snapped, quote unquote. The other piece of it is, remember, $1.6+ million of life insurance from Anna might have been a motive if he in fact killed her.
Yeah. Jamie, we have about a minute left. What do you have?
So both of you, I think, are absolutely correct. Kelly, I mean, you hit on this idea that there's so much passion and, how do we get there? How do we get to premeditated murder? But Judge Ashley, you come back, and I mean, you're absolutely correct. We don't need to prove motive, but there's $1.7 million on the line here. And at the end of the day, even though they're splitting hairs, this crime was so egregious, and the defendant's statements, in my opinion, were so over the top that I think that we're looking at a first-degree premeditated murder conviction.
Yeah. Jamie, thank you so much. Jamie White, have a great weekend. We appreciate you joining us. Judge Ashley Wilcott is sticking around as we bring you key moments from the Brian Walshe trial.
I'm just going to skip that forward. It's on a break right now. I'm looking at the clock, 3 hours, 34 minutes. I am kind of surprised. I'm looking at the courtroom. It's still on the clock right now. Find out in the next couple minutes here whether they're going to stay or whether they're going home for the day. One or the other. See, and you don't get that from every public defender, unfortunately.
Back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Kelly Craft. Thank you so much for being with us on this Friday.
We are in Dedham, Massachusetts, where the murder trial against Brian Walshe is coming to a close. The jury has now been deliberating for approximately 3 hours and 25 minutes. Kelly, a little longer than I might have expected.
Me too. So Walshe stands accused of killing and dismembering his wife, Anna. This all took place New Year's Day back in 2023. And he told the court just earlier this week that he would not be testifying in his own defense. A lot of times
juries don't want to have to come back Monday.
As an initial matter, does the defense still intend to call Mr. Walshe today?
We do not.
You do not?
She's like that. That was Thursday.
Does that moot every issue that I researched last night?
I apologize, Judge.
No, I just want to make sure that the 5 issues that you raised and the issue with regard to the plea are no longer on the table.
No sign of
All right.
I will
not
conduct a
being,
colloquy
like,
with the
not
defendant and
premeditating
now.
it.
And my intention is defense
He
intended to call any
acted
other witnesses.
stupidly, basically.
Have you made a decision about whether you wish to testify at this trial?
Yes, I have.
And what is your decision?
I will not testify.
I didn't
Not
think he would.
testifying in this case. Now, a reminder, he had
Didn't think he
already,
would.
prior to the trial, pled guilty, as a surprise to most, of misleading the police and also unlawful concealment of a body. While we wait for the verdict to come in, Court TV's own Matt Johnson has a closer look at the timeline of this case.
No comment from Brian Walshe after he was charged with the murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, the missing Massachusetts mother of 3 young boys. And while he's not talking, prosecutors are piecing together a timeline of what they say he was doing in the days after her disappearance. Prosecutors say that Anna Walshe was last seen here at her Cohasset home on New Year's Day. Anna was last seen at home between 4 and 5 a.m. by a family member. Walshe told police that he had slept in that morning, but prosecutors say that he was actually awake and searching disturbing topics on his son's iPad.
At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts?
The very next day, more Google searches.
There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., hacksaw best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Prosecutors say that on January 2nd, Walshe came here to this Home Depot store, located in Rockland, Massachusetts, 9 miles from his house. He spent $450 on cleaning supplies.
Items included cleaning products, mops, brushes, tape, towel, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, a hatchet.
Investigators say that he also visited a home goods store in Norwell, where he purchased 3 area rugs. Just down the road, Walshe was caught on camera, pacing back and forth in this juice bar, where he ordered a smoothie for his son. Once at home, investigators say Anna's phone was turned off for good after 2 days of no outgoing calls. On January 3rd, prosecutors say Walshe drove to an apartment complex in Abington, 16 miles from his home, where they say surveillance video shows him hoisting a heavy garbage bag into a dumpster. At 4:48 p.m., prosecutors say Walshe drove to a second apartment complex in Abington. And at 5:10 p.m., investigators say he threw items away into a dumpster in Brockton. That's located an additional 10 miles away from his home.
On January 3rd, that same day, at 1:02 p.m., he did some more Google searches. What happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? At 1:20 p.m., can baking soda mask or make a body smell good?
On January 4th, Anna was reported missing by Washington, D.C. co-workers after she didn't show up for work. Meanwhile, investigators say Brian was busy buying more supplies. On January 4th, prosecutors say that he came back to this home goods store. He also went to the TJ Maxx next door. On this day, he purchased towels, a bath mat, and some men's clothing. At 4:15 p.m., Walshe went to Lowe's and purchased squeegees and a trash can. Later that day, when police arrived at his house to do a welfare check on Anna, they observed the back seats of his Volvo down and a plastic liner in the back.
Chemists later analyzed the car, and there was present blood in the car.
On January 5th, cell data shows Walshe's phone was in Swampscott, where his mom lives, located 40 miles away from his home. Investigators say that the phone traveled to the back of the building where a dumpster was located. Then on January 6th and 7th, police searched the Walshe property in Cohasset. Prosecutors collected a lot of evidence in the basement of this home, including DNA blood evidence and 2 knives. On January 8th, Walshe was arrested for misleading police in his wife's missing person investigation. The next day, he was arraigned and pled not guilty. Then on January 17th, prosecutors announced that he would be charged with her murder. The next day, he was back in court.
The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, as well as disinterring of a body.
As we wait for any more movement inside that Dedham, Massachusetts courtroom, we do want to welcome in our guest, criminal defense attorney Joanna Nieves. Joanna, thank you so much for being with us on this Friday. We appreciate you joining us as we await a verdict or some more movement in this case we're watching in Massachusetts. What do you think the jurors are deliberating about?
Besides me.
I definitely think it's coming down to one, whether or not there was an actual homicide that was committed in, this argument about the sudden death and whether they think that that's a believable and credible argument made by the defense. And then was there like an intent to kill in a premeditated manner for them to get to the first degree conviction on this, or was much of this a kind of heat of the passion, implied malice in situation where they land on the second degree murder? So I think that they're actually having some conversations and deliberating over the evidence or the lack thereof to make their final decision. I do think they're going to come back with a conviction, though.
So when they came out with a question, we learned the jury question was about an exhibit number 97 by the Commonwealth, and it specifically was about some pictures and a plastic container with blood clots and substances. Here we can see a picture of that. It may have been about that. It could have been about Anna lying on the rug. But when you look at these specifically, do you think this might be something that could give them evidence of what you just pointed out, either the intentional killing or rather a heat of passion killing?
I'm not sure why the jury is fixated on this particular piece of evidence. I actually think the more compelling evidence for them to consider are the internet searches. I don't know that by kind of assessing the blood in this case is going to really highlight much for them, because he has already admitted to disposing of the body. So much of that blood could be argued that it came from the actual dismemberment portion of the case. And I don't think that they're going to reach some sort of like epiphany or conclusion about how she died versus the fact that she did. And was he the one to do it? And I think that the searches really give some insight about where his mind was at, and that's what they should consider.
You wonder if just one of those jurors in there is fixated on this and saying, well, let's just go ahead. Let's take a look at that. Let's examine that a little more closely to try to prove their point to the rest of the jurors when they have that robust debate inside the deliberations room. I mean, who knows? But Anna, you mentioned those Google searches. I mean, these terrible Google searches, defense counsel addressed that, saying that they were unthinkable. And also, talking about the fact that he lied. He told investigators initially that she went off to D.C., that she had an emergency at work, and that's where she was. That's what he told investigators. So there are a slew of lies that he told investigators here after she was gone.
Yeah, and that definitely speaks to consciousness of guilt. And the defense is going to say, well, he was trying to cover something up. I mean, he got rid of the body. But when we talk about those internet searches, what I would be expecting if I'm a juror is, okay, your wife suddenly dies. Why aren't you Googling why would somebody randomly die? What? My perfectly healthy wife is dead. Should I call the police? What do I do in a situation if I walked in on a dead body? Rather, instead, he's like, how do I dismember a body and what's the best tool to use? And he's Googling murder. It just does not look good for him. And I think circumstantially, they're going to piece together that he actually did commit a crime of murder rather than stumble upon his wife unexpectedly dead.
And one of the things is the defense said in their opening that you were going to hear evidence that this was sudden death, but the defense didn't put up any witnesses. No. I was looking specifically for a witness, but Mike Ayala and I were talking about it, and he said, but...
Okay, they cut them off. Stop the clock. Hold on. Something's happening here. I was to stop the clock, but I don't see anything happening in the court right this very second here. My clock's still running until I say otherwise here. Hold on. Movement in the courtroom. I see no movement. I have it right here on the screen. I see no movement. I see the clock. That's what I see. The clock. I mean, at this point, it's either they have a verdict or they're going home. It's 4:10. So, probably going home. They stopped the clock, but for what? I don't see any movement happening. Uh-oh. The screen just blacked out for a second. Court, so reality TV, right? Stop the clock. Stop it. The hell. By the way, I got my first Christmas card today. I wonder who it was from. I grabbed it when I was bringing in my little. Same, girl, same. Glad to be alive. Definitely. After that. Feeling any kind of domestic violence is scary. Never forget those feelings, that's for sure. No matter how long it's been. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you. Jury asked, why aren't we seeing that though? Why are they not giving us anything? Usually if they ask a question, they come back, they read the question, so on, so forth. On the record, publicly. I still have my cards here. I gotta mail them up today, tomorrow. Today or tomorrow. Come on, man. Give us something. Anything. Court TV's on the screen here. Alarm crimes on the screen here. What is going on? Give us something. It's past 4, so, I mean, usually at some point they give them the option to stay a little later or leave. You stop the clock and now we're staring at a clock. I don't understand. Usually when that happens, they go right to the corner. Up, here we go. Here we go.
Thank you. As is my custom, at 4 o'clock, I send in a note on every day the jury's deliberating, asking if they want to stay until 4:30. That note will be marked as the next exhibit for identification. And it gives them the option of staying until 4:30 or suspending and coming back on Monday in this instance, and they've elected to do the latter. So we'll bring them in, send them on their way.
They want to go home. Keep joke.
R for ID, so marked.
We're not getting a verdict today.
Thank you.
I'm actually surprised. In 3 hours, 46 minutes.
All rise to the court. Jurors entering.
Apparently.
I go see Mom, but otherwise I would. Maybe on Monday if we're.
Because it gives them more of a chance to, like, you know, finish it up. I feel like that if it was me, those are the two that I would be stuck on, murder 1 and murder 2, whether there's an intent or not, you know.
Welcome back, jurors, to the courtroom. And thank you for your work today. And I'm going to send you on your way for the weekend.
Hey, Holly.
I remind you, jurors, that the rules still apply. They will apply until you reach your unanimous verdict. I remind you of those rules now, jurors. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Continue to have open minds as you evaluate the case and as you wait to see if you are going to evaluate the case. Don't access any social media or any news media over the weekend. Hope you have a good weekend. Get some rest, and we'll see you back here ready to work on Monday morning. Thank you, jurors.
Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is wild to me too, Sam. I don't know how you could be a fan of something like that, to be honest.
Just as short as council, make sure you're back here a few minutes before 9 o'clock in the morning on Monday. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
And there it is, folks. That is it. That is it. And considering I'm either doing a Spaces tonight or another shorter live stream with a friend of mine, I'm going to disperse all of you lovely people so I can go make dinner. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. I'd appreciate it. The subscribe button if you already haven't. If you'd like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you could do so. We would appreciate it. We're just a small, tiny channel trying to work our way up, and without your kindness or help, we don't get to do that. So there's a bunch of different ways you can donate to the channel. We have Venmo, a Cash App, a PayPal. We have a link. It's in the description of the video. It's in the chat and to the top. And then we have an Amazon. The link is for debit or credit, and then we have an Amazon wish list, and that's in the description of the video as well. I love your stinking faces, and I will see you guys sooner than later, my friends. See y'all later. Have a good day.